so the YouTube audience can keep watching. So I've already gotten in trouble. Yeah. So the sorry. Yeah, I've already gotten in trouble on YouTube on several videos because of that word. Yeah, I can do it. I cannot curse somebody out for 7 minutes. Let me see if I can get Lala. I don't know who this is. No. Okay. Yeah, so until Lala or do that or Selena has up on stage. So I don't know if y'all saw the video of give me just a second. What's up to the YouTube audience? Thank y'all for joining us tonight. Please remember to engage in the comments, share the video out, share the live out with your friends, and help us grow that YouTube audience. Also, I did create nerd subscriptions for the YouTube audience. If you want to build a nerd community over on YouTube, you have the badges, the emotes, all the things that we have over here on TikTok. So when we flood the chats with Sadak Max and Free Will and all that good stuff, you can do that too in YouTube. I hope you guys enjoy that. What's up, Rodney? Y'all, so I don't know if y'all saw the video that I made earlier today. There was a young lady, and then, well, I say young lady, but she was an older lady who got scammed by one of the Thinker accounts. She had been listening to the live. She's a Catholic woman, and one of the Thinker accounts reached out to her and told her that they were talking to one of her dead relatives, and they asked her for her phone number. She gave them her phone number, and then they switched up on her and switched to a different account. She said, like, she thought this whole time she's thinking that she's talking to me. So she ends up messaging me, cussing me out. She ended up cussing so bad that TikTok violated her. I didn't read the message where she was cursing me out because TikTok removed it for a violation. But she sent like this whole long message telling me what happened, or basically what I did. And so, like, at first I thought she was just this, disgruntled believer who just didn't like the lives. And so I responded to her, I'm not reading all of this, and then when TikTok violated her next message, I went back to read it, and that's when I realized she had gotten scammed by one of the Thinker accounts. She also didn't like the fact that we were laughing at 18-wheelers, which I think is kind of crazy. When Nuna said that she had taken a class to drive 18-wheeler so she could steal an 18-wheeler, she thought that was disrespectful, and felt that I should have known that she almost died by an 18-wheeler in her life when she took her daughter to Florida. I don't know why she felt that I should have known that, when I've never spoken to this woman. I don't know this woman. But the thing is, like, first off, I don't do readings. Keep in mind that there are several fake Thinker accounts. Use your discernment, use your common sense before you give your personal information out on this app. Why would I need your telephone number? Why am I just going to pick a random person and be like, hey, I want to talk to you, and I've never spoken to you before, not even on the live? Like, that doesn't make sense. Especially if you're claiming you have God. If you say that you have God, and the reason that you're here is to hate watch me, and then you get scammed by a Thinker account, that's your own fault. Okay? That is your own fault. Don't get in my DMs cussing me out or going off on me because you fell for that. Okay? And then the second thing, like, remember, I'm a human. I am not up here claiming to be a God. I'm not up here claiming to be a prophet. I'm not up here claiming to be a spiritual leader, a spiritual teacher. I'm a freaking human who was indoctrinated with Christianity. Okay? Who is deconstructing from Christianity. I am not claiming to be a pastor, a religious coach, a deconstruction coach, none of that. I'm a human sharing my deconstruction journey with other humans who are also deconstructing, or with other humans who believe in this story, right? And just discussing that. So please, please don't try to take my humanity away. That's one thing that I fight for a lot in this community. I think we take humans' humanity away in different ways. Don't do. I'm gonna fight like hell for mine. Okay, and then please protect yourself with these fake thinker accounts. They're doing a new thing. They're now they're keeping their photos and they're naming themselves thinker with multiple R's, and then they're following people in the live. Those I can't fight with TikTok because they're not taking my content. Right? Anybody can change their username, their title. Like you have a username and then you have a call title or call tag or something. Anybody can make their name thinker. I can't fight those. As long as they're not stealing my content and pretending to be me, I can't fight those. And so they're doing something different. Just pay attention. And I only have the 2 accounts. Okay. What's up, Lala?
Nothing. What's up with you?
I was talking to them about the lady that I don't think I told you to do that. The lady that went off on me because she got scammed by a thinker account and she thought she was talking to me. And they told her that they were talking to her dead relative. Yeah.
No,
The ones that take my photo, okay, those I can fight. They're doing something different now. They're using their own photo now, but they're calling themselves thinker. And they're doing it with like multiple R's, or they'll put another letter behind it. So I can't fight those because they're not taking my photo. They're not taking my content. They're just doing a different rendition of the username. And they can do that on TikTok. So I can't fight those. Thank you, Metatron. Yeah, I don't do readings. I don't do any of that. But yeah, she got scammed. They told her that they were talking to her dead relative. And in the message, she was like, I'm gonna tell you who that relative was. It was my dead sister. So like, first off, what I noticed is that they told her that she was talking to her dead relative. She says, but then in the message, she's like, I'm gonna tell you who that was. That was my dead sister. You the one who named the relative. Like, stop giving people information to scam you.
That part. So this person contacted you and let you know this, or what?
Yeah, she sent me a message. She sent me a message in DM. I posted it. I made a video about it. Yeah, and I think it's kind of wild she's like, no, then she said I said that I was speaking for God. When the fuck? Hold on. I didn't say that. I didn't say the word. I did not say the word. YouTube, I'm behaving for 7 minutes, and I'm doing it all for y'all. I'm behaving for 7 minutes, but I never, ever, well, within the last 5 years, said that I was a child of God. Never did I say that. Right. And then she was like, you said that you're speaking for God and you thinking for God. And then she's like, you ain't no thinker. You ain't thinking for God. God don't need you to think for him. I never told y'all that. I never once told you I was talking for your God. Like, I swear y'all be hearing what y'all want to hear.
But even still, you saying all of that, but you're the one that gave somebody your money without fully checking them out.
Why didn't God do that for? Right. Like, here's the thing too. God told me to tell you. She said that in the same message. God told me to tell you. And then at the end of it, I don't remember what she said. God told her to tell me because I didn't care. But then she said at the end of the message, God told me to step back from you. So you're doing all this talking to God about me. But God didn't tell you that when you were giving them people your telephone number, you were giving them people your personal information, telling them people about your dead sister and all of that you weren't talking to me? That you were talking to a fake account?
Wow. Wow. Mm-mm.
And then like her whole thing is you up there, don't be up there telling people that God need humans to talk for him, but then in your same message, God told me to tell you? What? Make it make sense. I'm trying so bad to be good right now. I'm trying so bad to be good right now for YouTube.
What's going on with YouTube?
I'm trying so bad to be good right now for YouTube, and then somebody on YouTube makes me want to say the F word right now. I haven't been live on YouTube for 7 minutes yet, have I? Have I been live for 7 minutes on YouTube?
I don't know that.
Has it been 7 minutes yet?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so, because I couldn't go live on YouTube yet until the song was over, because they don't get the intro. That YouTube won't let me play songs in the beginning of the live, so I have to go live on YouTube after the song intro is done here. So, but yeah, we'll move on. I'll be able to.
Okay.
Haters be hated. I almost sound like my little brother right now. Like my little stepbrother. Like he's so, I don't know, like he's so corny. I love him to death, but he's corny. He'd be like, haters be hating. That's all I can say. You show up, you say, you ain't no queen. You show up to watch the no queen, the not a queen.
Exactly.
It's so crazy. You'd be like, is it 11 o'clock yet? Is it 11 o'clock p.m. Central yet so I can go watch the not a queen? That's funny. I was going to say the word, but let's go on. We're going to move on.
Damn, what? I'm so... Okay, never mind.
No, go ahead. What? Go ahead.
What's the word? Like, don't say the word, but I want to know what the word is.
Oh, yeah, YouTube. I got in trouble on YouTube. I can't say the F word for the first 7 minutes of the live. And I can't say it too much. Yeah, like I can use vulgar language, but I can't use it in the first for ad purposes. So they're trying to figure out like where to place their ad, and I can't say it within the first 7 minutes of the live. I can't say it too much, but I can still say it. But the majority of my content just can't be filled with it. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, well. Shit. Anyways, let's get these links up.
What happened?
What?
We were trying not to curse within the first 7 minutes of the YouTube live.
I didn't curse, did I?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I did?
Yes. But it's okay. It's all right.
I don't think... I think we passed the 7 minutes, didn't we, y'all? Damn.
I don't know. It's
been a long
day.
It's been a long day, y'all. Oh, dang.
It's all good. It's all good. Why are Jesus' children so impatient? Like God's word. Like we are ready for you now. If you are still in the comments, you can send your request again. Like the whole look at me, I am here. Like now. Like personality, like calm that down. Calm it down. I swear that you will still be here when we are done talking.
Yeah, someone said we're 10 minutes. Jay Pure said we're 10 minutes in. And I saw somebody way back said we were past the 7 minutes. So I think we're good.
I think we're good now. But Yeah, on TikTok. I mean, on YouTube, I think we're 10 minutes in now. So yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like he kept like jumping in and jumping out of the box, and then typing the running comment in the comments, trying to say that I haven't let him up yet because we're running from him, as if we don't open every live, right? Communicating with each other because we are a freaking community.
Mm-hmm.
I swear Christians think this live is all about them. I mean, it's about their God and all the abominable things that it does. But I
Mm-hmm.
swear this live is not about you. I swear this live is not about you. Goodness. But anyway, if you are, I hate to say this now, a Christian or a believer, if you are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing from Christianity, or if you have already deconstructed from Christianity, or if you are one of the lovely nerds in the community, the guest box is now open for you to join the stage. If you are a nerd, you know your benefits. You can come up here and ask an off-topic question, share your deconstruction journey, update us on something that's going on. Yeah, the box is open. And to YouTube, those of you that have just joined, if you want, you can also become a nerd on YouTube with the same benefits. Unfortunately, you would have to come to TikTok, but I will start doing YouTube only sub lives over there once we get to like 100 subs on YouTube. I'll do sub only lives on YouTube. God is love, just not to God is love, just not to many of people. Well, how does that work? How does that work? How is he the thing, but only to a few people? Oh, you're trying to figure that out. Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. I agree. Yeah. So we have 241 people in here. I see that there is already a hate Christian in here who's like asking, where are all the bots? I mean, you showed up early for work. Mark my words, like I was sharing my deconstruction journey once I'm over. Uh, well, Travis, we are waiting for you. We look forward to hearing that. I get the stage fright. Just remember that you are in the safetyness of your own home. Um, so we're here for you when you are ready to share that story. Kim Candy, I tried to add you to the stage, but you timed out. If you are still here, please try again. Yeah, like that's the first thing she commented when she came in the comments. Where are all the bots?
Yeah,
Were
that's
y'all?
weird.
Yeah,
Hey y'all, can we get
hate
these likes
watching. It's got to be up.
up, please, to 50K? And these shares need to be over 100 by now. Continue with the roses, please. Subscribe, and the team bracelets and heart me's. I haven't seen any. Thank you.
Christina went live again today, and she had this believer on her stage. Like, I'm trying to go to sleep, and the voice was just I couldn't. And so, like, her voice, her manipulation tactic, coupled with uh, the way that she was trying to defend the text, it it did something to my mind, and there was no way that I was gonna be able to go to sleep. And I kept trying to like fight it, and I was like, in the comments, you know, commenting. I was hoping that they saw, what I was saying, because when she was reading the the text, she kept adding words to it, and they kept telling her like, you're adding words to it, but it was a specific word that she was adding to the text. Lackluster. What's happening, y'all? I'm adding people to the stage, and then they just disappear. And I think we're gonna have to do a reset. Mac, are you still here? Oh man, I hope we don't have to do a reset. What? Why are you still in the box? Oh my God. Y'all, we're gonna have to do a reset. I can't add anybody to the stage.
Oh damn.
Yep. Yep. I'm gonna have to do a reset, y'all. We can't add anybody to the stage, and then the chat is saying that it's glitching.
All right.
All right, give me 2 seconds, y'all. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, YouTube, hold on. TikTok is glitching.
Do some debate.
See me live, right? There you go. All right. Hey, y'all, welcome back. Hopefully this works, and let's see if we can add people to the stage. Y'all know what to do. Get the team bracelets and the shares up. Let's hit the FYP. And we're hitting it right at 11:30. Right at 11:30. Let's see. John Smith.
Howdy.
Hi, how are you? Can you give me just 1 second? I want to see if I can add my co-host to the stage. Let's see. Is Lala back in here yet? I don't remember. I remember him, but I don't remember how the conversation went. I don't know. Did we have a good conversation the last time you was on stage?
Who, me and you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kicked me out.
I kicked you out? What was the reason I kicked you out? What did you do?
They paid you or something like that. You said they paid me to kick you out or something.
Okay.
They paid you, not me.
Yeah. No, I know. Somebody paid to drop you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember what you did. I bet it was Joshua who paid to drop you, because but hold on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, McLuster. Happy birthday to you. How was your birthday, Mac?
Birthday, Mac.
That was great, thank you so much. That was too good to be like on this. I've been getting some nice serenades today, so this is awesome.
That's what's up. We love you.
I love you guys too.
Yeah. I'm glad you had a good birthday. Hopefully we get some good conversations tonight and then your birthday goes out like the way you like it. Right? Yeah. You want to question the first guest?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go ahead with John Smith.
All right. So, I mean, you've definitely been here before, so we don't have to do the pre-qualifying stuff. But did you want to pick a topic from the board and discuss it?
If I could choose a topic.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, that's what yeah.
And I'm going to give you guys something new probably you haven't heard. I could give you the kalam and all the other stuff. I'm going to try to spice up your thing. Okay. I call this the argument from the chosen people, right? I looked it up.
Which topic is that?
The chosen people. I'm picking my own topic.
We're not doing that.
That's the last choice. Choose a topic. If you bother, don't bother.
Yeah, so it doesn't say make up a topic.
No, it's not. I'm not making up. Choose one of these.
Yes, those are choices. Yep.
That kind of hamstrings me. All right. God can stop sin. Let's simply forgive. Let's go with that. You want me to start?
Yeah.
Hold off, Joshua. Just hold off. Let Mac have a birthday. This is Mac. Hold off. Go ahead. And hey, if anybody in here do decide to drop John, send the gift to Mac. Okay. Go ahead.
I'll make it worth your while. I'll say, okay. God needs humans to talk and do for him. I guess, I'll stick with the first one. God can stop sin or simply forgive. No, I don't think so. I think if he makes creatures with free will, he can't stop sin. And he can't, simply forgive because he's just.
He can't forgive. Okay. I mean, that is... that might be a first. So you don't think he's merciful at all?
Yeah, if you ask for it, right? If you repent. But not just for any reason.
Wait, but isn't that forgiveness?
All right, maybe
you would get forgiveness, right?
We can forgive you if we repent and turn to God.
Say again? Could you say that again? There's kind of some cross chatter or something.
Yeah, it's raining. I'm in my car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, the thing that threw me off was simply forgive. That means forgive for no reason. That's how I took it.
Well, it means, I think, like simply as in like it doesn't have to be this like there doesn't doesn't need to be like blood sacrifice or anything of that nature.
Okay.
I Thinker can help me if I'm off topic.
That's it. Like no blood needs to be spilled.
Right, like in Mark chapter 2, right, with the paralytic man, his friends lowered him through the roof, and he first forgave his sins, and then he healed him, right? But it wasn't asked for, and it wasn't. He didn't repent like that.
I mean, we don't know that, right?
Well, we have the text to go by.
I mean, the text is assuming. I mean, I'm not familiar with it. Maybe it's one of his disciples seen it, wrote it down. But supposedly God knows what's in your heart. Maybe he's seen it. Maybe like some Vulcan mind meld kind of thing. He could see that he asked for forgiveness.
If you want me to read it, Mac, just let me know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. You have a much better reading voice than I do. I have it pulled up, but yeah, you can read it.
Okay.
That'd be great.
1 second. All right. When he returned to Capernaum after some days, it was reported that he was at home. So many gathered around that there was no longer room for them, not even in front of the door, and he was speaking the word to them. Then some people came, bringing to him a paralyzed man carrying by 4 of them. And when they could not bring him to Jesus because of the crowd, they removed the roof above him, and after having dug through it, they let down the mat on which the paralytic lay. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic, "Child, your sins are forgiven." Now some of the scribes were sitting there questioning in their hearts, "Why does this fellow speak in this way? It is blasphemy. Who can forgive sins but God alone?" At once Jesus perceived in his spirit that they were discussing these questions among themselves, and he said to them, "Why do you raise such questions in your hearts? Which is easier, to say to the paralytic, 'Your sins are forgiven,' or say, 'Stand up and walk, and take your mat and walk'? But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins," he said to the paralytic, "I say to you, stand up, take your mat, and go to your home." And he stood up and immediately took the mat and went out before all of them, so that they were all amazed and glorified God, saying, "We have never seen anything like this."
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't see what the problem is.
Well, it's the thing of it is like he got forgiveness without asking or repenting or.
I mean, as far as you know, right?
Well, I mean, if you have something that says otherwise, present it. But
do you believe that all the disciples seen everything and knew what was in Jesus' mind at all time? Is that what we're saying?
Well, no, but then you could say that, Jesus liked to get naked and roll around in the mud. It's just as plausible. I mean, like if you're going to go based on things that, because they weren't written down, there could be in there.
In philosophy, this is called the theory of sufficiency, right? Just because you don't know the reason doesn't mean that there isn't one, right?
You don't know the reason.
Theory of sufficient, or it's not the philosophy of sufficient reason. Maybe the theory of sufficient reason. Okay, I go to a market and there's somebody selling apples, and he charges the first person $5, the next person $5, and he charges me $10. That's all the information I have. I have nothing else. I can't therefore say that, he hates me or he's mean or he's cheating. I can't. Maybe that's his cousin. Maybe that's, maybe he has a coupon.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Just because you don't know, you can't.
Problem of other minds.
Huh?
That's more the problem of their minds. You can't see his motivation, but we have.
Well, you're making the most you can say is you don't know, especially if, Jesus is all knowing or whatever God is. You can't claim to know why he did it. You have limited knowledge.
I didn't say why he did it. I said what he did.
He says in the text why he did it.
Yeah, that's true. Why does he speak this way? I said what he did.
He says in the text why he did it.
Why does he speak this way? So you may know the Son of Man has authority to forgive sins.
On earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has authority, but he didn't tell you why he did it. He just said, I can do it. That doesn't mean why he did it, right? What am I missing?
It says,
verse 10.
Why do you raise such questions in your hearts? Is it easier to say, blah, blah, blah? But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins.
I have power to forgive sins. That is not the same as, sins. My point is
he's saying he did that to show them that he could, that he has that authority.
To say to your sins are forgiven, stand up and walk and take, so that you may know that the Son of Man. This is a figure of speech, you know that. So that you know that I have the power. I have the power. It doesn't say why I did it. I don't know how you can.
So that you may know.
So that you may know I have authority, so you may know why I did it. So that you may know I have authority. So you know I have the authority, but you don't know why he did it.
All right. Are you like
what?
Why are you skipping over the thing he says is the reason? The so.
Why do you keep skipping the reason what he's trying to prove to them? It's not so that you may know why I forgave him. It's so that you may know I have authority to forgive him. I don't know how you don't see the difference.
That's the point.
He can just forgive is the whole point.
No, he couldn't. You don't know why he forgave. You're just assuming
he say that. Nobody's. Okay. You're making up this argument that no one's.
You just did. You said he did it just to prove that he could do it. That's your assertion.
He did it to show them that he has the authority. And you're saying I don't know why when it says why right there, but then you say we don't know why he forgave him. It's telling you why. It doesn't matter why. The story is not like what was Jesus' reason for doing this. It was that he could, without any kind of asking or repentance.
You don't know if he asked or he didn't.
He didn't say
could he have asked him? Listen. Could he have asked him telepathically? Let's say this is a supernatural. Can I finish? He asked him telepathically, and then he's like, "Okay, I'm going to show these people my authority by forgiving them." But it's because he got asked.
You mean like the scribes were doing
that?
And he, right. So it says what he heard the scribing in their hearts, or sensed them saying in their hearts, and he responded to that.
Okay.
So you're just saying that they forgot to put in the part about the paralyzed man asking for forgiveness?
Because these are fallible human beings without telepathic power. They don't know what Jesus is thinking or what this man is saying to him. Huh?
But you do. You get to insert.
No. This is.
Wait, did the man talk to? Are you also saying that the man spoke to Jesus telepathically?
Yes, or he knew what was in his heart. Maybe he didn't. I'm using that loosely, right? Jesus knew what was in this man's heart, that he was a good man, that blah, blah, blah. He deserves forgiveness
so these
for
words
reason.
Right here, these words right here, when he said, because of their faith, because of his friend's faith, when Jesus says that.
Yeah, because of his faith. Okay, there you go. There's the reason.
He said because of their faith, his friend's faith. His friends who lowered him down. When he said that, right, you're saying that was telepathically too.
Maybe Jesus heard them. Maybe it was telepathic. We don't know. That's the beauty of the theory of sufficient reasoning, right? You don't have to know but you can't just assume that there was no reason why Jesus forgave him. You're the one making the assertion, not me. I'm saying I don't know.
I don't think Mac said there's no reason. I think Matt said the man did not ask for forgiveness before he did not. The man did not repent. The man did not because the story doesn't say he did. And the more important part here is that there is no blood being spilled.
Oh my God! Here we go. You guys with this blood thing. I know you think it's a checkmate or something, but it's not. It's not.
I mean, that's the point of the question.
Okay, go on.
That is the point of the question, is it not?
What question? No, that wasn't part of the question.
That Jesus can just simply forgive sins. And you asked for clarification. Matt gave you clarification that means he can do it without spilling blood.
Where in that question does it say anything about blood?
I think I remember why you got dropped because you were dishonest. That's why Joshua dropped you.
No. Yeah, show me the question again. Let me see the question.
Let me say this part again.
Look,
you asked for clarity. Let me say this part again. You asked for clarification on the simply part. Mac gave you clarification, and then I verified that Mac was right. It means without spilling blood. We already told you that in the beginning before you started this badass argument.
Oh, okay. Without spilling blood? Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, without spilling blood, he can forgive you. Who said anything about spilling blood? I didn't even hear you. Maybe you did say it, but I didn't hear you. Forgive me.
It's that sufficient reasoning thing, right? You just weren't listening, so I must not have said it.
What is... No, that's not how the theory works.
You don't know what it means anyway. It's a very simple thing, and you were way off on your description of it.
Well, I don't know what means.
It states that everything must have a reason or a cause. That's the principle.
Mm-hmm. Even if you don't know what the reason or the cause is.
Yeah, it doesn't say you get to make up your own shit.
No, exactly. You don't get to make up your own shit. You're saying he simply did it. He did it for no reason. I'm saying I don't know. Out of the two of us, you're the one who's making shit up.
I don't know. Matt, did you say no?
No, it's really you. And if you looked at the comments, everybody's been saying you didn't make your own shit up.
Yeah.
Build a Bible.
By inserting the word.
I didn't say he did it for no reason once. That's you.
That's you. You're saying
no. That's
simply.
you trying to twist. I didn't say one time that he did it for no reason.
What does simply mean?
It means
and
with
not to be
nothing else
annoyed
added.
today.
We already told you what simply means. It means
Like,
without a
this is-
sacrifice.
you're not an
without a
honest guy.
blood sacrifice.
I don't know. I'll clarify. I said I don't know
why
why
does
he did
Jesus
it.
make y'all liars? Why does Jesus' spirit turn you into liars?
I mean, according to the atheistic worldview, lying is not bad.
It's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is actually the lying spirit that God sends.
God has
Wait, you think lying is
sent
always
a
bad?
delusional. This is the delusional spirit that the God of this world has sent.
Why does
Yeah.
atheism turn people into edgelords? I don't know. You know?
You think-
and then here
you
we
think
go.
lying
They
is
think
always
everybody
Atheism.
is.
John, do you think lying is
Black
always bad?
edgelord. That's crazy.
Do you
Crazy
think
word.
lying? Man, shut the fuck up. Fucking dork ass.
Man, shut your bitch ass up. Don't tell me to shut up. Come on, McLack or whatever your fucking name is. You're not saying nothing.
You sound like the fucking Kermit the Frog, dude.
Okay.
I knew it
fucking
was
pick
coming.
me.
I
Trying to
knew
be
it
a
was
white
coming.
girl.
You gotta go. Nobody wants to hear your lying spirit.
Thank you.
Bye.
I mean, I'll get.
He will not be coming back again.
Yeah, no, that was a whole ass waste of time.
I just waited until I was done with them.
Huh?
I just waited until I was done with them. I knew I could piss them off.
That was too much.
W.
Okay.
Joshua.
Jesus is the Son of God or something like that. I think that's his name. Jesus is Lord. I think that's his name. Can we bring him up?
Was he the guy that was on early this morning? Was on this morning?
Yeah, and he had to
Like
leave.
his sister
No.
had a MS, or was that
He
someone else?
has to request. Let me see if I can see him in the other thing because
Oh, you can't see him in yours? Yeah, we do have the
Yeah, I
Jezebel
have to
spirit here at
get back
Mino,
there.
Grandma, and we love Jezebel. Y'all come in here thinking y'all dissing us, and Jezebel is a boss. Jezebel is a whole ass boss.
I think she's a friendly.
why do you do that shit?
Oh, that's a friendly. Okay,
I think she was being sarcastic.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you guys.
my bad,
Live
my
goal.
bad.
Reset your live goal.
Okay, my bad, Mino, Grandma.
I mean, I just because I know I've seen her name up today.
You said you seen what?
I've seen her in other lives today. And
Oh, okay.
someone I'll stick out as being like an op.
Oh yeah, she said she's a friendly. It's so hard. Like if
Because you say the exact same thing. So you know Poe's law, right?
who?
Have you heard of that? Poe, like Edgar Allan Poe. It's called Poe's law, and it's basically saying like when you can't tell the difference between like a troll and the person they're impersonating. Like it's like I'll give you like an actual definition, but it's pretty handy in spaces like this. It's an adage of culture that says, without a clear indicator of the author's intent, any parodic expression of sarcasm or extreme, and then it's like cut off. I gotta get into the whole thing. So any parodic or sarcastic expression of extreme views can be mistaken by some readers as sincere expressions of those views. So like you're trying to be a troll, but because you see it from other people, right? That it's like, no, you think it's sincere.
Oh, okay. I do that a lot in here, and then I have to like eat crow and apologize because I will cuss out a friendly. I literally a friendly had joined the stage one time and I didn't know, and he said the Jezebel thing, and I cussed him out so bad he was gone for a month. I had to like keep looking for him. I had to keep looking for him, and I'm like, please come back. I'm so sorry, but he's back. He's back.
Hey, I love it.
Yeah. Jesus is God. How are you?
Oh, good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. We called on you earlier when you came back the second time, but I think the conversation had lasted too long and you left again. But which topic did you want to discuss?
God can stop sin or simply forgive.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that God can stop sin, or he can simply forgive sin. I think God can do it, but I don't think it's part of God's plan to do either or. I think that God wants to create a world which evil does exist. This way we know what to actually reject once we get with him, where pain exists, where suffering exists. This way, once we return to him, we won't want to return back to our suffering state. The same reason why the devil would never get a chance to repent, because he was around the glory of God and he repented in that glory. Human beings are different because we get a chance to see what it feels like to be paralyzed, and once we get to the next state, we'll never want to return back to the state again. So it's God's plan that this happens.
Okay, so just so I can make sure I understand, God created humans because Satan sinned in heaven, and so he created humans to put them through suffering so that when they go to heaven, they won't want to sin in heaven and return back to suffering?
Yes.
You think that's a smart plan?
Yes.
So that means that your God is incapable of creating beings that won't want to fuck him up. That's the one thing that he cannot do, is create angels or humans that won't want to kick his ass. Am I understanding you correct?
Yes, he doesn't want a robot.
No, not what he wants, not what he doesn't want. Is he incapable of creating a human that won't want to kick his ass?
Yes.
Well, okay. I mean, the question, the statement is that he can do it because he has stopped sin. The statement is that he can just simply forgive sin without a sacrifice. He has done that. He is choosing to put y'all through suffering because he can't create a human that won't want to kick his ass. And so he's hoping that all the suffering that you go through, when you come back to heaven, you will have suffered enough that you won't want to take his shit again, like Satan did, and be scared of him, that he'll send you back to, I don't know, an earth that he burnt up in hell that doesn't exist anymore. Like where would he send you back to the suffering? He would create a whole nother world to make you suffer again. Like what would he do? Let's say that he did. This is the plan, right? And then y'all are in heaven, right? He has burned up this earth that he created to like prepare y'all for the suffering, prepare y'all for heaven, right? If somebody did get up there and decide that, man, this motherfucker lied to me and I want to kick his ass, and you know they started the Satan thing all over again, would he just create another suffering world? Like what would he do then?
No, because a believer will never rebel.
Believers rebel all the time.
No, a believer will never rebel in heaven. If you were paralyzed and you was given a chance to walk again, you'll never turn back to what made you paralyzed.
So, from my understanding, what I hear you saying is that you won't have the freedom to rebel.
Yeah, of course you will, but you're already went through the test.
Okay, so no, you're saying they will never do it, right? No. Where you have angels that were in heaven, right? Who did rebel against this God, not just Satan, a whole slew of them, right? Chose Satan over this God. There's obviously something wrong with this God that these angels chose Satan and would rather that Satan be their God or sit on that throne than this God. Okay, so if you're gonna have like this free will in heaven again, what's going to stop that free will of some random believer from getting up there and saying this is all bullshit, I was lied to, right, and starting this shit all over again? And then would your God have to create another earth to cause them to suffer? Because your thing is that the reason he's doing it is so that you will remember when you're up there not to fuck with him, so that he don't send you back to suffering. That the question that I'm asking is the back to suffering part, right? That's the threat of it all. Where would this back to suffering come from? And when it's all said and done, when earth is thrown in hell, right, and you're remembering in heaven that not to fuck with God so you don't go back to suffering, where would you go if that threat had to be carried out?
You won't. You just keep skipping over the analogy.
So then the threat doesn't make sense, right? There's no point in you going through suffering so that when you go to heaven you won't want to go back to suffering. Like, you have to be able to remember the suffering, right?
Ma'am,
that means that listen and let me finish, right? For example, like you said, a person who has been paralyzed is not going to do the thing that got them paralyzed again, right? That means that they can remember what it was like when they were paralyzed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That means that there is an opportunity for them to do something for them to become paralyzed again. Therefore, their memory of them being paralyzed is working and keeping them from doing the thing that would make them paralyzed again. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if this plan of suffering is so that when you go to heaven, you will remember what it was like to be in suffering, and you won't want to rebel against God so that you don't return to suffering. You won't do the thing, right, that made you suffer in the first place. Let's say a person did do that. Like, how is this threat effective if there's no place for you to go back to suffering? How is the threat effective?
Because you won't.
How? Like, if there's no actual real threat there to send you back to suffering, a person could remember the suffering and then just still rebel, and then what? You're still not going to go back to suffering because there's no place to send you back to suffering. You're just going to be in heaven rebelling.
Would you personally do it?
If there's no real threat, yeah.
No, I'm saying, would you personally, if you know what it was like to suffer?
If there's no real threat, if there's no real threat, like if there's no real threat in existence, like the possibility for me to be paralyzed again does not exist for real. Like, if I was paralyzed, let's say that I went flying, right, and I crashed, and I got paralyzed from the crash. Okay, somehow I got my legs back, and now I can walk. But the possibility of me ever crashing again has been eliminated. It is impossible for me to crash again to become paralyzed. I would fly again because the possibility, the thing that made me paralyzed in the first place, no longer exists. So yes, I would fly again.
So that shows that you're not grateful.
Okay. Okay, and what? I would still do it again.
I don't know how you would do it again. But if that's your choice.
What do you mean you don't know how? If the possibility of me crashing no longer existed, why the fuck wouldn't I not do it again?
So even if God saved you from your suffering state, you'll still rebel against him.
What do you mean if he saved me? He didn't save me. I did all the work. I went through the suffering. I earned the fucking reward. He didn't save me. He put me through the suffering, right? I decided to go through the suffering so that I could go to heaven. I get to heaven and I realize it's all bullshit. Or I get to heaven and I realize that I want the fucking throne. There is no possibility of me going to any place for me to suffer because everything, none of it exists anymore. I still have my mind and my free will. Hell fucking yeah, I'm taking the throne. Or trying to.
Okay.
The better question is, why the fuck wouldn't you?
Because I love God.
Oh, okay. So, but it ain't got nothing to do with the suffering. It's the love that would stop you, not you remembering the suffering.
Yeah, it's the love of God.
Yeah, so that plan doesn't work. That sounds like a very humanistic plan. It has holes in it. It has a lot of flaws. It's illogical.
Well, God made us in His image.
I know your God. Wait, did you say that because your God is illogical?
No, well, the existence of God will be illogical. A being that has no beginning and no end kind of seems illogical to a human rationale.
I never said that. I never said that a being eternal is illogical. I didn't say.
Well, something that was never.
I said your God's plan. I said your God's plan is illogical. You said, well, He made us in His image. That's you're the one calling your God illogical, not me.
No. I'm talking about the love thing. That's what I said.
No, what? No,
yeah,
you didn't.
When I said that I love God, you said it was based off of my love for God. That sounds very humanistic.
I said the plan sounds very humanistic. What the hell?
Okay, all right.
I said your plan. The plan has a lot of holes in it. It sounds very humanistic. Why would I say love sounds very humanistic? It has a lot of holes in it. It sounds very humanistic. Why would I say love sounds very?
Okay, all right. So the plan that God created the world so people can experience what it is to suffer, so people can experience pain, right? And then God's plan is to save them through His Son, right? And to reveal Himself in this world to His believers and to reunite His believers with Him when they have fully shunned evil and turned away and detested evil. Except that your God could have just created humans and not created evil.
He
couldn't have.
Well, then your God is not all powerful.
No, He is, but he
he's not. He can't be all powerful, and then there's something that He can't do. Hey, do y'all see are the questions going in and out? Are they flickering in and out for y'all?
Like the board?
Yeah.
No. Looks normal. I haven't seen anything.
Okay, they're flickering in and out for me.
That's God.
Yeah, I'm sure God is TikTok.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, some are saying.
Yeah, I'm sure God is TikTok. God. Yeah. It's going in and out. So your God can't be all powerful, and then there be something that He cannot do, something that is impossible for Him to do. That's not all powerful.
He can't lie.
Except He tells y'all that He will. Y'all just don't fucking believe Him.
He was lying when he said that.
So everybody on the board is an atheist?
What's the difference?
Well, I'm an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a God, period.
But why are you asking us about other gods when we're talking about this one? Like, why do you bring in other gods when we're talking about this one?
No, I'm talking about this God. Does everybody?
No, you're not. Like asking if everybody is an atheist. That's you trying to figure out if people on this panel believe in a God. But why do you need to bring in other gods when we're talking about this one?
I'm sorry. When I use the term atheist, I'm only referring to one God. I only believe in one God.
No, you said any God.
No.
You already know we don't believe in your God. So what's the whole point of you asking about atheism and other gods?
Okay, all right. So nobody on this board believes in God. God, Abrahamic God.
No.
Well, that wouldn't make him an atheist.
Okay, exactly. All right. I get that. I understand that. Have anybody on the board ever sacrificed anything from my God?
We don't answer your questions. The fuck? And then what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Because
we don't answer your questions. The fuck? And then what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Because I find it.
We don't care what you think about us personally. Hey, Jesus is God. Jesus is God.
Cowardly.
Jesus is God. Listen, because you can't attack the conversation, right? You can't attack the information. Y'all always try to attack the person. That's how I know you are weak and so is your God. Every time, there is always a point in the conversation where y'all pivot to that. It makes y'all insufferable humans. Like we were being nice to you. Yes, you did. You want to talk about us as people instead of this book and this God. Because I don't fucking want to.
Look, y'all, please do not annoy me tonight. Don't. I'm warning y'all. Do not annoy me.
We're not up here to be interviewed by you about our personal lives or our personal beliefs. We're talking about the God. The God having the capability to just simply forgive or stop sin.
All right, but that wouldn't make him righteous.
We don't give a fuck. We never claimed your God was righteous.
Okay, but my God has to be righteous.
So are you saying that if he stopped somebody from sinning against him, that makes him unrighteous?
Yes.
Then he's an unrighteous ass God because he did do it in Genesis 20.
Who did he stop from sinning against?
You should know that that's your God.
No, I want to know who did he stop.
I ask your God. Pray to him right now and ask him. He'll tell you.
In Genesis 20, God stopped somebody from sinning against him?
That's what I said.
He physically stopped them and controlled them?
Ask him. Why are you asking me? I'm not your God. You can talk to him right quick. We'll wait.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Yeah, you guys are lost. I'm sorry. Bye.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, that is so fucking corny, yo.
Oh my God.
Little Jesus, you have so much growing up to do.
What you call him?
Little Jesus.
Little Jesus.
Lowercase j.
It's so crazy. They always like. That's so crazy how they always try to attack the person. And now I really understand why the early church fathers said that they did not want the believers debating heretics because the heretics would win. I really understand it now.
You know what? That's a good amount of self-awareness on their part.
Because they knew what they were doing. They were adding to the text. Like they knew what they were doing. That's crazy.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes up to 50K. Come on now, and these shares should be over 100 by now.
Go ahead, Mac. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that quote right quick. You can start with this one.
Oh, okay. We go with DP.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up? How old are you? And what? Are you a Christian believer in the God of the Bible?
I'm 32. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. You want to pick a topic and we can discuss it?
I'll look at the board real quick. So it has to be one of these topics. I'm kind of new to TikTok. So it has to be one of these topics.
Yeah, I mean this is a thinker's thing, not so much TikTok, but yeah, just pick one of the topics in the.
Okay, let's see.
On the board.
I like believers don't like the Old Testament. Gentiles weren't guilty of the law. I like. I'd be interested to hear what you mean by the devil belongs to believers. Just topics in general. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, just pick one and give your response to it, and then that'll kick off the discussion.
I see how it works. Okay. I would say that a lot of believers don't like the Old Testament so much. It's not so much that they don't like the Old Testament. It's just that a lot of churches don't really teach on it. And I'd say most Christians don't really spend a lot of time reading the Old Testament. When you come to Christianity, you're kind of funneled towards the New Testament. Mm-hmm. But I think the New Testament and the Old Testament are kind of both, they go hand in hand. You can't really understand the New Testament very well without thoroughly reading and investigating the Old Testament, and there's a lot of historical records you can kind of piggyback off of to kind of just learn more about the Old Testament and how the biblical story fits in with all the different surrounding societies and pantheons and many different things like that. But
why do you think that is that the church kind of shies away or avoids teaching the Old Testament?
I'd say mainly probably because the most important thing to take away from Scripture is that, you have the need of a Savior. And so that's probably why people kind of get funneled there. And it's also kind of like, I would say also the lazier way of looking at your faith as a Christian. It's something everyone needs to be aware of. And it's kind of, I guess you could say, like the milk. But it is important to read the Old Testament as well, though.
Yeah, it just seems like, at least in my, I don't know what thinker had in mind when composing this topic, but to me, it's like I think they don't like it because they have to answer for a lot more things in there, right? And things that are like more clearly evil and immoral. That there's less of that in the New Testament, right? But if it's the same God, right? If Jesus is God and always was, then it's the same God in the New Testament and the Old. But the behavior of that God is drastically different, right?
Can you give me an example of the evil?
Flooding the earth.
Well, I mean, contextually speaking, I wouldn't really consider that evil.
Why not?
Well, it kind of depends on, because there's many different perspectives of this. My personal perspective is that there are these things like in Genesis 6 called essentially the Nephilim. Mm-hmm. So it's basically the fallen angels that, she was talking about a little bit. But the fallen angels that came down, they mated with essentially the daughters of men, which bore...
I didn't talk about that.
You were talking about... I'm not going to get deviated from this, but regardless, the fallen angels that, essentially fell out of heaven, mated with the daughters of men, which gave birth to like giants, and they corrupted and destroyed a lot of mankind, and that's pretty much why they had to flood the earth. That's pretty much why God had to flood the earth. It wasn't really just because he felt like it. It's like he didn't really have a choice.
Let me just say, this is why I don't carry over from previous conversations, because nobody talked about no fallen angels in here. But go ahead.
We talked about angels and how they wanted to serve essentially Satan,
Those
Lucifer.
Those are not the same angels.
God.
Those are not the fallen angels, but go ahead.
Yeah, that was.
Well, so Satan just means.
No, go ahead. I'm just explaining why I have a rule in here. Go ahead.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But yeah, so it's just, as an aside, it's kind of weird to me that they're sexually compatible, and like genetically compatible to make humans, but that's another story. But God knew all this, right? Like he knew it was going to happen because he sacrificed Jesus before the foundation of the earth. Right? Do you agree with that, or is that?
Sorry, I kind of broke up. I live in the country, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Sure, no problem. So my thing was that God knew God knew it would happen, right? And we can kind of piece that together because he sacrificed Jesus, right, the Lamb, before the foundation. So before he even created Adam and Eve, or Noah, and then the flood, Jesus was already sacrificed, right? So he knew where all this stuff was going.
Right.
Apparently, right? So that seems profoundly evil to me. To make people you're going to murder. And
I wouldn't really consider it
no fault of their
murder
own, because it's your foreknowledge and your plan, essentially. Well, I call it murder because I don't think it was just.
I wouldn't really consider it murder when it comes when God judges someone and has to put them to death for this or that reason.
But he didn't really.
He's the searcher of hearts. He knows
right?
your heart.
So that's the thing is he knew everything, right?
He did. That's why he made a remedy from the beginning before all of that stuff happened.
So how is it judgment when they're just doing what they were supposed to do? Like, what is it?
So if you take advantage of what he's done, if you accept him, if you love him, if you try your best to live out how he says that you should live, if you try your best to be that way, then you're saved. It doesn't matter history, it doesn't matter what time in history.
The people living on Earth in the time of Noah could have done that?
It doesn't matter what time of history you're talking about. That gift is available for all people, before and after the first century.
But we're talking about this thing. We're talking about the flood, right?
I know. That's what I said, before and after the first century. My point is that no matter what time in history you're talking about, that gift is still available to you. People knew about it. It's something that's written about in the stars. It's what it talks about in the Bible, the Mazzaroth. It's something everyone knew about. All generations have known about it. And it's whether or not you decide to
written
free
in
will.
The stars?
Yeah, that's what the Mazzaroth is about. It talks about essentially the story of salvation, about Christ, about the free gift, about the sacrifice. It's why Abraham was willing to sacrifice his firstborn, because he knew that there was a promised son that he was supposed to be given, that was supposed to be sacrificed.
Who wrote this
nonsense?
Who wrote this that you're talking about?
What?
You were saying the Nazareth. Who wrote it?
Well, God is the one that made the stars, so
I didn't
God
know
wrote
what
down
you're calling it, the
author of
Nazareth. And who wrote this book that you're talking about?
Nobody. God talks about it in the book of Job.
No, you're saying that it says this is why Abraham was able to do this. It says this is why this. Like, where are you getting this?
Well, because Abraham was promised a son. So he was promised a son.
We know the story. I'm asking. We know the story. You're speaking of you're speaking of a different text and saying, and it says in the Nazareth, this is why Abraham was willing to sacrifice his son. It does not say why Abraham was willing to do that in this book. So I'm asking, where are you getting this reason from? Are you there?
Oh, someone muted my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was talking for probably like 30 seconds before I realized I was muted. But, so in the Mazzaroth, there's a story that talks about things. God talks about this in the book of Job. But Abraham was promised a son. He was promised a son that was supposed to be sacrificed. He was supposed to be resurrected. So when he was told to sacrifice his son, he probably thought that, hey, he's supposed to be resurrected.
Probably. Sounds like you don't have access to that, and you're kind of just conjecturing.
Well, I mean, it's kind of something that you have. There's speculation in any type of anything. Life is full of speculation. When you read the Bible, like, you kind of have to. You have to speculate. You have to, like, put pieces together. It's just kind of how it is.
What verse are you? Can you take us to the verse so we can read along with you, please?
For what specifically?
For everything that you're saying, this Mazzaroth says that God says this Mazzaroth. Well, yeah, I know that. Like he says, yeah, I know that he mentions it. But I want to be able to read what he's saying that this God says, this Mazzaroth says about all these things. Can you take us to it?
It's all throughout Scripture. I mean, there are.
So you're just making up stuff, right? You are. You're reading the stories in the book. You're adding your own understanding and saying, "Oh, this is why Abraham was willing to do this." Right? This is why God did this. God talks
about various different constellations in the Mazzaroth.
I get it.
Book of Job.
Take me to the explanations that your God gives.
And then in the book of Daniel, God talks about to Daniel, hey,
what's the scripture?
He basically shows them that there's a certain star.
DP, scripture, please.
That's what I'm telling you.
No, you're just saying the book of Daniel. Daniel what, DP, so I can pull it up on screen and read it with you. It's Mazzaroth, y'all.
I know I corrected you and said Mazzaroth.
Yeah, I'm talking to them. I'm talking to my chat.
You were using an N, but regardless.
And I just corrected them so that they know exactly what you are talking about, because we like to learn in here. Okay? What scripture are you talking about? Daniel what?
I'd have to look up the actual verses.
Okay, we'll wait.
But that kind of like
diffuses
my whole point.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. But again, we learn in here.
Basically?
We're learning here. Nope. We don't like to just listen to you yap. What scripture are you talking about?
You can learn by listening to someone and get the point.
Nobody wants to just take your fucking word for it. What scripture? Bring up the scripture. Daniel what?
Well, can I get out my point and then I can bring the scriptures up?
Nope, you cannot.
You bring forth your proof.
You're never going to learn.
And then you bring forth your proof, and that's how it works here.
To someone. You're never going to learn.
I said we will wait. We will wait.
What kind of teacher shows up to class
all
without a book?
All this time, you could have been brought it.
There's more to my point.
Going back and forth.
That's just part of my point.
Bring your proof.
Come on, teacher.
Get the scripture so that we can read it with you, and then we'll listen to you.
I'll find the verse in Daniel.
That's okay, go ahead. We'll wait.
I don't want to stick on that
Get the verse, and we will wait, and then we can read it with you while you are talking.
Will do. I'll grab it real quick. That's not the main point.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But I'll find it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, y'all, we are not even at 50K yet. It's 120. We should be way past it. Come on, get these likes up. I'm turning off the comments. Hey, Thinker has a gift go of the little high bears. So please help her out with that. Continue to tap and let's get these shares to 200. And don't forget to subscribe. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
I wanted to know how Justin has that. Like, how did he add that stuff to his life? Y'all, we may have to reschedule the Come At Me with Dr. Bowen because Justin is going to be out of town this weekend. And so we may have to reschedule it to the 25th, but I'm waiting on Dr. Bowen to confirm.
I do have a question I want to ask him about. I got to write it down so I remember it.
For who,
I think
Dr.
it's
Bowen?
kind of an interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think because I think it's very much in that topic, but it's just something that kind of popped into my head as like a gray area I'm curious about.
Oh, he uses a soundboard.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, like, I forget what it's called because I went up on Joel's live, and he was telling me like what he uses to put his sound through. Maybe he has a soundboard, but that's not what.
Like there are some sounds on here, that I can use, like, but. Nothing.
Well, like if you do I have to look at my search history on Amazon.
Oh, I see. I can add sounds. I can add a sound. I'll have to Download it.
I don't think that one's gonna go with this, but that was pretty cool.
What about this one?
Suspenseful.
Suspense.
Yeah, that's very suspenseful.
We're waiting, DP. We like to learn here.
That suspense is killing
So
me.
you say when somebody comes back with the
I'm
garden.
reading through it, but yeah, I definitely don't think you guys like to learn much.
Yeah, go ahead and
that's
take your
fine.
shots, you dumb
Here
bitch.
we go. Oh my goodness.
I hate you fucking crybabies so much.
Yeah. Like,
I'm not crying, it's just being honest. You have
if
to,
that's the case,
like,
then we would
listen.
be
Who cares? Like, we don't care what you think. Please
we would
just
be
find the
asking
text.
you to
You're
look for
literally
the
crying.
shit. Like, you're full of shit. We wouldn't be asking you to look for it. Like, use your damn brain.
Let me get my thought out if you like to learn.
Like you brought up the Maseroth. We want to know more about it. We want to know what it says in the Bible. We want to know how. Like, you're talking from it. It says this. It says that. Take us to the text so we can see what the Maseroth says.
So in the New Testament from Daniel, you remember the story where like the three wise men found the star like they've been looking for, and that's how they knew the location of where Jesus was born.
The Magi. The thing
Yeah,
that y'all
the
were,
Magi.
the things that y'all are not supposed to use. Astrology.
Oh no. In terms of like all the different new agey esoteric nonsense
I mean, it's
that people kind of
astrology.
ascribe to those things.
It's astrology. Go ahead. The stars
But
and
the
like signs
stars,
from the
if-
stars. Yeah.
If the biblical God is real, he made the stars.
But
so
what does this
it's-
have to do with Abraham knowing why Abraham
Well,
was
with
willing?
David.
No,
Sorry,
DP,
with Daniel.
DP. You were saying that the Maseroth tells you why Abraham was willing to sacrifice Isaac, right? That is what I am waiting for you to find. The things that you were saying prior to this, you were saying the Maseroth says this, the Maseroth says that. You notice how I put an M in front of that? Because I looked up
This time,
what
yeah.
you were saying, right? So that I could better understand.
Well, the verse that I
Right.
said I was looking for was in Daniel.
Okay,
That's what
even though you were looking, right, you were looking for the verse in Daniel to back up what you were saying about Abraham. That's what I'm looking for.
Men, the Magi in the New Testament, were looking into the words of Daniel, and they found indication that there was supposed to be a new star coming, which in chapter 12 you can kind of see it a little
you're just
bit.
gonna
But
skip. I'm sorry, DP. You're just gonna like try to fly by what you said about Abraham, about what this Maseroth said about Abraham and why Abraham was willing to kill his son for this God. You're just gonna fly by that.
well, when you look at the Maseroth and you look at what the scriptures say about it, and like Job and things like that,
Yeah, what does the scripture
talks about
say?
the different-
Hey, hold on.
he talks about how he hung the constellations in the sky, and he mentions specific ones.
I am talking. Okay.
Okay.
What does the scripture say about the Maseroth? What does it say?
It talks about, in the book of Job, it talks about how God has hung the different constellations in the sky. It's talking about like.
Wait, it says
different
that
ones,
is
like
the Maseroth? That it says that is the Maseroth?
Well, if you let me finish, he talks about.
No.
being the Maseroth. He talks
Do
about
you
who makes
understand the question that
Maseroth,
I'm
who makes-
asking you? Do you understand the question I am asking?
Well, if I can talk, I can kind of naturally flow into the.
I don't
the
care
answer
about.
that
I
you're
don't.
asking.
Listen, I'm not asking you to just yap. I asked you a very specific question. What does the book of Job say about the Maseroth?
That God made it, and that He mentions different constellations from it.
Where does it say?
that he
Where does it say?
mentions-
Hold on. Okay. Where else in the book of Job does it say that this God made constellations from the Maseroth?
I'll find the verses in
Thank
Job.
you. Thank you.
What you told me to send? What you told me to
Yep,
look for
and you
was
did, and you came
those
back with
verses
something
in
different.
Daniel.
No, I did. I told you to look for the verses in Daniel that talk about why Abraham was willing to kill his son. You came back with something different. Now you're talking about something different.
You
I'm
didn't
asking you to
specify that
back up.
specifically, but-
Yes, I did. I'm asking you to back up what you're saying now. Okay, where in the book of Job does it say that your God created constellations from the Maseroth? And then better yet, DP, do me this favor. Better yet, where in the book?
32.
Hold on. Do you not see that on the screen? Are you not looking?
32.
Are you not looking at the screen?
What? Oh, I wasn't looking at that. No.
And it definitely does not say that God created constellations from the Mazzaroth.
Can you lead forth the Mazzaroth in their season? In context, he's asking Job, can you do these things? Because he does these things.
Right,
he's
but where does it say that God created the constellations from the Mazzaroth? That's what I'm asking you to find me in the book of Job.
There are other verses in there. So if you look through.
What are they?
Well, you haven't even given me a chance to look them up.
Well, you kept talking and you're not answering the question that I'm asking.
Let's see some other verses. 32, so 38, 32 talks about, is that 32? Where was it at? 32, 31. Can thou bind the sweet influences of the Pleiades or loose the bands of Orion?
Yep, that's talking about Pleiades and Orion. I'm asking about
those are the two constellations that he made.
But does it say that?
Right there.
But does it say that the Mazzaroth is that? Does it say
that's part of the Mazzaroth? Those are constellations.
Where does it say that the Mazzaroth is constellations? That's what I'm asking you.
Can you bring forth them? So, do you know what the Mazzaroth is?
No, that's what I'm asking you. Where are you getting the definition of what the Mazzaroth is?
Because there's a historically understood definition of what the Mazzaroth is.
Where are you getting it from?
That's what I'm talking about.
Where are you getting this historical definition of what it is? Where?
The Bible talks about honey, but it never defines what honey is. So
I can go to a dictionary
it's just
and look at.
Hey,
I can go. No, that's not the same thing, and that's fine. Let's say I'm not intellectual. Okay, you already said that I was not intellectual. I'll take that. Okay, talk to me like DP. Talk to me like I'm 5. Talk to me like I'm 5. Where is this historical definition of the Mazzaroth? Where can I find it? What resource, please?
So there's many different resources. You'd have to go outside the Bible for this.
Okay.
I know you guys don't like to do that, but
no, we do that all the time, DP. That's what we do in here. We research. There's
many different ancient recordings of the Mazzaroth from all these different cultures, both in that area, other areas like China, South America. But what's interesting about the Mazzaroth is they all share the same exact name for the constellations, all of them. But they all talk about things that aren't really connected to the pantheons of those people in the geographic locations of South America. Can you give me the resource,
please? Can you give me the resource that has done the study on this? What's the resource?
So there's a few different books from the late 1800s, some in the 1600s. Probably some of the biggest ones.
What are the names, please? What books?
The Gospel in the Stars by E.W. Bullinger is a big one. Okay, there are works that he cited.
One second. One second. Yeah, I'm going to change the book on the screen, but before I change the book here, because I'm going to look up see if we can find some information on it. But I just wanted to show y'all the quote from Tertullian about not having, advising apologists to never argue the scriptures with heretics because the heretic might win. So that's what I just wanted to show y'all right quick. Now let's go to what's the name of the book? Hold on, wait.
Let's get those taps up, guys.
The Witness in the Stars, the Gospel in the Stars, something like that. E.W. Bullinger is his name.
Let me see. Let me look up Mazzaroth.
It's a pretty good book.
Let's see.
But in that chapter of Job, he mentions several different constellations, and he's talking about it in the context of, I'm the one that has created these things, that regulates these things. But the Mazzaroth, when it mentions in its season, it's interesting because...
In the zodiac. Hold on.
Oh, you're still trying. I'll wait. I think that the New Agey concept of you can't date a Pisces, I think that's nonsense, but I think that the stars are there to tell us something. And you can kind of infer that based on the ancient definitions.
Yeah, but I'm not studying that. What I need to find is this written information that they got from the stars that says The Maseroth says this is why Abraham was willing to kill his son. The Maseroth says this is why this happened. That's what I'm looking for.
You're not going to find anything like that. It's just the story the Maseroth says that, like, from culture to culture, all say the same thing. It makes sense why if Abraham would have studied the stars, he would have seen the story that, you know, God's supposed to provide like a son.
How are you getting that? That's what I'm asking. That's
how am I getting what?
That's no different than somebody practicing the zodiac signs and writing horoscopes and saying the stars. I see this in the stars for you. That's different.
It's different.
How is it like different? Because you're saying that an Israelite did it.
Well, the main reason why I would say it's different is because there are, like I said, there's different pantheons from culture to culture, right? They all have different deity names. They all have different stories. But what's interesting about the Maseroth is they all have pretty much the same exact names from culture to culture. They all have the same exact story.
How is it different? How is it different when a Christian does it or an Israelite does it versus a Egyptian? Why is it okay? Why is it okay for a Christian to say that the stars tell you a story and somebody who's Egyptian saying the stars is telling them a story? How is that different?
Well, this is the main the story is the same from culture to culture. That's the most important part about it.
There ain't no stories in Egypt about Abraham trying to sacrifice his son. You're saying the Maseroth tells the story. Listen, I'm gonna say my question again. Okay, I'm gonna say my question again, and I need you to listen very carefully. Okay, you said that the Maseroth tells the story of why Abraham wanted to kill his son for this God. Okay?
That's not really what I was meaning.
I'm sorry. What did he say? If that ain't what, if you didn't say that, I would have fucking flew by this. I don't give a fuck about this. But you're making a claim. Hold on. You're making a claim, right? That because I thought you were talking about a different book. That's why I said, what book are you talking about, right?
Oh, I got
because you were speaking from it as if this is a book that you've read and this is what it says, right? Now you're saying something different. If you're not saying that, then we can fucking move on, because this is useless. You're just saying a bunch of stuff. I don't care about this. Are you changing it now?
No, I'm not changing what I said. What I said is that I can see why Abraham would have thought that his son would just be resurrected if you look at the story that's in the Maseroth, because it makes sense.
Listen, if you look at the story that's in the Maseroth, okay, listen to what you just said, okay? Hold on.
The Maseroth is the constellations.
Wait.
It's not like a book or anything.
I get it. But you just said, I can see why Abraham would have thought that his son was going to be resurrected if you look at the story that's told in the Maseroth. That's like you saying, I've read the story that's in the Maseroth, and now I can see why Abraham thought his son was going to resurrect. How the fuck have you read the story that's in the Maseroth? That's what I would like to know.
By reading that book that I talked about, he mentions the resources he gives are incredible. Right.
So you read some human, right, writing a book like, let's say this guy, Kevin Jones. Kevin Jones practices astrology, biblical astrology or something like that. And Kevin Jones says, this is what the stars say. And you're taking Kevin Jones' words on what the constellation says about Abraham. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, not at all.
Okay. When you say that you can see why, right? And you say by reading that book, what do you mean by that? Are you there? This isn't his book, y'all. He's not promoting his book. I don't know whose book this is. I just pulled this up. I can't hear anything though.
Yeah, the book was written, I think, in the early 1900s. Because
he left.
I think his phone went out. I think something happened. Yeah, because he just stopped talking. Huh?
I'm sorry. The author was born in 1893. So I don't know when it was. I have a copy of it up here. There's probably a copyright date on it. So
I'm trying to figure out if he's saying that, this is what I know for a fact this is what the Mazzaroth says because I read it in the book. That's what I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
Sorry, my internet's kind of bad. What I was saying is if you read his book, he gives so many different sources for like hieroglyphics and ancient languages talking about the stars. And it's interesting because all the different cultures have the same name for the stars. They have the same images for if you look at the bear, like the Little Dipper, it's a bear in pretty much every culture, which it doesn't look like. It looks like a little spoon, kind of, or like Cassiopeia in almost every culture.
Yeah, we know that.
Ursa Major is the Little Dipper. Is that right?
Ursa Minor and Ursa Minor is the Little Dipper. Ursa Major.
Listen. We are well familiar with the zodiacs, right? Like we know all of that. My question is, Abraham, this extra commentary in these stars. That's the question, right? And so what I'm trying to understand that you're saying that because you read this book that was written, or these many books that were written, that says that the Mazzaroth tells the story of why Abraham was willing to kill his son. Therefore, you accept that as truth?
No, I'm just like, I can see why he would think that his son would be resurrected. That's all I'm saying. Because it's not just the names and the figures in the stars that are consistent throughout many different cultures. It's in the stars that are consistent throughout many different cultures. It's the stories that are kind of constellations, mainly the 12 constellations.
What stories?
There's different. It seems that based on the writings that he found and that you can find online, if you read his book and kind of look at the sources he mentions, it seems like there's for the different 4 seasons that there's like 4 sections of the story that talk about essentially God and what he plans to do. But it's kind of the same story from culture to culture, even though they don't really. Most cultures don't have stories about a God who sacrifices his son and things like that. But if you look at that story, I can kind of understand.
Egypt doesn't have a story about Abraham sacrificing his son. There's no story in Egypt.
I'm not saying specifically Abraham. I'm not saying anything like that.
There's no flood narrative in Egypt either. There's no record in Egypt regarding the global flood.
Mantheo talks about.
Mantheo lies a lot, but also there is no flood record.
Well, our education's based on him. Like if you look at the
historical record, and he lies a lot. And he lies a lot. Like literally, there's also no record of the Israelites in Egypt enslaved. Right?
Found. I'm sure probably the
over
Catholic
200
Church has it.
over 200 no they don't. Over 200 excavations. Do. Okay, well, you can believe whatever you want. Over 200 excavations done. Nothing in Egyptian records. Nothing in the wilderness path showing that any settlements of any large group of travelers camping in a wilderness for 38 years. And there's one town that they list that they stayed for 38 years of the 40 they were in the wilderness, and there's not one trace of any large group of people settling in that land during the late Bronze Age. Over 200 excavations. They have been looking and looking and looking and have come up empty every time. Even Bible colleges.
What do you do with the golden chariot wheels in the bottom of that pass?
Oh my gosh. That shit has been debunked 1,000 times. I'm exaggerating 1,000. But I'm talking about real archaeology. I'm not talking about some blog article from Ron Wyatt.
What would you do about the New York Times?
Listen, hold on. I'm talking about scholarly reports, archaeological reports where opposing archaeologists have reviewed the data, right, and agreed with the data that the data is correct, right? Over 200 excavations. But that's not the point. What I'm saying is, like you're saying, that the constellations for each nation have the same stories, except they don't. So what it sounds like to me is that some human, right, created these records of these stories, put them in a book or wrote them down somewhere. And you're saying this is what the Mazzaroth says. Because did you know that what the fuck is her name? Yo, oh my God, why can't I remember her name? The black woman that led people out of slavery. What the fuck?
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet fucking Tubman, but she has another name. Why the fuck couldn't I remember her name? Harriet Tubman used the stars, and the stars told her a different story. But they called her a demon. They said that she was demonic, right, for using the stars.
Araminta Ross.
Araminta Ross, thank you. Araminta Ross. Araminta Ross, before her name became Harriet Tubman, she used the stars. And they called her demonic. And the stars was telling her
I definitely think it can be dangerous, depending on how you do it, but...
yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, these are humans saying this is what the stars say. It's a human saying this. You're saying God said this in the Maseroth. God said this in the Maseroth. Like, that's...
he makes a very compelling argument. Like, it was his life study. I didn't research it as much as he did. I just kind of going off of the resources that he provided, and I've dug into some of the resources. Some of them you can't find because he wrote the book, a long time ago. You can't really find all those resources now.
But he's still a human with an opinion. Even if he did do studies, he's still a human.
Any historian
with
or writer has an opinion.
Exactly. But you're saying God said. You're taking the words of another human and saying it's God.
I can see what you're saying. I'm definitely not saying the Maseroth is infallible, but I'm just saying, to me, it makes sense, considering I believe the Maseroth to be true. From my perspective, it makes sense to why Abraham might have been willing to do that. Like, he might have thought this. I'm not saying he did think that. I'm just saying to me, it makes sense that he might have thought that. That's kind of what I was saying. But regardless,
let me read this super chat from YouTube right quick.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Conquistador. Conquistador says the only actual evidence of a Israelite settlement would be the Elephantine Island, something that would also poke holes in the Exodus story. I agree, and then that happened at a much later time where they were in after Babylon, when Nebuchadnezzar came in. But yeah.
I'd be Elephantine Island. I'll have to look into that. That's kind of interesting. Have you guys looked into like New York Times, the giant bones that were found? Like you can still find that on their website. There's like dozens and dozens of articles about like
the
15
fossils.
feet long. I don't know if it's fossils necessarily, but it's bones like 15 feet, 16 feet long, or tall humans found like the
you're talking about giants?
Yeah. And you can still find it on the New York Times website. It's like the records of their articles from like the 1800s, 1900s.
Yeah.
That in and of itself, to me, like disproves evolution, because theoretically speaking, wouldn't that be like an example of de-evolution?
No.
They found them, and then the Smithsonian would come in and sweep them up. And you don't hear anything about it, but literally, don't believe me, go Google it right now. Google New York Times giant bones in like the 1800s, 1880s, 1910s. There's dozens of them in America.
No, you do realize that some of these this is why I don't like getting into these types of conversations, because I think like people take like a blog article and say this is research, like this is fact, right? There was a guy. It
doesn't matter that it's the New York Times. I promise you, it doesn't matter. Like, people were running scams for centuries. There's not an article about this that's later than 1925.
Yeah, it's old. It was very old. Yeah. The 1800s is a weird time.
As I was trying to say, there is a guy, right? So several men have done this, but there was one guy who claimed that he found giant bones, right? And he ended up taking the giant bones on tour. He gets to Louisiana, and a scientist comes and inspects his so-called giant and basically puts his ass on blast, because he made the hip bones from something else, but the bones that he had found was of a big ass snuffleupagus type animal,
like a mammoth.
Yeah, like a mammoth. Yeah. But he was parading it around
off as human,
yeah,
or giant, whatever. I mean, that's the thing they did at that time. Like they'd have like freak shows or like world exhibits with people, and they would literally like kidnap people. Now, this isn't something like a supernatural or anything. They would literally like take people. They'd go to other cultures, take people who were like living their normal ass lives, and come and make them do like put fucking bones through their nose and shit. And they weren't living like that.
Probably.
Basically, like they captured it, but they did. It was just like a way to make money. So this stuff I have to take with a grain of salt. You can do what you want with it, but like.
Ben Green from YouTube says this lady just loves her sin. I do. And doesn't want to believe God is real, thinking she can escape judgment. And then he says, because she doesn't want to believe, she loves not the truth and takes pleasure in unrighteousness. I love facts. I love data. I love knowledge. I would rather know than have to fucking believe. And the fact that you have to believe means that you don't fucking have truth either, because you have to just believe because you don't fucking know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. What's also interesting about the giant thing is that the Smithsonian actually has records of like sweeping down and taking up all these different accounts. So if they're just make believe snuffleupagus animals in those instances, it's weird that
why. But there's nobody trying to hide a woolly mammoth existing. What would be their motivation? Because I feel like this kind of belies an understanding of what science does. Right? Do you know how famous the scientists who overturned the present theory of evolution would be? Like, do you think there's some kind of cabal to keep the current working definition as is?
for evolution?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I definitely don't believe in evolution at all.
That's not what I said.
Oh, sorry. I broke up in the middle of that.
So I said, do you think there's some kind of group or collective that is vested in making sure the definition or the working model of evolution doesn't change, right? That what would be their motivation in covering up a finding of giant skeletons?
Well, their main reason in hiding that is kind of if you see things like that, and a lot of people I've talked to, it will make them more likely to believe in God. And that's kind of their next initiative, is trying to make people lose their faith in God in any way possible. It talks about it in it's kind of conspiratorial, but it talks about it in like the learned elders, like the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. It talks about it and many different things.
Yeah.
People have said they discredited it,
that
but
name around.
But is it like a TikTok thing?
No, it's just like a anti-Semitic, like trope conspiracy book.
That is also a demographic, I would say, is responsible for a lot of the mistruths that have been kind of passed around
I
as
gotta
well.
take you down. Like he just told you not to be anti-Semitic, and you're like, let me be anti-Semitic some more. The fuck?
Well, I mean, that's just how it is.
Yeah, bye, bitch.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, scratch a conspiracy theorist and a Nazi bleeds.
He's blocked, y'all.
It's their shit is so flimsy. Like, the reason that no scientist is gonna buck convention and literally win a Nobel Prize inside, like, no doubt, hands down, if you were to turn evolution on its head, you are a hero. You're not a villain. And then to say it's because they were afraid people would find God. You couldn't get A to B with a 10-foot pole on that.
That I don't know why, but that conversation just like made my head hurt, honestly.
Yeah, I really can't stand people like that with the disingenuous, like, you're gonna share this wisdom with you, but you don't want to learn it. It's like, dude, you don't have wisdom. You got a fucking tinfoil hat and red string.
And then like
you need me to bring somebody else up.
Yeah, I tried to bring Lisa G up, but it ain't working on my end. I'm pressing accept and nothing's happening.
Yeah, I'll probably stick around for one more if that's cool.
Yeah. And then I think, like, when they say they get upset, they just expect us to just accept what comes out of their head. And and because you like, where did you get that from? Take me to the scripture. Oh, you don't want to believe. Why? Because I don't fucking just accept what you say?
It's in this guy's book from 1920.
Like, what?
It's in the New York Times from 1882. Like, come on, dude. Those people were getting scammed. Like, you know how much dumb shit has gone into the New York Times? Hell, you should have told him he probably would have agreed with me. Like, all the 9/11 stuff that was in the New York Times and weapons of mass destruction, all that was in the New York, like, you know, it's not exactly, being in the New York Times doesn't make something true.
It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
National Call was up here for a few minutes, but then they timed out.
Yeah. Kern?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I think this is going to be an issue.
Huh?
So what?
Yeah, it could be.
Why?
Well, it's not going smooth so far, but hey, Kern, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I believe in God, yes.
Do you believe in the God
however,
of the Bible?
I'm not too sure about that.
Do you believe in the God of the Christian
Yes.
Bible?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so pick a topic.
Can you
Pick
just
it up.
quickly? Yeah, can you just say the thing you said you're not sure about? What was that?
Well,
He doesn't call
it's
himself a
simple, really.
Christian.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't. I believe in God, and that's it.
Okay.
Can you pick a topic? Wait, you don't believe in Jesus?
Oh, I do. What I'm saying is Christianity changed during the course of the
Okay,
time
that's
coming
fine.
up.
I'm just trying to
You
make
see
sure.
him do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Exactly.
Okay, can you pick a topic, please?
That's topic. This first one here, the devil belongs to believers. I mean, it's a statement, right? So, how did you? I would like to talk about that one. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What do you want to say
I want to
about it?
understand what the statement is, like, fully understand how they came about saying something like this. I have the call. I'm sorry. How could they? I like to understand things
because I
why
don't believe in
don't
your
believe.
God, I don't believe in your devil. That's not my character to believe in. That's yours. That's your belief system.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Fair enough.
Okay, are
So,
you done?
Now the question is, now I'm here to learn, just like how you want to learn. I'm here to learn too. So we're not gonna argue. We're gonna have
I didn't ask you that. I said, are you done? You said fair enough. I said, are you done?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not done. We're going into the conversation. I just want to understand.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
Like, what we going to do. Have a conversation. I've been
Okay,
listening
if you're
to this
not done,
for a
what do you
while.
have to say next? Please go.
You don't need the police.
Why don't you believe in God?
That's not up there. I don't owe you that. I don't fucking know you.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Well, you know what? Then I'll just listen in the background, I guess.
You gonna listen from the comments?
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you for coming up.
Same to you.
All right, that one doesn't count.
I don't know why they think that we owe them an explanation. I don't owe you that.
What the hell? That's crazy. I'm watching a video. A single-celled organism eats a fellow single-celled organism.
Say that again?
It's a video of a single-celled so it's like a microscope video, right? And it's a single-celled organism eats a fellow single-celled organism.
Oh my gosh.
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's like, it kind of like, think of like a snake, but like kind of a wider snake. Just goes up and like puts its like mouth around this thing and just takes like just wild. You don't think of that. Like, you think single cell, you don't think like a bunch of moving parts.
Yeah. I saw a video the other day of how the white blood cells go throughout the cells, and it looks like it's like checking on all of the cells. And the guy, he was narrating it, and he was like, you can see the white blood cell like going throughout the cells, like, y'all okay? Any phlegm over here? Any alcohol over here? Like, just like going throughout the cells, like checking on everything. I was like, man, that is so cool.
Yeah, it's crazy, like how at that like that level of scale, it's still so. There's still so much to it.
Yeah.
Like people think infinite big, and you kind of try to think about infinite small.
Isaac, how are you?
Doing good. Doing pretty good.
That's good. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstruct? Let me finish first. Are you deconstructing or thinking about it, or are you an atheist? That was 3 things. Which one?
I am a Christian. I got to be under.
Okay. We don't need a background.
Yes, that's a phone call.
Yeah. I was trying. So we don't need a background. We understand that you are a Christian. Go ahead and pick a topic, please.
Sorry about that. Is it back?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Go ahead and pick a topic, please.
Oh, pick a topic. Oh, out of one of these? Mm-hmm. Oh, there's like the Old Testament. Oh. These are pretty good questions. What do you mean by the first one? The devil belongs to believers. I just want to know what that means.
Mac, do you want to take this one before you go?
I'll follow your lead. I'll chime in.
Okay.
This is one you can definitely speak to better than me.
Okay. I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your devil. That's your characters and your story and your belief system. Doesn't belong to me. You believe in the devil. I don't.
Okay. That's it. So are you, if I can ask you, are you just...
Nope. Nope, I don't answer. Nope. That's not what this forum is for. Like,
okay.
Do you have anything else to say about that topic, or like, do you agree?
I mean, we can say I don't believe in the law and I can still break it, and then I would still get judged and get a sentence.
What law are you talking about?
I'm just speaking about if I were to go over the speed limit or rob a bank, just because I didn't believe in that law, that wouldn't mean that I would be getting away from it.
Yeah. Can the law be presented to you in the physical?
Can the law be presented to me in the physical?
Yeah. Like, is there something that can happen here in the physical where you can see that law actually exists and that it's real and not something made up or just a belief system?
I mean, yeah, in most cases.
I'm sorry?
I said in most cases, yes.
If you go over the speed limit, right, because you don't believe that there is a law that says that you have to drive the speed limit, and a police officer pulls you over and hands you a ticket, is the law now real?
Yes, but either way it was...
Okay, do that for the devil for me, please.
Do that for the devil. Well, I guess we don't find that out till after we die, so neither you nor I can prove that necessarily.
Because it is a belief. The devil is just as immaterial as your God.
Oh yeah, he's definitely immaterial, all right? Right. You're right about that.
Yeah, so you have to believe in the devil just like you have to believe in your God. That's why you call yourself a believer, right? I don't believe, right, and I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your devil, therefore I am not a believer. Therefore the devil is a character in your belief system, not mine.
I wouldn't say he's just a character. I would say he's very real.
To you he is. And if you say he's very real, I just asked you to make him real for me the way I just made the law real for you.
Physical. All right. See, we're not going to make much there. I guess the reason that I would believe there is a devil is because, well, I believe in the biblical stories. I think there's sufficient enough evidence physically, especially for the Gospels and and just the profoundness of the entirety of the Bible. Since it just declares a lot, it makes a lot of bold claims, and since I find those claims and I find the evidence for them to be overwhelmingly true, I would say that's the case for it.
You're still talking about a belief system. And no, you said the word believe multiple times. You said the word, but I'm sorry, why are you talking while I'm talking? Did I do that to you?
No. I just think you're putting my position wrongly.
You said the word believe 3 or 4 times in your answer. Even though you said evidence, you still choose to believe because that's all you can do, because you cannot present this devil. And I'm going to give you another chance. Make the devil real the way I made that law real for you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was muted. I think what I'm getting at is, if the claims that Christ made were true, if the claims that the Gospels record were true, and Jesus rose from the dead, then he proved what he said. Is that right? Let me ask you this. If Jesus rose from the dead, if he actually did that, would that prove his claim?
Claim of what?
Claims of there being a heaven, of there being a hell.
We're not talking about a heaven or a hell, though, are we?
Okay, fine. We're talking about the devil. If we're going to keep it to the devil, Jesus spoke of the devil. If he rose from the grave, would those claims become true? Not become true, but would they prove him to be true?
No.
So someone raising from the dead does not prove anything to you?
Someone raising from the dead does not mean that everything that came out of their mouth is truth.
Wow. You would have to have a really good explanation for me then about that.
If I tell you that I'm talking to you right now on TikTok in a $500,000 house, is everything that I said to you true because I am talking to you on TikTok?
No, but I didn't see it, and I don't know anybody around me that says they saw it. Yet
but does that mean that everything that I said in that sentence is true automatically because I am talking to you on TikTok?
I'm really struggling to get what your point is and how it's consistent with the claims that Christ made.
You asked me if Jesus rose from the dead, would that mean that Satan is real? Because Jesus talked about the devil. Yep. That's what you asked me. And I said no. I said no. And I said no because one thing being true about a person doesn't make everything about a person true. If I say to you that I am talking to you right now on TikTok from a $500,000 house, it doesn't make everything that I said in that sentence true. Just because it is true that I am talking to you on TikTok. The lie would be that I am talking to you from a $500,000 house.
So, yeah, I can give you an example. You would agree that Abraham Lincoln was a president?
Yes.
Does that mean that he also hunted vampires?
No.
Because the movie Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter says that he was a president and that he hunted vampires?
No, but I think what you're saying there's not nearly equivalent to the
Sure it is. They're separate claims.
They're not separate claims.
How are they not separate?
Because I'm talking about consistent claims that Christ talked about and claims that he said he would prove when he rose.
What about Jesus coming back from the dead makes Satan true?
Well, it's pretty profound. If someone rises from the dead and I see
I didn't say that it's not profound. I said what makes the Satan part true.
But it's very, very, it's very profound. Okay, if someone raises from the dead and you see that, if someone does some kind of miraculous thing in front of you, are you not going to hear them out and believe what they say?
Nero raised from the dead. Do you believe everything Nero said?
No.
Osiris.
There is a claim that Nero raised from the dead. Do you believe everything that Nero said?
No, because his claim is not substantiated by anything.
Neither is your Jesus's. Other than stories.
He had 20,000 people who went to war for him. What are you talking about?
Neither was your Jesus's. Your Jesus has stories in a book that is very, very questionable. Like, that's it. There's no archaeological evidence for your Jesus raising from the dead.
It's really weird that you completely dismiss the Nero thing out of hand. You know nothing about it. Because I guarantee you this was the first time you heard it.
I'm dismissing the Nero thing because it holds no substantial.
Neither does your Jesus.
You've heard it before?
But it does. It has.
You've heard it before? You know the story? You know the story of the resurrected Nero? Yes or no?
Does it matter whether I know it or not?
Of course.
Why does it matter? No, actually, this speaks volumes right now to it.
No, literally doesn't, because you're dismissing it out of hand with knowing no details of it.
And I'm saying that it's very profound that the resurrection story of Christ has persisted this long. And Nero's has not.
So did Nero's. Nero's story was written in 68 CE before your Jesus' story was written. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, your Jesus, the first that anybody, stop talking while I'm talking. God damn. Jesus needs to teach y'all how to be respectful, right? Or how to have conversations. Nero's story was written in 68 CE before this Jesus' story was written. Nobody wrote about Jesus resurrecting from the dead until well after 70 CE, because even the first book of Mark never said that this Jesus resurrected from the dead. It implied it, but it didn't say it.
That's very debatable, and I don't think that really aligns with a lot of evidence.
It's not debatable. We can look at the book of Mark, chapter 16.
The original the original manuscript ends.
I know about Mark. Absolutely, I know the original manuscript.
So why is it debatable if you know about it?
Because Paul's letters were written in the 40s, 50s,
but
and 60s.
Paul never said anything about this Jesus. Paul said Christ. They added Jesus Christ to Paul's letters. Paul did not say that his Christ was the son of the God of Israel. Marcion thought that the God of Israel was the devil. And Marcion was the first person in history. Marcion was the first person in history to ever have Paul's letters. So there is no way in hell Marcion was going around preaching that his Christ was the son of the God of Israel.
I think every one of our first century sources tells that. I'm definitely going to have to look into Marcion. I've heard of Marcion. Let me write that down. I actually want to look into Marcion now. Thank you. But what I will say is that it's pretty consistent with the rest of the New Testament what Paul attributes to Christ. I'm gonna say again. I'm going to say again. The Christ that Marcion was talking about was not the Jesus that was invented by the early church fathers to marry Judaism and Christianity. Marcion's Christ was the son of a different God. That's what Marcion taught. Why are we worried about Marcion?
Because Marcion is the first person in history to have Paul's letters.
First person in history to have Paul's letters.
Yes, they took Paul's letters. They took Paul's letters from Marcion.
No.
Yes, they did. That is historical. No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. I mean, he wrote them to the churches, and what we know about early letters at the time was they were usually copied and sent to other places.
Sure.
That's not just biblical, like first century Christians. That's with many letters and decrees that people would make and send to each other. Mm-hmm. The whole idea of textual criticism.
Do me a favor. I'm going to show you mine. You show me yours. Show me that Marcion was not the first person in history to have Paul's letters. You show me mine. I'm going to show you mine, and you show me yours.
I'm trying to get at what you're saying. Are you saying Marcion just took all the letters of Paul and changed them all?
Marcion was the first person in history to have the Pauline letters. Marcion was the first person in history to have a New Testament canon. They got the letters from Marcion, who did not believe that the God of Israel was the father of his Christ. Marcion taught that the God of Israel was an evil entity who came and messed up the world, taught the humans bad things, and his Christ was the son of a different God who came to correct what that God messed up. That was Marcion's teachings. That's why when the early church took his letters, they banned him as a heretic.
Okay, so what does that prove? What does Marcion prove?
Marcion, having Paul's letters first. Paul, there's a scripture in Paul's letters where he says there is one commandment that fulfills the whole law. One.
Mm-hmm.
How many commandments did Jesus say fulfill the whole law?
I'm not exactly sure. Tell me.
2.
There's 2?
Yeah. Love the God with all your heart, mind, body, and strength, and whatever it is. And then love your neighbors as yourself.
Well, yeah.
Do you know why Marcion's letters would not have that first one?
Why are we saying Marcion's Paul?
Because Marcion was the first Paulinist we know of. It would later be a matter of some embarrassment to the church fathers that the earliest readers and devotees of the Pauline epistles were the Marcionites and the Valentinian Gnostics. We know of no Paulinists before the second century Christians.
We know that. Wait. Say that again.
I'm reading to you from the pre-Nicene text, 54 accumulative text. The book in front of you. Do you see that on the screen?
Yeah, let me see this. Yeah, where is this from?
This is from a book called The Pre-Nicene Text by Robert M. Miller. Marcion was the first Paulinist we know of. It would later be a matter of some embarrassment to the church fathers that the earliest readers and devotees of the Pauline epistles were the Marcionites and the Valentinian Gnostics. We know of no Paulinists before the second century Christians. The mid-first century existence of Pauline Christianity is simply an inference, admittedly a natural one, from taking the authorship and implied dates of the Pauline epistles at face value as works representing a wing of first century Christianity. It is quite possible that the Pauline literature is the product of Marcionite and Gnostic movements in the late first and early second centuries. Even if most of the Pauline epistles are genuinely from the first century, the most likely candidate for the first collector of the corpus remains Marcion. No one else in the relevant time period would have had either the interest or the opportunity. No one was as interested in Paul as Marcion. Marcion was the first person in history to possess the letters of Paul and make them into a New Testament canon. Marcion's canon consisted of Paul's letters and a shorter version of Luke, which is our Acts today. Which is part of our Acts, not the whole book of Acts, but part of our Acts today. Marcion was a Gnostic who believed that the God of Israel was evil and that his Christ was the son of a different God who came here to correct what the first God messed up.
Yeah, so I think the biggest problem I'm having right now with this idea that Marcion, I guess what you're claiming is he changed the Pauline epistles.
Marcion didn't change the Pauline epistles. The early church fathers did. They changed it to make it orthodoxy, to make it Catholic orthodoxy. Marcion had them first. Marcion wasn't teaching what the early church Christians was teaching. They took the letters from Marcion and made them orthodoxy. And then they took the Jewish scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, and married the two texts.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that, okay, when would they have changed them? You're saying in Nicaea?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, I'm just wondering when they would have changed the texts, and also how many would they have
They did it
changed?
over a couple of 100 years. It took centuries for them to finally get to a approved set of orthodoxy scriptures. I'm not talking about the King James. I'm talking about the list of approved scriptures. But this book and
that one, and yeah, I'll write down the other one too, because I'd like to read these. I do enjoy reading, especially different points of view that challenge. I think the only issue, I guess my next question would be, do we have the manuscript evidence of these changes?
Yeah, I just had one up on the board. Like, you can go to greekcenter.org and just look at the original, like the oldest copies we have. We don't have any originals, but this book here, the pre-Nicene New Testament, that's what it tells you how the New Testament was formulated, how they decided what would be scripture, the 5 criterion for that, and then it's one more book. Did I pass it already?
Where's this?
Damn, where is it? Y'all are getting to look into my mind. There's some weird shit on here. Oh my God, where is this book at? Damn. Maybe it's on a different app, but there's another book titled The Origins of the Biblical Canon. Hold on.
Is that what it's called? And I can just find it.
How the fuck can I spell?
Is it by Lee Martin McDonald?
Yeah, Lee Martin McDonald.
The Biblical Canon? Its origin, transmission, and authority?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll read that.
What's the title of it? The Biblical Canon? Is this it right here? Hold on.
Man, there's a lot of books about the canon. Wow. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna...
But that's the book. You read those 2 books.
I'm definitely going to dive into manuscript evidence for, I guess, because I thought your claim was different than what you said. I didn't mean to miss your claim that it wasn't Marcion that changed it. It was nice. It was Christians that changed it over time.
Did they take? They must have taken it off forever, and or maybe it's on a different. Maybe it's on a different app.
But I want to get that right. That's your claim. Is that okay? I'll definitely want to look into the manuscript part of it because for a while I was really fascinated. Have you ever? Do you know who Polycarp is?
Yeah.
I was really fascinated with his letter in the first century, because I'm pretty sure he calls out Marcion. He says Marcion.
They all call him out.
No, but the difference is that Polycarp uses a ton of scriptures. He uses a lot of. I think he uses quotes from every book in the New Testament except for like 2 or 3 of them. So it was really interesting that already the early church fathers were recognizing these books as canon. I've also heard it said by a couple different scholars now that even if we didn't have any manuscripts for the New Testament, that we would be able to piece it together from the early church fathers. And it's really fascinating to me because if they really went through and changed every text of Paul and all these things, then they would have had to gone back and change Polycarp's letters and Irenaeus's volumes against heresy and Ignatius.
Changed it for what? Changed it for what? Because they all said that he was a heretic. Why would they have to change their letters? Like Polycarp said that Marcion was the firstborn of Satan. Like, why would they have to change it? Like Marcion.
I'm asking because you said that it was the Christians that changed Paul's letters.
They changed it to make it orthodoxy. Have you ever read? As a matter of fact, like Paul's letters. Hold on. Like, have you ever? I mean, Marcion. Have you ever? Well, you've never looked into Marcion before?
No, I haven't. I said that earlier. I'm gonna have to do a dive into Marcion. I've known about Marcion. I've read a few things about him. I just haven't read what he's written or read anything from him.
Let me see if I can. Marcion. Here we go. The antithesis of Marcion. Okay.
His writings are lost, but
I don't want the antithesis. I want the. If y'all can see my bookmarks, it's a lot. Hold on.
I've got a lot of bookmarks too.
Let me see. What do I want? Is this in here? Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get to.
Are these his?
These are his actual writings. Yeah. So this would be
reading reconstructions, but
yeah, that's all they have. All the reconstructed. We don't have any original of anything. Like even this website. This is GreekCenter.org. These are the oldest copies we have of the New Testament writings. So like even when we get to Romans, right? Like let's go to Acts. Let's go to Acts right quick because Acts starts with the Pauline letters. Because Acts would be.
It's a history written by Luke.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Are those first wait, let me think of what I'm asking. Those are first full versions of them. Is that correct?
These are the earliest copies we have. Not the originals, but these are copies.
Yeah, no, not original. Yeah, I know we don't have any originals. I'm asking, are those the first full, like the full book of it, the full letter?
No, they were all found at different points in time in history. So like, this copy, like Acts 1 and 1 was found, written during this time.
Was written during 325?
These are the dates. Yeah, these are the dates that the copies were written. That they estimate that this copy, right, was written during this time, right?
Because I know we have like small pieces and like pages here and there for the first 200 years, and then we get into like codexes and stuff. I was wondering if that's what these were.
No, like these are just copies. So some of them, like Acts. You may find like Matthew chapter 4, the oldest copy they have of Matthew chapter 4 is at a much later date or a much earlier date than Matthew chapter 5. Right?
Yeah, so we're talking about the full copy of it, right?
Not a book, but the full copy. Not as a book put together.
Yeah, no, not as the Bible, but like say we're looking at Acts, like we're talking about
not
Acts.
As a book. No, like they had different. That back in antiquity, there were different groups or different cultures, right? They had different parts of each so-called book, right? They were believing different things. And so one of the criteria for what they would decide would become orthodoxy scripture was how well known was the story, right? The script. If a lot of people had already adopted the script, then they would not have to indoctrinate or educate people on new ideas. So if it was already well known and well dispersed throughout the land, they adopted it as orthodoxy, and then they made whatever changes they needed to change so that it fit the Catholic orthodoxy, right? So like there were different people, different groups who believed one thing because they may have been reading like Acts chapter 5 and may have not ever seen Acts chapter 8. Does that make sense? They didn't have like one complete collection.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out, because I've really dove into a lot of the manuscript stuff, and I mean, they all line up, even the fragments that we found further and further back, even to writings of a lot of our first century Christians. What's the other thing I'm thinking of? The Didache, which, I mean, the Didache is really wild because some of its dating is right now all the way back to 40 or 50 AD.
What are you calling the Didache? I don't know what that is.
Oh, the Didache is it's a first century compilation of basically early Christianity. I don't know if there's
what books, what scriptures were in it that you're saying that was around 40 or 50?
Well, there weren't any scriptures in the Didache.
I don't know why we're talking about that when we're talking about the scriptures. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Because we're bringing up like Marcion and things that are outside of the scripture.
Marcion does deal with the scriptures because Marcion had the Pauline letters. Pauline letters are scriptorial. Like, I don't want to turn this into like a battle of the wits because that's not what I'm trying to do. Right. So if we do bring up information, let it be information that's going to bring value to the conversation. Right. I'm not trying to have a battle of the wits. Like, I don't claim to know everything, and I can be taught. Mm-hmm. Right. Let it be valuable.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bring up the wits. I just thought things like, I guess we'll keep it like Polycarp, because a lot of those first early century Christians, all of their quotes are from the same texts. They don't seem to change ever. They just all have very, very different ideas of what the text is saying, what Paul was saying, what the Gospels were saying. And I mean, that's why we have so many different offshoots and they call them heresies, is because even Peter in his letter in 1 Peter, 2 Peter, he talks about Paul's letters. He references Paul's letters that they're very hard to understand. So it makes sense why so many people had so many different ideas. That's why I bring up Polycarp, is because Polycarp was said to be a student of John the Apostle, and he quotes nearly every book immediately. I mean, he quotes so many. I mean,
but it's like that's a claim that he was, right? That's a claim that he was a student of John the Apostle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's from who is it? It's either Irenaeus. It's Irenaeus, or I think it's Irenaeus, because Irenaeus was supposedly under Polycarp. I need to find the exact quotes to that, but it is interesting that we sort of have a line of people that quote from the same stuff and that are essentially saying the same things.
Yeah, like, okay, so for example, and you can get this from the site that I just took you to, this site, right? The Marcionite Bible, and download like the reconstruction of Marcion's letters, right? If you and you'll see how it was from what Marcion says, right? How the changes that were made to the text to make it more Christian Orthodox, like to fit the orthodoxy of Catholicism, right? To make it and like it kind of shows what Marcion's text originally says in orange. Let me see if I can. I don't want the example. Let's get to the actual. Okay.
Marcion say that they were changed. Is that what we're? Is that what?
What does Marcion? No, Marcion doesn't talk to us. Like we don't have. Like all we have is his apostolicon and his thesis, right?
Because
but this is
right.
What?
Saying it's reconstructions of people who quoted him. Is that right?
Hey, can we get the comments the likes to 100K, please? So that turns back on the comments.
We don't have the original Marcionite letters, right? But we have the apostolicon, right? His thesis. His,
I'm asking about how they were reconstructed.
Based off his apostolicon.
His apostolicon, okay.
This is what they would call the evangelicon or the evangelion, and then he has an apostolicon. But just looking at when you read this, right, it goes line by line. Like this is Romans, right? It goes line by line on what Marcionites, on what the original Pauline letters said based off his apostolicon, right? And then you can see what interpolations were made, and then it gives you the scribal notes as well. Also, in the pre-Nicene, the book, the pre-Nicene 54 accumulative text, it has the original. It has reconstructions of the original Pauline letters in there. It has the original Matthew, the synoptic gospels in there, and it talks about the scribal notes and what was changed and why certain things were changed, right? And then you can use, when you're studying that, you can use GreekCenter.org and verify, right, the changes. Right. And look at the oldest text and say, okay, no, this wasn't in the oldest text. Right.
Yeah. Right now I'm looking for when the apostolicon is dated to.
It would be dated sometime between, like Marcion lived between 85 CE to I think 120, maybe 175, something like that. But it would be dated between that time. It was after, like Paul is believed to have died between 62 or 67 CE. It's about 20 years. Yeah, and the question still remains, right? Nobody has ever met Paul. None of the early church fathers ever met Paul. Nobody, like we don't know where.
Oh, you mean church fathers? Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, I was saying, you say nobody met Paul. I was saying, yeah, about church fathers. Yeah, no church father met Paul.
I'm talking about outside of this book. Outside of this Bible, no one has ever met Paul, including Marcion.
Yeah.
So no one knows where Marcion got these letters. Right? There are some theories that Marcion wrote them. But yeah, nobody knows where Marcion got these letters.
I think it would be safe to say the churches.
What churches? Marcion was the first person setting up churches. What churches? They took over Marcion's churches and turned them into Catholic churches. So what churches?
Did not. That's
okay.
I don't know where that claim comes from.
Marcion had a lot of churches established.
Okay. That's totally fine.
What churches did Marcion get them from?
Well, he would have got them from the Philippian church.
Okay, so who in the Philippian church gave Marcion these letters? Can you look that up and get that answer for me?
No.
Right. Nobody knows where Marcion got these letters. Nobody knows.
Well, there were Christians before Marcion.
Okay, and what Christian gave Marcion the letters?
Let me finish. We have Christians before Marcion lived, and we have the Didache.
Okay.
Which describes
are Paul's letters in the Didache?
No, they are not. But if you let me finish.
But what do you like? Is that, hey, at the end of this, are we going to know who gave Marcion the letters?
Are we going to know? I don't think that is going to matter as much.
So why are you responding? My statement was, hold on. My statement was, nobody knows who gave Marcion these letters. And now you're saying all of this, there were Christians before Marcion, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And at the end of all of that, do we know who gave Marcion the letters?
No, I don't. I haven't looked into it enough. I'm not exactly sure who would have given Marcion the letters.
Right. So there's nothing to debate about that. If you don't have the answer, like what? I don't understand. Yeah. What point are you trying to make, though?
We'll bring it into light. So things such as the Didache, and I think there's 2 or 3 historians who would have been writing before Marcion came around. They describe what the Christians do, and especially the Didache, describing what Christians worship and who they worshipped and who they thought they were worshiping. And there's nothing in Paul's letters or the Gospels that contradict what they are said to have been doing. So I find it very difficult to believe that Marcion, also to the point of Paul and the grammar and he's specifically writing to certain people and those churches. I find it very hard that Marcion would have taken, he would have just written up these letters and built this idea that to lose your life is gain, and then him himself getting kicked out. It just doesn't add up. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Wait, what doesn't add up? What doesn't add up? Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to yourself? Are you trying to convince yourself? Where did I say Marcion wrote these letters?
You said that there was a theory. You also said that he changed them, and I'm trying to say
I didn't say Marcion changed shit. I said the church fathers changed the letters. Okay, I need you to listen. I did not say that. Nope. This is why I tried to stop you, because you're having a conversation with yourself.
Oh no, I'm not trying to. I keep missing your claim. I keep thinking you're saying Marcion changed him, and it's my fault. It's my fault for that. I'm sorry. My broader point is that all the history we have of the first century church, including a lot of the church fathers, it doesn't seem as if they changed anything. It seems that Marcion would have been the one to change them himself. And the reason
Marcion
I say that,
had them first. The early church fathers got them from Marcion.
I want to know where. Okay, so then
I just gave you 2 references where you can go and study that.
Okay.
I just gave you 2 books. 2 books. Right? On how the canon, if you would listen, Isaac, okay? I get on how the canon, if you would listen, Isaac, okay? I get a lot of thoughts going in your mind right now, right? I literally just gave you 2 resources where you can go and study that, right? I'm not interested in arguing something that's factual history. Marcion had this. It's factual history. No biblical scholar is going to debate you on that. Marcion had the New Testament canon first. Marcion had the Pauline letters first. He's the first person in history with them. No biblical scholar is going to deny that. There's no point in that. That's why I gave you the books. Go study that.
Okay. Do you know what textual criticism is and reconstruction of text?
But who's talking about the practice of textual criticism? Like, who's talking about that? Hold on. Who's talking about the practice of textual criticism?
Well, 2 reasons. We brought it up about Marcion and his writings, and then number 2, we have to use that to really get at what the actual thing said in the beginning.
Yeah, but textual criticism, right? And yes, the reconstruction of it is analyzing the text and determining whether they reconstructed the text, which witnesses did they use, right? Whether they reconstructed the text authentically. Oh my God. I can't say the fucking word.
You're okay. Don't worry. It's all right.
it focuses on that, not on. It does mention in here, right? Who changed the text, right? Who made certain decisions? Who made decisions on which witnesses to use when they were reconstructing the text? It talks about that here, right?
Yeah,
but that's not what you and I are discussing.
Well, I think it's vital to the discussion because if we have a ton of manuscripts that show no change, and then we have one guy who changed it. And I know you're saying that he originally had all of them. I would ask then, where did Polycarp get his letters from that he quoted from?
I don't know. I haven't studied that. I have no idea. But what does Polycarp have to do with Marcion having Paul's letters first?
Because Polycarp quotes from the same things that you're claiming Marcion had.
I'm not claiming that. Again, I'm not claiming that. That is factual history. And again, you can go and study that.
Well, the factual history is that Marcion was the first one
with Paul's letters and with a New Testament canon.
No, he was the first one to say that these should be the New Testament canon. And then we have, for instance, Polycarp, who uses a lot of the same books and also calls Marcion a heretic. So that would imply.
Why would he be called a heretic? Say that. Tell us, why was Marcion deemed a heretic?
If you let me finish, it would imply.
Why was Marcion deemed a heretic?
Because he was changing the text.
No, he didn't change the text. Marcion was teaching that the God of Israel was the devil and that Jesus was was the son of a different God. There's nothing in the Pauline letters that says that. Nothing. But there is a scripture in the Pauline letters that doesn't say that the most two important commandments are love the God of Israel with all your heart and love your neighbor with all your heart. And the Pauline letters, it just says love your neighbor. It does not mention the God of Israel.
Okay, but there's a lot of other places where Paul references the Old Testament. So I don't know why.
You know what? Okay. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. And I guess for you, Isaac, what you're going to have to do, which is why I gave you the books. Here are books that you can read on textual criticism as well. But it sounds like you've already done that.
No,
right?
Let me see that. Old Testament. I want to write that one down too. No, I'm genuinely trying to do this. I would encourage you as well to look into Polycarp and maybe some other New Testament and early.
For what? Tell me why. Why are you? I get the Polycarp one because you mentioned that, but why are you suggesting these?
Well, it's just this idea that. Let me try to get your position right. Is that the early church fathers changed the original texts that Marcion had, and that nobody else apparently had. I don't see how that's very substantiated.
Yeah, but, okay, so what books are you going to recommend to me that talk about Marcion, about Marcion's letters?
Marcion?
Yeah,
I don't know.
So why are you recommending? What are you recommending that I study that has to deal with Marcion's letters?
I haven't done I have not done a dive into Marcion yet.
So why? Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. The stuff that you are saying that you recommend that I go and study, it doesn't have anything to do with this conversation that we're talking about right now. What are you recommending that I study if it has nothing to do with Marcion and the Pauline letters?
I really think it does, because this notion that Marcion
Okay, so then list it. What are you telling me to study if it does have something to do with it? What is it that you want me to study regarding Marcion and the Pauline letters?
If I can please finish. It doesn't make much logical sense.
I understand your point. I don't need you to say it again. What is it that you are recommending that I study to better help me understand Marcion and the history of Marcion and the Pauline letters?
Marcion, Pauline letters. I have not done much in Marcion, but I would say Polycarp would be a good one. The chain that puts John, Polycarp, and Irenaeus together. More than just Marcion on the first century. Because my broader point was it doesn't make sense for a bunch of churches to have the letters.
Yeah, you already told me that, right?
And are you denying that?
Well, what I would like to know is what exactly is that you want me to study, right, to help it make sense that Polycarp had the Pauline letters, I guess before Marcion, to disprove that Marcion was the first person in history with these letters. What is it that you want me to read to disprove that?
Can I ask a quick question? Do we know when? I've been looking it up and I can't find it. But do we know?
No, hold on. I don't want you to ask me any questions because you're recommending resources to me right now. And like, this is the thing. Like, I fucking hate the battle of the wits shit. I don't like it.
I'm not trying
right?
to battle the wits.
So I'm trying to understand. Right? You're recommending resources to me. Why? If you haven't studied this, why are you recommending resources to me that do not help me better further my knowledge about this topic?
Because the topic is much broader than Marcion.
It's not. We're talking about Marcion and the Pauline letters.
We're diverging. I think that's where we're diverging.
Okay, so all right. So where are you taking me with these new resources then? If it's broader than Marcion and the Pauline letters, what is it that you want to teach me now? That have nothing to do with Marcion and Paul.
Not broader than the Pauline letters. It's broader than simply just Marcion. I think to take a single person and rely totally on him is
rely totally on him for what?
For your idea of how the canon, not just the canon, but
did you hear me say that? Did you hear me say that Marcion is my total reason for how I understand how the biblical canon was put together? Did you hear those words come out of my mouth?
That's what I've gotten from the whole conversation.
No, you didn't. Well, you shouldn't have, because I never said that.
It seemed very implied.
Implied that the whole entire Bible is based off of Marcion. And Marcion said how the Bible came together is based off of Marcion. You heard me say that. You got that?
No, that's not what I got.
That's what you said.
I got that. Well, then I didn't phrase it right, and I'm sorry about that. But what I've gotten from this conversation is that Marcion had the only access to the Pauline letters, and from Marcion, the early church fathers changed the words of the Pauline epistles and the New Testament. That's what I've gotten, and I think to base that all on this idea that only Marcion had access to the texts is not very consistent.
It's not an idea. Again, that's why I gave you the resources so you can go and verify what I'm saying. Like, I'm not interested. Like, I get that you want to reject that. That's fine. Reject it. Go study it. Prove to yourself that that is incorrect information. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you to take my word for it. That's why I gave you the resources. But you want to keep arguing that for what?
I'm arguing it because logically with Polycarp and the way that people circulated letters and copied letters and things like that, just external sources around Marcion, they don't seem to substantiate what you're saying.
Okay, you reject it. I get it. Go study it.
Okay, I'll go study it. I'll go read those 2 books you gave me, and maybe I'll show back up here later with some more resources for you, because I'll have to go find all the things that I sourced from. I should have had those ready for you. My bad.
Yeah, like there's no point in us going back and forth like this, and then like the whole battle of the wits thing. Like, don't do that. Like, we're all here to learn. If you actually have something to add to that and say, hey, this is why I rejected, this is what I've studied, here's this book, here's this resource, and this is where my thought process is coming from. If you're doing that, then I'm going to take your resource, I'm going to go study it. But if you're just throwing random shit out there to say, I've read this and I've read that, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the current conversation, that is a battle of the wits, and I'm not interested in that.
My bad. I didn't see that as a battle of the wits. I just saw that as a question. I was just trying to question why this view to you makes sense.
I've already told you that, and that's why I gave you the resources.
Okay, I'll have to go read the resources then, because the way you put it, it just didn't answer some of the questions of the external sources around Marcion. So I'll go read it.
What external sources around Marcion? Which sources are you talking about now?
I'm talking about Didache. I'm talking about the rest of the manuscripts.
Okay, again, what does Didache have to do with Marcion? What does Didache have to do with Marcion and the Pauline letters? Are the Pauline letters mentioned in the Didache?
I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this again. The explicitness of the Pauline letters, it does not have to do with that. The idea of Christianity and what they worshipped and who they worshipped.
I never said anything about what Christianity worshipped, of who they worshipped. I said who Marcion worshipped. Marcion believed that the God of Israel was an evil God. Marcion believed that his Christ was the son of a different God who came here to fix what the God of Israel fucked up. I said what Marcion believed, not what the Christians believed. You're not listening.
Okay. Does that have broader implications for all of Christianity? I'm saying that if it has broader implications for the rest of the... Okay.
No, that's why they deemed him a heretic. That's why Polycarp called him the first son of Satan. No. That's why they took over all his churches. No. Marcion did not believe what early Christians believed.
So then why are we trusting Marcion with what the letters originally said?
Because Marcion had them first. Nobody ever had them before Marcion. They were Marcion's letters.
They were not Marcion's letters.
Then prove it. Go read, go study, come back and prove me wrong.
I think
you're literally making a claim on something you've never studied. Something. Hold on. Stop. At this point, I'm done. At this point, Polycarp didn't say. Polycarp never even really wrote about the Pauline letters until his last letter. But hold on. You are literally making a claim about some shit you've never studied. If I'm wrong, go study, come back, and show me that I'm wrong. Have a good day, Isaac.
You too. Thank you for the...
God damn. I'm sorry, Mac. I know you want to be... Well, I'm going to let you have
that
this
was
one
entertaining.
Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think you got a perfect read on it, though. Like, it's just, very in the face of everything he's... like the model he's made of it, right? So I think it's that kind of challenge is just going to be like you got that immediate reaction of just like rejecting it.
And the crazy thing about it is that I'm not even arguing the interpretation or the belief. It's the methodology of research, right? That's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you're literally saying that it's a lie when you've never researched it. You've never looked into Marcion. You've never looked into the Apostolic, but you want to talk about it as if you're an expert in it.
He did that with the Nero thing. Like, that was an early indicator of, that approach is like, this is the first time you've heard about a resurrected Nero. I could tell. But you just, it's bullshit. Like, okay. Like, how? Like, I don't know.
It's crazy. And then, like, the guys on YouTube right now are so pissed because I'm not humble. I'm not a humble woman. She has no humility whatsoever. What the fuck do I need to be humble for? To make you feel better about yourself?
We stand a humble Jezebel.
Like, that's crazy. I would, like, literally... I swear, sitting there watching somebody mad because they're not humble. Like, what the fuck?
Find something to do.
Yes.
You won't be missed.
That is so crazy.
Okay. Speaking of who will and won't be missed, I'm going to bed. I will miss you guys all until tomorrow.
I hope you had a good birthday. You're welcome.
Oh, I did. Thank you. Thank you to all the nerds for all the love I got all day today. Such a fantastic community. I'm thrilled to be a part of it. And thank you, Thinker.
You're welcome.
For bringing me up and, letting me share in that. Thanks, Lala, for, running the tight ship that you do. And do that, of course.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
All right. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Exactly. Suckawort. Oh, thank you. I love the fact that you put the pronunciation right there for me. Y'all, hold on for a second. Lala. Authentically. Now I can say it. Never mind. I can say authentically. I guess when I am like frustrated as fuck, I can't talk right. Authentically. Well, I can say it. I don't know. I feel like one of those you seen those videos where people have like brain farts and they're trying to say bubble and they're like I don't know what I ate that made me have blue blay, and they're like, wait, that blue blay, they're trying to say bubble and they just keep saying blue blay. Like I feel like that's what my brain was doing earlier. It was, Joshua. It was very aggravating because I think he was more so focused on trying to be like, I read books too. Like, I don't like those types of conversations. If you're gonna do the battle of the wits, don't come up here. If you're gonna show me something, teach me something, we can be friends. Teach me something. Like, don't compete with me. Like, that's just dumb. Exactly. Manahatso? What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know if that was a real account or not. I don't know how to Dougie, Lexington. Somebody can teach me how to Dougie. I swear y'all do not want to see me Dougie. That's one thing I cannot do.
We can work on it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, at the family trip. Y'all, I can do the line dances and stuff, but when it comes to the Dougie, y'all gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? Queen Sunflower? I will tear the electric slide up, Hector. The new Bubba dance. Everybody do the Bubba. Everybody do what Bubba says. I want to do that dance. Queen's Flower. Y'all don't want to see me Dougie. Y'all, every time I try to Dougie, my kids crack up laughing. They cannot dance. I can't Dougie. If you're in the guest request box and you're there on purpose, please help us out so that we don't keep going through these accidental requests. Let us know that you're in there. I mean, you saying that Marcion was a liar as the reason why he rejected the Old Testament, it doesn't change the fact that Marcion rejected the fucking Old Testament. Telling me to study and come up to the conclusion that Marcion was a liar is like you telling me that I need to accept your belief system. You didn't say anything different. Marcion rejected the Old Testament. The fuck? Hey, Librarian Dragon. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Y'all can't handle somebody else having a difference of perspective than you? And you typing in all caps, like, did that hurt your eyes that you typed that big ass paragraph in all fucking caps? On YouTube, like, they're over there. Not all of them. We have some love bugs on YouTube, but there are a few over there that are highly pissed because I said that Marcion, I think, here's the thing. Why are you so mad that that Marcion rejected the Old Testament God? You know that. Real talk to you. You know, because in your statement, he says, lady, please, you need to go and study yourself. Marcion rejected the Old Testament. He was a liar and he discounted the word of the Most High God. Humble because the Most High God called his children to be. I don't know what the fuck I don't know. But even in his statement, he says Marcion rejected the God of Israel, which is the same shit I said, right? But they're over there seething because Marcion rejected the God of Israel. But why does that make you so mad? Is it because I'm telling the truth that Marcion was the first person in history with the Pauline letters? And therefore, Marcion would not have been teaching that Christ was the son of your Most High. Is that why you're so mad? Because I'm not saying that Marcion was a liar. You are the one who have to prove that Marcion was a liar because Marcion had the letters first. And logically, it doesn't make no fucking sense for those letters to be talking about Jesus being the God of Israel. You are the one who have to prove that shit is a lie, not me. That's your belief, not mine. The cat chase? The cat chase, are you there? We don't have moderators over there yet. I don't know who to put over there. I'm gonna ask in the Discord which nerds want to be mods for the YouTube, but I haven't assigned mods yet. I've been moderating it myself, and most of the time I can't. If I'm looking here, I don't see what they say over there most of the time. Well, she said, whoop. Hold on. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, let us know. Nobody's arguing interpretation for shit. Nope. Solars, we don't do interpretation in here. We're not arguing interpretation. We just talk about history and facts and research and data. We're not talking about interpretation. Whatever y'all interpret this text to mean for yourself, that's your business. Just don't try to make me believe it. Trash Panda. Who's in this box on purpose? Because we've gone through so many. Can you comment if you're in the request to come up on stage and you are in the request box on purpose? Sweet Pea, Zafir, Royal Minded, and I'm just a pun of rock. I'm just a punk rock. I'm what? I'm just a fan of punk rock. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm so sorry I fucked up your name. It's just it looks like a bunch of letters together. I was trying to figure it out. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay.
But when you say am I deconstructing, I don't know what that means, because I deconstructed from fundamentalism.
Okay. Evangelical fundamentalism.
Yeah, precisely. Okay. So I deconstructed from that, but I still retained my Christianity But I definitely am not like fundamentalist white evangelical anymore, like as I used to be.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead and pick a topic for me, please, and give me just 1 second.
So, I guess I want to tackle the problem of evil.
There are 7 topics on the board in front of you. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you have to pick one of those topics.
To generalize
the problem of evil is up there, unless you want to talk about like why doesn't God? I'm sorry. Hello. Nope.
I'm sorry.
If you want to talk about the problem of evil, right? You can pick the topic. Why doesn't God stop harm done in His name?
Yeah, sure. Okay. We can pick that one.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, I just think it's more beneficial for us just to kind of generalize it and say, because essentially what that means is the problem of evil.
Hey. This is my life, right? That's the topic, and the question that I have. These are my questions as I'm deconstructing from Christianity, right? And the question that I have is, why doesn't this God stop the harm that's done in His name?
Sure. So can you give me an example?
Sure. The Catholic Church just paid another round of $1 billion for essaying children.
What makes you think God endorses that?
I didn't say He endorsed it. I said, why doesn't He stop it?
Okay, cool. So this is the problem of evil.
Why didn't your God stop the children from being essayed in the church?
Yeah, 100%. So why doesn't God stop like these evil things from happening? So essentially what it boils down to is free will, but that's literally a very tiny component of it. Essentially, what God wants is for us to engage in bad things because they produce greater things from it. So, for instance, you cannot exhibit mercy or courage or bravery. These things that God wants to produce in the world without bad things happening.
So, would you say that the Supreme Court awarding the Catholic Church the right to no longer have to report essay outside of the Catholic organization, mercy for those children that spent decades being essayed by these priests and pope and it not being reported, and then the Supreme Court giving them the irrevocable right to no longer have to report those outside of the church? Is that mercy? Is that what your God wanted them to learn from essaying children for decades? Was how to get away with it even more?
So if that's true, no. And can you show me where it says that the Catholic Church doesn't have to report essaying?
You can Google that outside of the organization. You can Google that. Like, it was literally front page news for a long while this year, but you can Google that. The Supreme Court gave them. The Supreme Court said they no longer have to report it outside of their organization. You can Google it.
Okay. So just to be clear, what you're saying is the Supreme Court ruled that the Catholic Church doesn't have to report essays
outside of their organization. They can handle it within the organization.
That's a Supreme Court decision?
Yes.
Can you give me a source?
Again, you can Google it.
Well, why don't you just give me a source? Since you know it already.
Why don't you just Google it? Why don't you just Google it?
I don't believe you.
Well, then
you can give me a source.
You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me.
I think you're lying. So you can give me a source.
I mean, you can think I'm lying. It doesn't matter. My question to you was, the Supreme Court gave.
Back it up.
You can go and Google it. You can go and Google it.
So give me the Google source. Give me the source.
You can Google it yourself.
So you can't give me the source?
I mean, you can say that I'm lying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change. Let's say I am lying.
You should be
let's say hold on.
You should be wanting the world to hear about it.
Oh, but they already do. They already
You
do.
should be like expressing it to the whole
hold on,
world
hold
and
on,
saying,
hold on,
Here's
hold on.
the source.
Hey.
Here's my evidence. You should be like wanting to establish.
Let's say I am lying about the Catholic Church. Okay. The Jehovah's Witness organization had their elders. Hold on. Let's say I am lying. Let's say I am lying about the Catholic Church. The Jehovah's Witness organization had their members and their leaders sign agreements that they would not report SA outside of the Jehovah's Witness organization. Is that what your God wanted to happen as well?
From the rooftop.
Is that what your God wants to happen?
You should be screaming from the rooftops. This source
I don't have to scream it from the rooftop. I don't have to.
No, you should want to.
Why?
If it's really that.
Why should I? Hold on. Why should I want to? Why should I want to?
Telling us.
Why?
Because it's a really bad thing, and you should be telling us.
Okay.
So what is it?
Hold on. If it's a really bad thing, right? It's a really bad thing. So let's go back. Why didn't your God stop it when the really bad thing was happening?
Wait, so what you're admitting to is that you don't have any source?
Yeah, I'll admit that to you.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
It is. Now, why didn't your God stop it from happening in the first place?
Well, we don't have a source for it, so your claim is moot.
No. Let's go back to the $1 billion. Let's say I lied about that. Let's go back to the second time the Catholic Church.
Okay,
so why didn't your God? So why didn't your God? Yeah.
Second point.
Yeah, I failed. So why didn't your God stop it happening the first time?
Okay, so this is called the problem of evil, and I will teach you about this.
Yeah.
So evil happens all the time in many different ways. And what it does is it produces things that God wishes to achieve amongst his creation.
Okay, so what did he want to achieve amongst children being SA? Hold on. What did he achieve? Hold on. What did he achieve with children being SA? What did he achieve? Hold on.
Yes,
courage. Courage to do what? Courage to do what? It gave the children courage to do what? Punk rock. It gave the children courage to do what?
Okay, so this is called the problem of evil. The problem of evil.
You already said it. What did it? Hold on. Listen, let's break it down. Okay? So your God has a plan. He wants to accomplish something, right? So he lets evil happen so that he can accomplish that plan. He let children get SA'd by priest and pope. Hold on, we're going to break it down so that we can understand the problem of evil. All right. So your God has this plan.
You've already lied once.
Right.
So
and yep, that's good. Okay. So your God has this plan and he wants to accomplish, he has a goal. So he allows the evil to happen. In this case, the evil are children being SA'd by priests and popes. Okay. What is the goal? What is the goal of the children being SA'd that your God is trying to accomplish?
Yeah. I'll tell you right now.
Okay.
So that's a product of free will creatures doing evil things. God doesn't want that to occur. But if God were to control all of us and make us into robots, we wouldn't be free will creatures. But God wants us to be free will creatures. And
I asked you what the God's goal was, not about free will. What was his goal for sitting back allowing children to be SA'd? What was his goal?
Well, he didn't have a goal to that because that was free will creatures doing things.
Okay, so your God respects the free will of SAers over helping little children.
No.
Yes, if he
allows free will to exist.
Right, he allows free will to exist. So he's sitting here and he's watching these humans. Hold on. No. He allows free will to exist. So he's sitting here and he's watching these humans use their free will to SA children in the church, these priests and these popes. And he just sees it happening decade after decade after decade, right? They got caught a long time ago, had to pay money, millions of dollars a long time ago. And here they're doing it again. And he's sitting back and he's watching them use this free will again. All the while, the little children are probably calling out for him and asking him to make it stop. God, make it stop. God, make it stop. Jesus, make it stop. but he does nothing. So he respects. Hold on. I'm talking right now. So he respects the free will, right? He respects his decision to allow humans to have free will, then answering the prayers of children to stop it.
He's answered 1 billion prayers all over the place. You can just ask any Christian if he's answered their prayers. Yes, he has.
I'm asking about the children. I'm asking about the children who are being essayed for. I'm asking about the children. So as the children are crying and asking him to make it stop, as the children are crying and asking him to make it stop, in that moment, did he respect the free will of the essayer over the cries of the children asking him to make it stop?
Yeah, a loving God allows free will to exist. That was the human's fault, and that's why they're going to burn.
But why didn't your God answer the prayers of the children crying out to him to make it stop?
Why should he?
Well, that's the question. Why doesn't he stop in his name? Why didn't he? So he respects the essayer more than the child that's being harmed.
Well, okay. So do you understand that if God were to interject in every person's life who did something bad, they would become robots? Do you understand that, right?
So then why did he stop Abimelech from touching Sarah?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
I don't. I think y'all are robots any fucking way.
That makes sense to you.
Y'all are robots any fucking way. Like the whole goal is for you to become a robot so you can go to heaven. Like you can't have your own will in heaven. Like are you gonna have your own will in heaven when you go to heaven?
Are you going to answer that question or not?
I did answer the question. I think that you are a fucking robot now. So yes, it makes sense for you to be a fucking robot.
So does God want robots?
Yes. Do you see this right here?
God wants
Can you
robots?
fucking read? On the screen, God wanted robots and you agreed. Why the fuck are you asking me something that I've already made a stance about? It's literally in front of you.
You know anything about
theology. It's literally in I fucking hate theology. Theology is manipulation and lies. If you're speaking theology right now, this is exactly why I fucking hate theology, because it's all lies. Sure I never told your ass that I was talking theology. I never make a claim to teach theology. Do you know where the fuck you are?
Can you name one theologian?
I don't.
Name one.
Yeah, I can name theologians, but why the fuck would I?
Name one. Name one right now.
Why the fuck would I? Why would I?
You can't. You can't.
And let's say I can't.
You've never.
Let's say I cannot.
You haven't. Oh, I just proved you. I proved that you haven't studied theology. You don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, in what?
Wait, are you Googling it? Or don't Google it. You tell me right now who's a theologian.
I can't name one. I don't know any theologian.
You can't.
No. I can't.
Of course, because you never studied theology, so you don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
You're right.
So you know nothing about what you're talking about.
Right.
You just blabbering.
Right.
You just a yapper.
Okay.
You know nothing about this.
All right.
You a yappy.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You got called out. Wait, are you Googling a theologian right now?
No, I don't know it. Tell me, what is a theologian?
You've had over a minute to Google a theologian. Have you named one theologian yet?
What is a theologian? I don't know. I don't know what that
theologian?
Means. What is it?
Name
no,
one
I can't.
Person
I can't
study theology.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. So you know nothing about theology.
I know nothing about theology. I know nothing about theology.
Bro. Okay, cool. So you better just shut down your live and just stop fucking yapping.
I shouldn't I you know what? Yep. You really shut me down.
People who don't know nothing about like physics, who can't name a mathematician, shouldn't be teaching people about math.
I agree 100%. I agree.
So why are you trying to teach people about
I don't know. Tell me why. Why am I doing this?
Are you broken? Are you upset?
I don't know.
Something?
Tell me, what does God say? You have a relationship with God?
Wait. I'm just no.
Tell me, because God can tell you if I'm broken.
Usually, when this happens, I let the other person speak. So you know nothing about theology. You can't name a single theologian.
You already established.
So then, why are you speaking about theology online?
I'm telling you to tell me.
Why are you doing it?
I never claimed to talk theology, but I'm asking you.
You are literally doing that.
I'm asking you to tell me. I'm asking you to
Your
tell
whole
me.
life is literally theology.
Okay, then tell me why.
Every single question is a theological question. So then why are you doing it?
Hey, tell me what theologian explains the Gentiles and the law.
No. Why don't you answer my question? Why are you doing this?
I told you.
If you
I told you I don't know why.
This,
I don't know.
If you're not knowledgeable in this, if you're not read in this, what book? What's the last theological text you've read?
I don't read I don't read text. I don't know how to read.
Do you know what Calvinism is?
No, I don't. I've never heard of Calvinism.
Do you know what Arminianism is?
Never heard of Arminianism. No. Nope.
So why the heck are you doing this, girlfriend?
I don't know, boyfriend. I don't know.
You don't know?
I have no idea. I know nothing.
You think it's like your toxic trait?
It could be very well.
Well, then we can talk about that.
No, I want you to ask God for me.
Because you have no reason to be doing this, and yet you're doing it. And I'm curious why.
Hold on, Joshua.
And you're
hold
not
on.
educated in it.
Joshua, trust me. I
it.
see you. I see you, Joshua. I see you. No. What I would like for you to do for me, okay, is like this whole life is about God. Would you agree?
Who you don't know anything about, and you've never read anything about it. You know nothing about.
Hey, you're right.
So
you're absolutely right. I know nothing about your God. Never was taught anything about your God. You're absolutely right. I have no right, no business being up here talking about a God that I was never taught about, that I never read anything about, right?
At least
so
not.
What I would like.
At least not assuming that you know what's up about it.
Right.
You're allowed to ask questions.
What I would like. So let me ask questions.
Learned.
Punk. What I would like for you to do for me, if at all possible, because I'm going to tell you the real reason for this live. Okay? The real reason for this live is that I want to know your God. I genuinely want to know your God. There's something that your God has to tell me. Okay? Now, if you have this relationship with your God, you can talk to your God and you commune with your God on a daily basis. I would like for you to go to him right now and ask him what the fuck that is that I told him that I need him to tell me. Can you do that for me?
What's your question?
No. He's gonna tell you.
What's your question?
I can't tell you that. Then I wouldn't know that your God is real.
You can't give me your question?
No, that's how I would know your God
Why?
is real. Because I'm testing to see if your God is real, punk.
Wait, but you have no theology about how God works.
I don't care about theology.
You're establishing the fact that God just immediately understands that I'm going to satellite vision your question
how does prayer work?
And the proper answer.
How does prophecy work?
But you have no theology at all.
Why do you keep talking about theology? We've already established that.
Because we're talking about God. The study of God is called theology.
Where did your accent come from?
This should be basic for you.
Where did your accent come from? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Do you want to answer any questions?
You kind of switched there for a second. What just happened?
Do you want to answer any question?
I want you to do the thing that I asked you to do. Can you do that?
You want me teleport a satellite message from your brain to God to me?
No. You don't have to.
What
you don't have
makes
to.
you think that's how God
punk.
works?
You don't go to my brain. That would be insane. That would be insane. Your God knows what I said to it in order for me to believe that it is real. Okay? And so right now, what I'm asking you, right, is to hold on. Hey, listen, because I'm getting tired of you. I'm getting tired of you. Somebody already paid me to drop you, right? Hold on. I'm literally getting tired of you. I'm giving you the opportunity. Somebody already paid to drop you, but I'm keeping you up here for now because I would like to know your God. Okay? I would like to know if your God is real. And so all you have to do, talk to your God, right? And ask him the one thing that you have to say to me for me to know that he's real. That's it. We can give you a few minutes to pray about it.
Are you... Do you know what protological means?
No, I don't.
Okay, cool. So in some circumstances, God acts protologically. And in some circumstances, God acts eschatologically. You have no idea what these terms mean because you are unfamiliar with the literature. You're unfamiliar with the academia. So you should not be hosting a live about this because you know nothing about this. This is embarrassing.
Are you going to ask your God the thing? Are you going to go and pray right quick? Like, do the easy thing. Go pray and talk to your God and come back.
No, because that would be protological, and I believe God is eschatological.
Oh. Okay.
Do you know what that means?
So you can't. No, I don't. Tell me.
Oh, cool. Okay, maybe go do some research and learn
tell me.
a little bit. Maybe read a theologian every once in a while.
No. Just explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Go ahead.
Okay, so protological is like in the moment. Eschatological is at the end of time. Does that help?
No, it doesn't. I don't know what that means.
Gosh, I know. Dude, why are you hosting a live like this?
Look, I've already said I don't know. Can you can you just go talk to your God? Can you just go talk to your God in the moment? Can you just go do that thing and talk to your God? Can you do that for me?
Do you mind like learning a little bit about what religious people believe in and theology and religion? The philosophy of religion is something that I think you should have like a basic awareness
when you're in church. Do you go to church?
That's ridiculous.
When you go to church,
honestly, it's really sad.
When you go to church, is this your God? Like your God spirit is nasty. It's disgusting. And then you came up here and you said that you are no longer like you're deconstructing from fundamentalism, but that was a fucking lie, wasn't it?
Like you don't need a
like you're a disgusting human. Do you realize that? And then you come up here and you think that trying to embarrass someone is a win for your God. You came up here and you said not shit. You didn't say a good goddamn thing. And you think that I'm going to answer for fucking you and start naming theologians and pulling up resources? Who the fuck are you that I would answer to you?
You don't know anything about the philosophy of religion.
You came up here acting like a fucking fifth grader. You came up here acting like a fucking fifth grader. And you think that I'm going to answer to you. I gave you the opportunity.
Basic ass shit.
I gave you the opportunity. Well, then guess what? I'm not the one who's pissed about 700 people listening to me on a live. That's you. That's you and your God. That's you and your God. And that's something you and your God are going to have to deal with. But I gave you the opportunity for your God. I gave you the opportunity for your God to prove that it was real. And you rejected that opportunity. And all you had to do was pray. And you came back and you said, I don't believe that God works in the moment. I only believe that God works when we die. That's what you said. You don't have any expectations in this realm for your God to do shit. That's why you can turn a blind eye to people essaying children. That's why you can turn a blind eye to people hungry and starving and being homeless. That's why you can turn a blind eye to genocide, because you have no expectation for your God. You believe that your God created you to die and go to hell. You believe that you have to suck your God's... Let me stop before I get my live banned. Get the fuck off my stage, you dumbass bitch. I almost got suspended. And if it wasn't for Christina and learning from Christina, getting suspended for saying the same shit, I would not have stopped right before I said the shit.
Glad you did. I was about to touch the microphone like that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me tell the next person that come up here, I'm not going to entertain you. I'm just going to take your ass down. I'm not finna do that again. So if you have hopes and wishes and dreams of coming up here and doing that bullshit, I'm just going to take you down. I like the level of immaturity that's been on this stage tonight is fucking ridiculous. I'm not here to compete with y'all about knowledge, right? We have a difference of thoughts. No, I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your God. Unfortunately, none of you have been able to convince me that your God is worth believing in. I do not debate with you about whether your God is real. I personally don't give a fuck if he is. I don't like your God. I don't like the beliefs. I don't like the personality that comes from it. I don't like the harm that comes from it. Okay? And unfortunately, I have not been convinced otherwise. And that's just that on that. Exactly, the Joker tattoo. That's up to me. I can go my way. Here's the problem. You're in my space. I'm not in your way. You need to say that to yourself. Telling me to go my way when you're in my live and my chat is dumb as fuck. And then, like, why y'all so worried about whether I believe in your God or not? Y'all don't do this to nobody else. I must be really getting under your skin. The only thing that I know that really hurts. What do they say? What's that thing that hurts, Lala? It starts with a T.
Hello?
Hold on, Lala, are you there?
Yeah.
No, your name isn't Lala.
I'm here.
Thank you, Jack. Lala be missing the cues and shit.
No, I had walked away from the phone.
Oh, it's truth. Yeah. You try to spread your disbelief and hate towards God to others. That's dumb as fuck. I don't tell nobody not to believe. You mad because I talk openly about the fact that I don't believe? That's my fucking business. You want me to go in the closet? You want me to be quiet about the fact that I don't believe in your God? And here's the thing. If it wasn't true, if it wasn't true, then they wouldn't be here. They have their own disbelief. This ain't got shit to do with me.
Hello?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Good, I'm doing just fine. How are you? It seems like you're pretty stressed out tonight, huh?
Not stressed out, I'm frustrated. Like, I don't like disrespectful people. I don't like rude people, right? I match energy. I don't give a fuck about what somebody think about my personality. I'm not here for you to like me. At the end of this conversation, we will not know each other.
I hope I get to like you, though. I hope I get to like you.
Please. Okay? I'm just letting you know. If I get disrespected, I'm going to disrespect back. Right? I don't have a goal of disrespecting you.
Yeah, I don't think we need to make that assumption, though, because I don't think I'll be disrespectful, ma'am. I don't think. And I'd love to just have an open discussion about a few things on your panel here.
You can choose one topic to discuss. Okay.
So,
wait, are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing?
I am. I'm a Roman Catholic.
Okay.
I'm a Roman Catholic.
Which topic do you want to discuss?
So, I think the larger topic that I would like to discuss is the proof of God, because the last I was here.
I just said I don't care about proving whether your God exists. Those are the most boring conversations for me. No, and it's not. No,
you were asking about it.
No, I didn't. Listen, y'all. I don't care.
There's a list right there. It's a list. It's a long list of questions. Why do y'all overlook that list?
I just gave a whole ass speech. About who I am, what I give a fuck about, what I don't give a fuck about. Listen, I don't care about arguing whether your God exists. I don't care if he exists. I don't care. Okay? I don't like those arguments. They're boring to me.
Okay.
All right. There are seven topics on the board. Please pick a topic.
Yeah, let's talk about this fifth one. So it says God wanted robots and you agreed.
Okay, go ahead.
So I would just like to understand that perspective a little bit.
So
to be able to digest
okay.
Kind of where you stand.
Sure. At the end of this whole entire race, there is a reward, right? What is that reward? For y'all, what is the reward at the end of this whole thing?
Are you about to ask us, or are you going to answer that?
I'm talking to you. I said, what is that reward? Like I'm talking.
I don't think there is any. I don't think that there is any reward when you die. But you know, if I'm a Christian, I could say heaven.
So, are you not a Christian?
Oh, I'm most definitely a Christian, but I don't think that this, death is a reward.
Oh my God! What happens after death? Instinct. Is it
You're judged?
Is it? And then what? Judged and then what?
You either go to heaven and hell.
Why? So, can I ask you a question, Instinct? I just want to ask you like a very logical question right quick that has.
You don't have to ask me to ask a question.
Instinct. When I say at the end of this race that there is a reward, and I ask you what is the reward, and then your response is there ain't one, and then I have to walk you through only to get to the reward.
Yeah, I don't believe that there is a reward. I mean, you can go ahead though. I don't know where you're going with this.
What do you call in heaven, Instinct?
Metaphor.
Is heaven a metaphor? What do you call in heaven? Is heaven a punishment?
Heaven's the afterlife.
Is it a punishment? Is there a punishment and a reward? Is there a punishment? If at the end of your life and you get judged, is there a punishment? If you are judged and you did bad things, is there a punishment at the end of life after you're judged?
Well, you can say that, you would go to purgatory.
Is that a punishment? Is there hell? Do you believe in hell?
I believe in all three, yeah.
Okay, so is there an opportunity for a human to be judged and go to hell?
Yeah.
Is that a punishment?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Why was that hard for you to say?
Because it's just so... It's like, you're looking at it good or bad, right? I'm not even there yet, right?
Is hell good?
This is all speculation. I mean,
is hell good? So wait, yeah, that's the thing. I'm not about to play the semantics game. Thank you. Like I'm not about to do it. That's the thing that's going to frustrate me because you're being dishonest.
Respectfully,
you're being dishonest. No, you are
giving a metaphor.
What the fuck metaphor did I give? What metaphor did I give, Instinct?
What reward do you get at the end of the race?
Please tell me how that's a metaphor.
Because you're saying that when you die, that what is your reward? It's a metaphor.
A metaphor for what?
Well, you're comparing life and death as the race, and you're comparing judgment as the reward. That's a metaphor without using like or as.
Are you fucking serious? So yep. Is your life a metaphor? Is your life a metaphor? Like, do you not have a physical life?
Well, that's not what you asked.
I said at the end of your life, at the end of this whole entire race, the race is the metaphor for life. The race is the metaphor for life.
So it is a metaphor.
But the entire sentence is not a metaphor because you believe that at the end of your life... Right, but if you back up a bit,
you said stop playing semantics. I just said that you're playing...
No, oh my fucking... You know what? I said I'm not going to do this. You said that you were not going to piss me off. And you lie.
I'm not. I mean,
yes, you are. You're being very facetious and dumb. I cannot. Yeah, they're doing that shit on purpose. I'm starting to think that a lot of these came from YouTube. This is why I told Chicago that I wasn't really ready to do YouTube. Hey, how do I pronounce your name? Hi, are you there?
Okay.
All right, we move on. Let me change my top into a tank top. I'll be right back.
Hey, let's get these likes up to 200K, y'all.
Okay, thank y'all. What happened? Oh, did you bring up God's word?
Yeah.
What happened when he came up here?
Oh, I'm sorry. That person, the last person, they wouldn't say anything.
Oh. He sounded like he was praying. A loving God having so many hateful children is ironic. Deep Mind, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
I wanted to discuss the topic that you was asking the gentleman earlier.
I don't. Unfortunately, one of the rules of my live is I don't discuss previous guests. So if you could pick a topic and start fresh from your, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Choose a topic. Okay. Let's go with God wanted robots, and you agree?
Okay, go ahead.
I do understand that phrase, God wanted robots. I think you're saying that God wanted people to behave a certain way, even though he gave people free will not to behave a certain way. That's pretty interesting, but he didn't really want robots.
So let me ask you a question. Is free will the enemy of your God? Is free will a good thing for your God?
No, of course not.
So free will is a good thing for your God. Does free will help your God? Can you move somewhere else? Like your phone is going in and out.
Okay. Okay. Yes, free will is a good thing.
Free will is a good thing. So when I talk to other believers and I ask, like, why doesn't your God stop grown people from essaying children? And they say, well, humans have free will. right? When I ask about Paul saying that your God's intention for the law of Moses was to give life, but it actually gave death, which means that he intended it to give life. It failed, right? They say, it was the free will. It was the free will of humans that caused the plan to fail, right? When I ask about, your God saying that the Babylonians were going to take the wealth of Tyre, right? And then that God's plan failed. And it's the free will. It's the free will of humans. So it seems like the humans get in the way of your God's plan a lot. And that it was the free will that your God, that humans believe that your God gave Adam and Eve in this book that caused Adam and Eve to sin, that brought sin into the world. So it seems like that either free will is stronger than your God, or your God is respecting free will, or has limited the power of your God, or for some odd reason it seems like this devil that believers believe in has free range to manipulate this free will, but your God doesn't. Your God respects free will in Satan for some odd reason. And then the goal, right, of your God is, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to see what they choose with their free will and see if they will surrender that free will to me, right, and do my will, follow my law, trust in me only. So then when you surrender the will to the God, right, freely giving it to him and saying, not my will, but your will, God, then you do what the God says and nothing else. It's the God's will and nothing else. When you're in heaven, you're serving the God. That's a robot to me. Your God programmed you, and what it sounds like is his decision to respect free will, his decision to respect Satan as what y'all say the God of this earth, is a part of the programming, because he's sitting back and he's letting you go through whatever it is that you need to go through so that you would choose to give your will to him. That's a part of the programming. And then you choose to become, freely choose to become his robot.
Well, you're correct in one part of your statement. Well, you're correct in one part of Satan and free will go hand in hand. If there was no free will, then there would be no need for Satan, right? Because if we didn't have free will, then Satan would be no use, right? Satan is used basically. Can I
stop you for a second? Was I arguing Satan to you?
No, I was just making out of everything that I would listen to what you were saying.
But can you address what I said first, regarding the robot thing, before you change the topic?
Okay, well, I disagree with it because free will is needed for the purpose of the creation of man.
No. At the end of your life, right? I'm not arguing free will with you, right? Regardless of the fact that I don't believe that you have free will, I don't care in this situation. I literally gave it to you. I'm not arguing free will with you.
Okay.
At the end of it all, the goal is for you to say, not my will, God, but your will be done. At the end of it all, when you're in heaven, you are serving this God. You've given your will. You've been trained. You've been programmed to not do your own will, but this God's will.
Right.
You're perfected in that.
Okay.
That's
okay. So
the equivalent of a robot.
I see. Okay, I do understand your view coming from that angle. I do understand that view. Your view is, well, basically, if you have to follow what God say do, then if you are following everything that he says do, then you're basically a robot.
So why do y'all deny it? Like, if you programmed, right? Elon Musk has created programs. Elon Musk has created robots, right? And those robots he has programmed to do certain things. He programmed them to listen to their owners, for them not to do anything that their owners do not ask them to do, right? They don't have their own will. They do the will of their owners because they're programmed to do that. So if you take the equivalent as God being the developer, you being the robot or the avatar. I understand robot, it's like you don't like that word probably, so we can change it from robot to avatar. God is the developer and programmer of the avatar, i.e. being you. And the process of perfecting this product, as you say, is for Satan and free will to be respected, and you go through a process here on earth until you have fully given your will over to this God. The product is perfected, and he knows this avatar is not going to go rogue and try to rebel against me like Satan did.
Well, you have to understand that it's about love, right?
I'm not asking what it's about. I'm not asking. Listen, what we're talking about is what God wants, right? I don't care if it's about love. I don't care if it's about hate. But hold on, let's answer the question that you came up here to answer first before you start trying to justify it. Let's clarify what it is that you would like to justify, right? Does God want robots, and did you agree? And then you can say, yep.
No.
Okay, so we still have, so then we have not clarified, right? You still don't believe that God wants you to do his will, that he's programming you to do his will and his will only in the end, in heaven. So tell me why you don't agree with that. And I don't care about, it's about love. Why don't you agree that that's what God wants?
You say, why don't I agree? Well, I do agree that God wants you to live a certain life. Now,
not life. I'm talking about even after death. Not life. Like even after death, when you're in heaven, mm-hmm. Does God want you to do his will, or does God want you to do your own will?
Well, now we can't speak on that. We can't say, we want God to do his will in heaven, because that's a whole different dimension, right? Now,
so you don't know if God wants his will to be done in heaven or your will to be done in heaven? You don't know that?
No, because in heaven it's different. It's not like a will in heaven.
So when Jesus says, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So you don't know that for the God's will to be done here on earth as it is done in heaven, you think that when you get up there, there's a possibility that your will trump this God's will?
Well, no. Jesus said that we would be like the angels, right? So it's different. It's different. It's a different nature.
I didn't ask about a nature. I'm not asking you about a nature. I'm asking you about the will.
But you're focused on the will part, right?
Yeah, that's the
right. The will part.
The will, right?
Right.
When you go to heaven, whose will be done? Yours or the God's in heaven?
God's will.
Okay, so you will be doing the will of God in heaven, not your own will, correct? Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Correct. Okay. So at the goal is for you to do the God's will, what the God wants, whatever the God wants you to do in heaven. That's what you will be doing, not your own will. You will be programmed and perfected, right? You will have made this choice, chosen to do what God wants you to do, not what you want to do, right? Not thinking for yourself, completely trusting in the God.
No, that's not true right there. No, that's not true at all.
Okay, so you will be able to think, like, do something other than what God wants you to do in heaven.
You in heaven, the same way as on earth, you cannot break. You can do whatever you want to do. The question is, you cannot. Okay, let me finish. You can do whatever you want to do. It's not like a robot that can only do what the programmer says do in the story.
Okay.
Here is different. Yes, you just cannot. You just cannot break the laws of God, but you can do as you please.
So, if you do as you please, right?
Yes.
And God's will are His laws.
You say God's will is His laws.
His desires, His wants, His plan. And you're saying that in heaven you will be able to go outside of that and do what you want.
You see, in heaven, you would not be able to, simply not because of what God will is, but simply because your nature would be different. You won't have a rebellious nature.
Okay, so let's do this.
But
let's do this. So you know about New Jerusalem, right? You know
yes,
okay.
A little bit of it.
Isaiah 60 talks about New Jerusalem. All right. Now, you don't have to accept this. I'm just using this as an example. I'm not bringing this up to argue whether you believe this or not. All right. This is an example to discuss will. Okay. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
All right. Now, Isaiah 60 is a prophecy of New Jerusalem for the Israelites. Okay. And in this prophecy, the Israelites, God is telling the Israelites how blessed they will be. Right? And He's like, I'll be your son. Like, you won't need day or night. I'm going to live amongst you. You're going to have people going to be nursing your daughters. You're going to have servants nursing your children for you. There will be the foreigners will be building up your walls. Will be building the new walls in New Jerusalem. The foreigners will be bringing in the gold for you. The foreigners will be bringing in the trees from Lebanon and planting them and all that for you, right? Here's the thing. The foreigners here, just a second. The foreigners in Isaiah 60 are the Gentiles. Anybody that's not a natural born Israelite, like of the 12 tribes, right? In Isaiah 60. So in Isaiah 60 in New Jerusalem, there are slaves, there are servants. I know y'all don't like that word. There are servants, and those servants are foreigners. Now, Christians are Gentile by nature because they're not natural born Israelites. But you believe that you are like a spiritual Israelite now because you've been grafted into the natural olive tree. Like you've been grafted into the natural tree, right? But when the natural branches come back, like they take their tree back, according to Paul. But you're still associated with the promise. And according to Paul, you still get to share in the glory of the promise. According to Isaiah, the promise, the Gentiles are serving the Israelites in New Jerusalem. Now, you don't have to believe this. You don't have, hey, I don't want to argue whether you believe this interpretation or whatever. Here's the hypothetical, okay?
You said you don't want me to argue that?
No, that's not the point here. I'm going to use this as a hypothetical to understand what you mean by will, okay? That's the important part, okay? So, the hypothetical is that this is New Jerusalem, okay? You get there in New Jerusalem. You are a Gentile Christian who have been grafted into the tree. You get to New Jerusalem after death, and you have to build the walls of New Jerusalem, bring in the gold for the Israelites while they're chilling with God, can you then say, I'm not doing that in heaven? Like, if you have your own will, like if you can do your own thing, can you say, I don't want to, I'm not doing that, or I shouldn't have to do that? Is that what you mean by being able to do your own thing?
I'm not sure about that.
So what do you mean by will? So here's the situation, right? When you say that you can do your own thing, explain to me, like in this situation, what would you do here? Let's say you're in New Jerusalem, you're dead, you've made it, and the Israelites telling you to go and get their gold. What can you then do?
Well, what I mean by you can do your own thing, there's a difference between doing a task, right? Once you do,
I know that we're talking will.
Right. So,
hey, we're talking will. We're talking will. No. Listen, will. Listen. I'm trying to keep you on task. I don't need a definition. I'm talking will. I'm not talking about the thing they ask you to do. You're about to start describing task and stuff, right? Can you say no when they say, go get my gold? This is the hypothetical.
I don't know.
This is the hypothetical.
I don't know that answer.
You don't know whether you can be like, I'm not going to be your slave in New Jerusalem.
No, because how would anyone know that?
So then you don't know. So then if you don't know if you can say no, right? To the will of God in heaven, because that's according to Isaiah, that's the will of God, right? You don't know if again, this is the hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
You don't know if you can say, right? So Isaiah is saying this is the will of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you don't know that you can say no to God and the Israelites in New Jerusalem to be their slave, how can you say? Right? Yeah, like how can you say that you can do your own thing?
Basically, what you're saying is, to make it very simple, is can you rebel in heaven?
Can you do your own? Can you go against the will of God in heaven?
I don't know about that. There's no part in the Bible that discusses if rebellion is even possible, because your nature is different. So I don't know. I can answer the question because it's not in the Bible.
So there is a possibility for all of this to start all over again then. So Satan rebelled in heaven, right? Because there is a question about like how the hell did sin get in heaven? And I know y'all say no, sin. Like I know Christians say, oh, Satan had free will, right? Right. Then then the next question that I have is, okay, if he gave Satan free will and these angels free will and he knew how he made them act, why the fuck did he go and put it in the humans? Like, did he not learn from the first time he put it into his angels that it would make the angels go rogue? Like, why would he then turn around and put it in humans? But hold on, that's not the question here, right? You're basically saying, hold on, you're basically saying that there is a possibility that all of this could start over again, because you don't know if there is a possibility for you to be able to rebel in heaven.
No, let me answer that question, the first question that you said.
No, this is no. This is the question, the rebellion, right?
So
you said that you don't know.
Ask me a question?
No, I did not ask you a question. I said these are the questions I have when Christians say these things. I was not asking because the question that I have for you, based off of what you said about rebellion, is: are you saying that this could all happen again because you don't know if you will have the opportunity to be able to rebel in heaven?
Listen. It's obviously you know the Bible. I can tell you know the Bible.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you are asking questions that's not in the Bible, though.
I didn't ask you those questions, Deep Mind. I said when you made the statement. Listen, when you made the statement that you don't know if you will be able to rebel in heaven, I responded to that and I said, here are the things that Christians say. I said, and when they say these things, here are the questions that I have. I never said, Deep Mind, can you answer these questions for me? I was not asking those questions to you. The question that I have for you, Deep Mind, is based off of what you said about not knowing if you would be able to rebel. And that question is, are you saying that there would be another opportunity for all of this to start all over again, right? Because rebellion is possible again. What's up, Mezzo?
Question now.
What?
So now you ask me a question.
Question about rebellion.
About rebellion. Okay, now to answer to that is, I don't believe so. Why? Because we are giving a new nature.
And that new nature will stop you from rebelling?
It's a new nature.
And that new nature will stop you from rebelling.
I'm thinking so. Nobody really knows.
Okay, no. You're like trying to stay in the middle. Okay.
No, I'm just telling you facts.
So listen. Even if you say nobody knows, you're saying that there is a possibility that you can rebel in heaven.
No, because we're given new nature.
So then there is no possibility for you to rebel in heaven.
I don't believe so. Simply, I'm going by the only thing that I have from the Bible, and that is simply because we are giving a new nature.
So there is no possibility for you to rebel in heaven.
I just told you I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure. Okay, listen. I want you to listen to how you're trying to straddle the fence. You're not sure. Listen. You're straddling the fence. You're straddling the fence. You're saying you don't know, you're not sure, and then because you don't know and you're not sure, that means that there is a possibility that all of this will start all over again. There's a possibility that you could rebel in heaven. Then you say no because there's a new nature. Will that new all of this will start all over again. There's a possibility that you could rebel in heaven. Then you say no because there's a new nature. Will that new nature stop you from rebelling in heaven? I'm not sure. I don't know. You're straddling the fence, and the chat hears it too. As soon as you did it, they started commenting. You're saying yes and no at the same time, and you don't realize that.
I say yes and no at the same time.
You're saying when you say I don't know, I don't know, no. You're saying yes and no at the same time. That's why I keep asking you: is there a possibility for you to be able to rebel? Look how you do it. Is there going to be a possibility for you to be able to rebel? You don't know, right? So that means that there is a possibility. That means because you don't know, that means that you think that you will be able to do whatever you want to do in heaven, and that there is a possibility for someone in heaven to rebel. Because your God hasn't set up any way for that says that you're going to do his will. That whatever happened with Satan is not going to happen again.
Well, I don't know that. So,
right.
Nobody, and that's why I said the question you're asking are people would be lying if they knew the answer to that.
Right. So there's a possibility that all of this could happen again.
Nobody knows.
Right, nobody knows. There's a possibility that because Satan rebelled in heaven, that it could all happen again because nobody knows if you're going to be able to rebel in heaven or not when you get there. Nobody knows if you're going to be able to tell the Israelites to fuck off when they tell you to go and nurse their daughter.
No, nobody knows. No, nobody knows that.
So then this shit is going to start out. It could very well start all back over again.
I don't believe so, but nobody knows that answer.
Yeah, we got it. Nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows that. Nobody knows that answer. There's nowhere.
I think it's funny that you're saying that you don't know. I think it's funny that you're saying you don't know that this book says that in heaven you will be serving God. That you will be doing the will of God. I think that's funny that you're pretending that you don't know that.
No.
What does it say you'll be doing in heaven? What is this book? Let me ask you a question. Why do you want to go to heaven?
Well, first of all, I would love to live forever.
Why?
Right?
Yeah, why?
Why? Because it's going to be a place of complete happiness, a place of no pain, no sorrow, a place of
But
joy.
okay, hold on. What are you calling happiness? Like, what's happiness to you?
Just happiness. No
like
sadness,
what's
death.
Happiness to you though? I get happiness is the absence of sadness. That's very generic, right?
Right.
What makes you happy? Like, what's happiness to you that you want to do it for eternity? Like, explain happiness to you.
Oh wow! Well, just living forever, being amongst other people that have made it, being among them. Heaven is going to be a place like no other place. Right?
Yeah, we get that. Like, doing what though? Like, happiness doing what?
Listen. Once again, you're going to a realm that nobody knows.
Well, how do you know you're going to be happy?
Listen what I'm saying to you.
How do you know you're going to be happy is my question.
Okay, listen what I'm saying to you. If it's a place where there's no sorrow, no sadness, it's a place of love, a place where you're going to be around other beings, a place where you can actually see God, angels. I mean, you're gonna. How is that not happy?
One, I don't like your, like, for me, it's not happening. Let me tell you why. I don't like your God. Your God told, to test to see if your God had Abraham's complete loyalty, to make sure Abraham wasn't going to go rogue on him. He tempted Abraham, for your God to test to see if he had Abraham's complete loyalty. Right? Can you mute while I talk? You got some background noise.
Okay, let me mute.
Okay, for your God to prove that he had Abraham's ear and Abraham's complete loyalty, and that Abraham would do his will, right? Your God had Abraham go into a blood covenant with him, right? And with that blood covenant, he had Abraham agree to chop off the tip of his D in every male in the house as a symbol of this blood covenant. And then he went even one step further just to seal the deal, to make sure that Abraham would do what he says. And he tempted Abraham to kill his son. He wanted to see if Abraham was willing to give up his son for him, for whatever promise he gave Abraham. Right? Okay? I don't like the way your God does things. So after your God gets Abraham's complete loyalty, then he goes to Moses, right? And he convinces Moses to be his mouthpiece and his body on earth and talk to the Israelites, like build this militia, go get these Israelites out of slavery in Egypt, and turn them into like a militia so that they can go into Canaan and kill people. So your God then tells these humans to go and kill babies. Then your God creates laws, right, that then says, follow these laws or else. And if you don't follow these laws, then I'm going to sell you to the Philistines. I'm going to send you back to Egypt. And then I'm going to give you to the Babylonians. Like, whatever they don't do, if they don't follow his laws, they get threatened, right? He plucks them up from their ancestors, their history, everything that they know. Right? I don't like your God. I don't like the spirit that a lot of the people that follow this God have. So if I don't like being around these people here on earth, I definitely am not going to be happy spending eternity with them. So that doesn't sound happy to me, to be around a God that I think is immoral, right? And then to be around people that I think have very hateful spirits. So it doesn't sound like happiness to me. Well, I'm trying to tell you what it would be happiness for me. Like, why do you want to respond?
Right.
Like, can I finish?
Well,
can I finish? Can I finish first? Let me finish.
But there's no point.
Yes, it is. How you gonna tell me that there's no point? I listened to you. Goddamn. I sat there and I listened to you.
We know.
Nope. Let me finish. I also have no desire to live forever. None whatsoever. There is nothing that I could think that I would want to do for eternity. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing here on this earth that I would want to do for eternity.
But that's you.
I'm telling you about my happiness and why I would not want to go. That's why I said I don't understand that you asked me. You asked me. You said who wouldn't think that was happiness, and I answered you. I answered you. No, I don't see that as happiness. I answered you. No, I don't see that as happiness. You see that as happiness. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's me. Just like you believe that you got a choice, right? You made a choice to follow this God and to this New Jerusalem that you barely know anything about. I'm asking you to explain heaven and New Jerusalem to me, and you can't. You keep saying nobody knows, but this book is very clear on what New Jerusalem is, who's there, what y'all are doing. It's very clear, right? But you keep telling me that you don't know, that the answers aren't in the book.
What are we doing?
But hold on, let me finish talking. You don't run this show. Goddamn, be respectful. You will get an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Damn, you made the choice, right? To give your will to this God, to live for eternity with this God, right? And you barely know what you're going to be doing for eternity. And then y'all get mad at people like me who say, I've made the choice and I don't want it. That makes no sense to me. Like, why were you getting ready to get mad? Because I said I don't see happiness in that.
Are you asking a question?
Yes. Why were you getting ready to get mad? Because I said I don't see happiness in that.
Mad?
Yes, you were.
I was. No, I was not.
Literally, I kept asking you to wait. You kept coming off mute when the mod muted you, right? Then you wanted to kept come off. That's you. That's you. Why should we listen to you? You literally asked me why wouldn't I see that as happiness. You literally asked me why wouldn't I see that as happiness. That was the last thing you said when you was explaining what was happiness for you.
I did not ask you.
Yes, you
I did not ask you. No, I did not ask you.
Okay.
I never asked you a question. I never asked you a question. Would you be happy in heaven?
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said it. I didn't say you said that. You said, why wouldn't you see that as happiness?
I didn't ask you.
Your exact words were, why wouldn't you see that as happiness? Those were your exact words. And I explained to you why I wouldn't. Because I don't like this God. I don't like the way the God thinks. I don't like the belief systems of the God. I don't like the people who follow the God. Well, not all. I love some of them. Some of them are really nice. But the majority of them have very bad behaviors and attitudes. But I don't have any desire to live forever either. I can't think of one thing that I would want to do for eternity. That's why I wouldn't see it as happiness. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening to you.
Well, I'm done now. Like, it's crazy. Like, when I am talking, y'all want to interrupt me. And then when I'm done, then you have nothing to say.
Oh, I have plenty to say.
Well, then go ahead and speak.
Oh, I have plenty to say. Well, I think you have to look at it like this. You know, we are created beings. That means we came out of the imagination from nothing into existence by a living God. Beings, right? Don't mean a part of yourself. Let's just say, for instance, if you were God and you said to yourself, you know what, I'm going to create a world.
Sorry, what are you responding to? What I'm sorry. What are you responding to?
Well, I'm responding to the outlook.
Your phone is going in and out. Did you move back to the same place?
Okay. Well, I'm responding to your outlook that you and many other people have toward God.
Why?
They have a,
But why? Why are you responding to that?
Because why? Because that's why I'm here on this live to respond.
But why? Why? What does it matter to you that we don't like your God?
Well,
that's not the conversation.
Well,
though.
It really doesn't. Well, you just talked for 5 minutes on that, so I'm just going to respond to that. Now we can go to another topic.
No, I'm saying but what I'm saying is are you hoping that at the end of you talking about how we see your God, are you hoping that we then change our mind and say, you know what? I do want to go to heaven with your God. Is that what your goal is?
No.
So why are you talking about? Why are you talking about my decision to not want to go to heaven versus the eternity in heaven?
What?
Versus the eternity in heaven. The robot, the agree. Why are you talking about my decision instead of the eternity of heaven? What I just need to know why you've pivoted to. Hold on, listen. What I'm trying to understand is why did you pivot to discuss my decision, right, to not want to go to heaven instead of discussing the eternity of heaven?
Because we was off that subject.
How?
That was a past subject.
How are we off it? If the last thing I said, how?
Okay.
Who determined that? Wait, hold on. Who determined that we're finished with that? Because if we are, then that means that you're done. If we're done talking about God, hold on. If we're done talking about God wanted robots and you agreed, then the conversation is over.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you're done and you don't have anything else to add to that?
No, this is what I'm saying. I was quiet, right? I let you say everything you said.
You don't let me say anything on my stage. Let me listen.
Didn't you?
No. The conversation is about your God wanting robots and you agree, right? You talked about heaven. Talked about heaven, and you talked about how it would be happy. I asked you, what would you consider? Hold on, stop doing that while I'm talking. Okay. I asked you, what do you consider happiness? Because there's nothing that I would want to do for eternity. You gave your reasoning, then you said, who wouldn't consider that happiness? And I gave my reasoning of why I don't consider it happiness. Now you want to pivot to talking about my decision to not serve your God. That's not the conversation. And if you're done with talking about why God wanted robots, then the conversation is over and then we can pull up somebody else. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not interested in what you think about my decision to not serve your God. That's not the topic. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. If we can stick to the topic, that's cool. If we can stick to the topic, that's cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So are we on the same topic as far as the robots?
Yeah. Are you done with that?
Okay. Okay. So what you want to know about that?
So by you asking me that means that you're done. You presented everything that you wanted to present. Or there's nothing else to talk about.
Do you have?
No, I'm done.
Well, I'm asking,
if you're done, I'm done.
Okay.
If you have nothing else to add to what I said last, that means that you're done, right?
No, because you don't agree with what I said.
What is it that I don't agree with? My baby, I love you. Have a good day. What is it that I don't agree with?
You believe that
no. What robots. Don't I agree with? Right. That's my stance. It's been the stance since. Hold on. It's been the stance since you came up here.
Right. So I'm trying to explain to you, it's not like that.
Okay, so then do that. Don't like you trying to talk about my decision to not worship your God is not explaining that it's not like that.
I thought we were on the robot topic now. So why'd you jump back to that?
Are y'all okay? Do y'all not know how to follow conversations?
I was just talking about the robots. And
no,
then you jumped back again.
No, I didn't jump back to that. I said, don't talk about my decision to not worship your God. Mm-hmm. Talk about the robots. What else do you have to say?
I just explained to you that we're not going to be like robots in heaven.
So then you will be able to do your own thing.
To a certain degree.
So if God tells you to serve the Israelites in heaven and build their walls, like Isaiah is saying, then you can tell God no.
Didn't we just go through a whole hour of the same
exactly?
Question?
So do you realize that you're saying?
Stupid.
Do you realize? Do you? Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Do you realize that you are saying that you can do your own thing, but then you say, but you can't? Do you know what a robot is? Do you know what a robot is?
A robot can't think.
Can a robot do its own thing?
Not at all.
Not at all. Right. So again, if Isaiah says that the God's will is for the Gentiles to serve the Israelites, right, in heaven, and that is the God's will, can you do your own thing and say no?
We just went through this.
And you were straddling the fence.
No, I didn't. I told you nobody knows that.
So nobody knows that.
Nobody knows if you can be rebellious.
Okay. All right. So listen to what you just said. Nobody knows if you can be rebellious in heaven. Now, just 1 minute ago, you said you don't agree with me on the robot thing. I said, what don't I agree on? You don't. I said that we will not be robots in heaven. So you're making a claim. Listen, you're making a claim that you will not be robots. Right? Robots.
Do you know what a robot is?
Hold on. Robots cannot do their own thing.
They cannot think.
Hold on. Right. Robots cannot do their own thing. They do what their developers tell them to do, what they are programmed to do. Right? So then, right. So you made a very definite statement. No, we won't be robots. All right. Hold on. Stop talking. I'm trying to walk because I think in a straight line. You don't. And you're making this conversation harder than it needs to be.
No, that's you.
No.
Robots are not alive.
Oh my God. Do you realize that when I say, do you actually think that when I use the word robots, that I think that you're going to be machine and wires and programming? Like, is that what you think?
No.
I mean, okay, so then stop that. Okay.
Consciously.
Okay, stop. Stop. Fucking stop. Okay. So you will not be robots in heaven, is what you said. That means that you will be able to do your own thing, right? You'll have your own mind, your own conscience. I'll even throw in some blood and some bones for you, right?
To some degree.
You will be alive. You will be alive. You won't fully be like a robot. You'll have fingernails and feet. You know,
no, you won't have that either.
You won't fully be like a robot, but. You're saying that you will be able to do your own thing, right? You made that statement. You made to a certain degree.
Yeah,
what's the certain degree?
I mean, if like you were saying, God give you a task to do, or God tells you to do something. Now, I don't know if we would be able to rebel and say, "No, God, I'm not going to do that." I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be able to rebel, but we'll be doing other things. You'll be living.
Okay, hold on. So you don't know. Hold on. Yeah. If you rebelled against God now on earth, would that be a bad thing? Mm-hmm. Is that a bad thing for you to rebel? Oh, so it's bad on earth. to rebel against God, right? And you can rebel right now because God is testing you with your free will. All right.
Correct.
Right. But it's bad if you do it on earth. Yet you don't know that when you go to heaven, if it would still be a bad thing to rebel against God.
No, I said I don't know. We would have that capability to even do that in heaven.
Okay, so if you were to do it in heaven, would it be a bad thing?
Oh, for definitely.
So then you don't know if there's a capability for sin to come back?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? What?
You're talking about, all of that is just a guess.
No, listen.
See,
this is logic. Okay, we're going to use logic. Okay, right now, free will exists on earth. Okay?
Yeah, because we know that. Yeah,
okay, listen, if you stop talking and listen, then you will understand the logic and understand why you're straddling the fence.
I'm not straddling the fence at all.
Okay. So right now, free will exists, and God is using the free will to test you to see if you will freely choose Him. Right? Freely choose to follow Him. If you rebel, if you use that free will on earth to rebel against the God, that's a bad thing. That's a sin. Right?
Right.
All right. So sin on earth. Sin equal rebellion against God. Sin equal bad thing. Okay? That's earth. Now, heaven. If you rebel in heaven, it is a bad thing. But you don't know if you will have the capability to do the bad thing.
Right.
That's questionable. That's questionable. That means that there is a possibility for sin to be in heaven again, because you don't know if you will be able to rebel against God in heaven and do this bad sin. So therefore, you are saying that there is a possibility for sin to get back in heaven.
Right. I can't speak on it because I have no idea how that is. Nobody does.
I get you saying you can't speak on it. You just spoke on it. You think that there might be a possibility for sin to get back in heaven because you don't know if you're going to be able to rebel against God in heaven and sin.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So as I stated from the beginning, all of this could start all over again. Just like Satan. There could be another Satan in this New Jerusalem.
That's a wild question. I don't know anything about that. We're going into the when you start talking about certain specifics in heaven, all of it is just fantasy. It's nothing you can go by. So that's not you can't even put an opinion on that really, because it's no type of scripture or anything like that you can really go by. So it's not something you really can speak on. But the things on earth, you can.
Yeah, but do you realize that when you say, I don't know if I'll be able to rebel in heaven, you're saying, I don't know if sin... Right, you're saying, I don't know if sin will be allowed in heaven. When you say, I don't know if I will be able to rebel. You realize that those are the same thing.
I don't. Right. Well, see, because I don't know if God's going to take away free will in heaven. I don't know if
right. So I get it, but you're saying that you're saying that you don't know if sin will be completely gone when it's all said and done. That's what you're saying. You do realize that, right?
Well, I have no idea, to be honest with you with that.
Yeah. So you don't know if sin.
I can't say if it's gonna be gone.
All right. So then you don't know if sin is gonna will be all gone. So you don't know if there's a possibility that all of this will start over again, like another Satan will pop up in heaven. And so you're just kind of like doing this because you want to live forever with people who also made the same choice and be with God.
I love God, so being with him gonna be just great, you know.
Okay.
That's gonna be great, man. That's gonna be everlasting life. Life.
Yeah, everlasting life. But you don't know if it's gonna be great because you don't know what you're gonna be doing in heaven. You just said that there's no scripture.
No, whatever.
That.
I'm saying whatever I'm doing, I don't care what it is. There's not gonna be. It's not gonna be no death. It's not gonna be no pain, no sorrow. Oh man,
you don't care. You don't care what it is.
I don't care what I listen. If whatever it is, there's no sorrow, no pain, no death. You know, that's beautiful to me. There's gonna be nothing but love.
Okay, and
nothing but love.
And if what Isaiah says about the Gentiles' job and New Jerusalem being the servants of the Israelites, nursing their children, bringing in their gold, building their walls like a chain gang, that's the love that you're talking about. Like you don't care, you wouldn't care. Like that would be
nursing their children. It's a
Yeah, listen. If what Isaiah says is in fact what the Gentiles will be doing in heaven, right? And I'm just responding to your claim. I don't care what it is, right? If it's what Isaiah says, right. If it's what Isaiah says, you would still say I don't care what it is, and be the slave of the Israelites in New Jerusalem for eternity. That would be happiness to you.
Well, because you have to look at it in its totality. Mm-hmm. Let's say I was raising someone's kids, right? Which you know that's not going to be the case because Jesus said we're going to be like angels. But just going by that.
No. What do you mean that Jesus said you're going to be like angels? You could be like angels and still be servants. Like that doesn't change anything. But again, stay with the hypothetical.
Great,
like that.
Right.
Yeah,
if I would nurse someone,
like be authentic.
Listen, if I was
hold on, because you're being dishonest because you're saying that I would love it, but I mean it's not that. The you slipping in, it's not that. It's telling me that you really wouldn't love it and that you're just saying a bunch of shit. So be honest. If it is or was what Isaiah says it was, right? Isaiah says that the Gentiles will be worshiping God, right? You'll be worshiping the God of Israel. You'll be bringing in the wealth and the tribute, right, from the nations. You'll be serving and aiding the Israelites, right? You'll be living in harmony in peace with them, right? You'll be recognizing and acknowledging the God of Israel over and over again. Holy, holy, holy God is the Lamb, right? So if it is that you're building the walls, you're doing all of that, is that what you're saying? The thing that you don't care what it is, and that would be complete happiness for you? Are you there?
You keep muting me.
I did not mute you.
The part you said, okay, I don't know how I got muted. Okay, but you said something which is a key to that. You said that we will be living in harmony.
Yeah.
So that means after I did my task.
No, right? It doesn't mean that.
After I did. Okay, no, I'm just saying to live in harmony means I am living a peaceful, joyful, so it's more to it than labor. Mm-hmm. You see, it's more to that. It's more to, even if I was a maid and they say, hey, look, you know what? Your job is to bring that to the temple, nurse this, whoever's kids. That would be like a job. But it's not a constant thing. while I still would be living in harmony amongst. I'll get to worship God.
The way Isaiah
God.
uses it, Isaiah is saying there will be no more war, right? But you will still be the servants of Israel, right? He says it here, like in Isaiah 60, that the foreigners will build up the walls, right? I think he starts, let's see, foreigners shall build up your walls, and their king shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you down, but in my favor I have had mercy on you. Your gates shall always be open day and night. They shall not be shut, so that nations shall bring you their wealth with their kings led in procession. You are the nations. You are bringing in the wealth. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve you, so those that don't choose to serve the Israelites in New Jerusalem, they die, they perish. Those nations shall be utterly laid to waste. The glory of Lebanon shall come to you, the cypress, the plane, and the pine, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will glorify where my feet rest. The descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you, and all who despised you shall bow down at your feet. They shall call you the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Now, the descendants of those that oppressed the Israelites, the only people that are there that are not Israelites are Gentile Christians, Gentile believers. So if these descendants, right, of Gentiles are bending low to them, right, and bowing down at their feet, right, that's not, unless there are going to be some other type of humans there, some that are not Gentiles, I don't know, that are not foreigners.
Hold on, what scripture?
This is Isaiah 60.
Isaiah what?
Isaiah 60.
Because I think he's not talking about in heaven. I think everything that you have just said that you're applying to here on earth. I don't think that's, where does it says anything about this is going to be in heaven?
Yeah, so Revelations borrows from Isaiah 60 when it talks about New Jerusalem in Revelation 21. Hold on, we can compare. Give me just a second. Okay. We're going to compare. All right.
Yeah, so this is not talking about heaven, I don't think.
Okay, let's go to Revelation 21. The new heaven and the new earth. Okay.
Right.
Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, see, the home of God is among mortals. Right? So this is on earth. Right? He will dwell with them. They will be his peoples. And God himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more. For the first things have passed away. And the one who was seated on the throne said, see, I am making all things new. Also he said, write this, for these words are trustworthy and true. Then he said to me, it is done. I am Alpha, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give water as a gift from the spring of the water of life. Those who conquer will inherit these things, and I will be their God, and they will be my children. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, that place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Here's the vision of New Jerusalem. Then one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls full of these seven last plagues came and said to me, come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb. And in the spirit he carried me away to a great high mountain and showed me the holy city Jerusalem coming down out of heaven from God. It has the glory of God and a radiance like a very rare jewel, like jasper, clear as crystal. It has a great high wall with 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and on the gates are inscribed the names that are the names of the 12 tribes of the Israelites. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, and on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city has 12 foundations, and on them are the 12 names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. The angel who talked to me had a measuring rod of gold to measure the city and its gates and walls. The city has 4 equal sides, its length the same as its width, and he measured the city with its rod, 12,000 stadia. Its length and width and height are equal. He also measured its wall 144 cubits by human measurement, which the angel was using. The wall is built of jasper, while the city is pure gold, clear as glass. The foundations of the wall of the city are adorned with every jewel. The first was jasper, the second sapphire, the third agate, the fourth emerald, the fifth onyx, the sixth carnelian, the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, and the ninth topaz, the 10th chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, the 12th amethyst. And the 12 gates are 12 pearls. Each of the gates is a single pearl, and the street of the city is pure gold, transparent as glass. I saw no temple in the city, for its temple is the Lord God, the Almighty, and the Lamb. And the city has no need of sun or moon to shine on it, for the glory of God is its light, and its lamp is the Lamb. The nations will walk by its light, and the kings of the earth will bring their glory into it. Its gates will never be shut by day, and there will be no night there. People will bring into it the glory and the honor of the nations. Okay, let's go back to Isaiah 60 right quick. And we're going to read all of Isaiah 60. And you tell me when you hear what this John just said about New Jerusalem.
All right.
Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. For all darkness shall cover the earth, and thick darkness the peoples. But the Lord will arise upon you, and his glory will appear over you. Nations shall come to your light, and the kings to brightness of your dawn. Lift up your eyes and look around. They all gather together. They come to you. Your sons shall come from far away, and your daughters shall be carried in their nurses' arms. Then you shall see and be radiant. Your heart shall thrill and rejoice, because the abundance of the sea shall be brought to you. The wealth of the nations shall come to you. A multitude of camels shall cover you. The young camels of Midian and Ephah, and all those from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and frankincense, and shall proclaim the praise of the Lord. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered to you. The rams of Nebaioth shall minister to you. They shall be acceptable on my altar, and I will glorify my glorious house. Who are these that fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? For the coastland shall wait for me, the ships of Tarshish first, to bring your children from far away, their silver and gold with them. For the name of the Lord your God, and for the Holy One of Israel, because he has glorified you. Foreigners shall build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you down, but in my favor I have had mercy on you. Your gates shall always be open. Day and night they shall not be shut, so that nations shall bring you their wealth, with their kings led in procession. Have you heard anything that sounds familiar yet?
Yeah, I mean the whole thing. It sounds familiar with the New Jerusalem
in Revelations.
It does sound,
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall not perish. Those nations shall be utterly laid waste. The glory of Lebanon shall come to you, the cypress, the plane, and the pine, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will glorify where my feet rest. The descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you, and all who despised you shall bow down at your feet. They shall call you the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas you have been forsaken and hated, with no one passing through, I will make you majestic forever, a joy from age to age. You shall suck the milk of nations, you shall suck the breast of kings, and you shall know that I, the Lord, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Instead of bronze, I will bring gold. Instead of iron, I will bring silver. Instead of wood, bronze. Instead of stones, iron. I will appoint peace as your overseer and righteousness as your taskmaster. Violence shall no more be heard in your land, devastation or destruction within your borders. You shall call your walls salvation and your gates praise. The sun shall no longer be your light by day, nor for brightness shall be the moon. Give light to you by night, but the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. The sun shall no more go down, or your moon withdraw itself, For the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of mourning shall be ended. Your people shall all be righteous. They shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands, so that I might be glorified. The least of them shall become a clan, and the smallest one a mighty nation. I am the Lord, and its time I will accomplish it quickly. This is the New Jerusalem that this John is talking about.
Yeah, it does sound like that. That's very beautiful. Everything you read was still
but there's people doing work there.
Yeah, I mean, if someone is doing work, I don't see no harm in that. If in the new age you're doing work, there's nothing wrong with that.
But you're serving.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you're serving a group of people.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I get it.
You're serving God. You're
serving the Israelites. He's talking to the Israelites here. You're serving Israel. There's 144,000, right? Whose names are written, right? And then everybody else is in this city, like this 14 by 1400 by 1400 city. Right, you're building the walls. You're building their walls, right? They're not building the walls. The foreigners are building the walls. And so even still, his first wife, his first son, his first chosen gets special privileges. And the promise is fulfilled, and all of the people and all the servants he promised them, they're getting in New Jerusalem with y'all.
Right.
Yeah.
It's still gonna be great.
Well, I'm happy for you. Yeah, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you love God, right? Just to be with God, right? It's a wonderful thing. Just to be able to live forever, to see no evil, no pain, no death, no sorrow, no sickness.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's beautiful. It is beautiful.
Yeah. Well,
I'm absolutely.
Well, that's good. And so
that's beautiful to me.
Yeah. And so you're there, right? And somebody, from what I understand with you, the God does not want robots, and there is a possibility that somebody's not going to think it's beautiful when they get there. Somebody's going to say, what the fuck, I didn't sign up to be a slave to the Israelites, and then this whole shit can start all over again, because there's a possibility. Wait, you were saying there's a possibility that you can rebel, not that you want to, but there's a possibility that you can rebel in New Jerusalem, and that there is a possibility that sin will just start all over again, because there's a possibility that somebody's going to feel like they tricked and rebel.
Now remember, you don't look up and go to heaven. Right?
No, I didn't say look up. I didn't say look up.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
Hold on, man. I heaven like this? No, listen, everybody who goes to heaven loves God.
So that don't mean that you want to be a slave, unless you're saying that that's the will. You're choosing to be the slave. Therefore, you're choosing to be the robot.
Well, when you say slave, you're putting it in a very negative way, as in being a slave, as we know slave.
Well, you're building walls, friend. You're building in Isaiah,
we're building walls. We're building walls now.
Hold on. You're building walls. You're nursing their children. You're carrying in their gold. You're planting their trees. Right?
That's a job.
Let me ask you, where in here did it say that what else will the foreigners be doing outside of working?
So you think that they're going to be working just constantly?
Well, I mean, it does say that there will be no more day or night. So yeah, like your nature, the nature that's going to change, the nature that I understand will change is that you won't need any sleep, because one, it's eternal. Two, there won't be any day or night. Your God is going to be your light, which I know you can't wait for that.
Right.
But it does list the work right? It does list, and this the work that the foreigners will be doing. Where does it talk about the fun that the foreigners will be having?
Well, I mean, listen, it's not going to be work all eternity. Number one, that whatever wall they're building, eventually is going to get built. Whatever they're building, right? Whatever they're nurturing, eventually is not going to have to be nurtured no more, right? So if we're going by that logic, so they're not. I mean,
how long do you think? How long do you think it would take you to build these walls and these gates of this city that's like 1,400 feet high, 1,400 feet down, 1,400 feet wide on both sides? Like, how long do you think that would take to build?
Well, it wouldn't matter because you live forever.
Right. So why are you saying that, like, once it's done, it's done?
No. Why? Because if you are building something, eventually it's finished. There's no such thing as you continue to build something forever, right? If you're building something,
but who said? But who said that? Like, that would be the only wall that you would build. It said that the foreigners will build up your walls with an S. Like, it literally is bringing down a whole new earth. Do you know how big this earth is?
Well, let's just say we're building another earth. Even if it took 1 billion years, you live forever. Eventually, you'll be finished with that earth. Eventually, you'll be finished.
Do you think the earth is complete? Do you think the earth is completely done now? Do you think that the earth is just done? There's every inch of the earth has been civilized and developed?
Of course not. I mean,
right? Like, do you know how huge the earth is?
Yes, but listen, there are parts of earth that is uninhabitable. I mean, if man wanted to just encircle the earth and make whatever, it could be easily done. But my whole point is that in heaven you are everlasting beings.
Yeah, everlasting servants. You're everlasting servants of God and the Israelites, like everlasting, like you live forever.
No, it doesn't say you're everlasting servants.
It says that you're servants. You're servants in New Jerusalem to Israel, right? There will be no war. You're nursing their daughters. You're bringing in their gold. You're bringing in their wealth. Right. You're planting their trees. Right. You're working. Right. You're their servants. You're serving Israel. Right. And you have everlasting life.
Right. So even servants doesn't work all around the clock. Right.
Well, when would you sleep if there's no day or night?
No. What I'm saying is this. Even servants gets rest. Even servants get to do what they want to do. Right? Every servant is given a amount of time to do a task, whether it's 5 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours, however it go. Right? So, all right. So in a place where you have everlasting life, the same principle, I'm sure, it would apply to any servant. After a certain time, that servant gets to do what he want to do. He gets to enjoy his life, right? Or be with it.
So, just are you saying that you could get tired in heaven? Like you get tired?
Oh no, I don't think you get tired in heaven. No, I don't think you get tired in heaven.
So why would you need rest?
A glorified. We will have. Now, what I'm saying is, there's a time to work, and then there's a time to yourself. That's what I'm saying, right? It would never. No,
I mean, I'm not saying that you. I'm not saying that you won't. Be able to go off and eat.
See, no one.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, nobody. Yeah. This particular subject right here is just guessing. You guessing?
Right.
I'm
guessing.
Right. So it's
I'm not guessing. Really, I'm going by what the Bible's saying. I'm not guessing shit.
Well. But what I mean by guessing is if right now you are insinuating that the servant is going to be, that's all he's going to be doing.
Oh, I don't care about the all. I don't care about the all. I don't see. No, I'm saying for me, I didn't say that's all you're going to be doing. I said you will be serving Israel. I didn't say all. The fact is that the Israelites are not servants. The Israelites are kings. The Israelites are ruling over the foreigners, right? You still have people ruling over you in heaven, and it is Israelites. And according to Isaiah, you are serving them and worshiping God. Like God, the God of Israel is now the God of everybody. He's getting the worship, the praise that he wants, right? The Israelites, his chosen, his bride, his first wife, is back in their rightful place. And then the foreigners are in their place serving God and the Israelites. I didn't say that's all you're going to be doing, but that according to Isaiah, that's your place.
Right. Well, if that's my place, then so be it.
Yeah.
If that's my place, hey, look, so be it. You know,
I saw it, guy.
Yeah,
I didn't misinterpret shit. All I did was read the book, oi. I didn't misinterpret a damn thing. It literally says the foreigners will be doing this, and then I read it in Revelations. I didn't misinterpret a damn thing. Y'all need to learn reading comprehension and verse interpretation. They're not the same thing. Y'all do interpretation. I don't. But regardless, like you said, you don't necessarily know what heaven's going to be like, right? Even if you reject what Isaiah say, right? Even if you reject what Isaiah say, you don't necessarily know what heaven's going to be like. All you know is that you're going to be with this God, right? All you know is that you're going to be with this God. And so there's a very real possibility because it's a hope, right? It's a hope. And there's a very real possibility that it could not be true. There's a very real possibility that the description given in Revelations of this God sitting on a throne with big ass birds eating on human flesh is the devil. It's a very real possibility. You just don't know, right? You're kind of gambling with it.
Well, I don't even know what you asking. You talk about.
I said there's a very real possibility, right? Because you don't really know, right? That you could die and it all not be true, right? That's a possibility. No, I'm saying there's a possibility because, like you said, you don't really know, right?
I don't know. No, I don't know what.
You don't know how heaven is.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Right. So there's because it's all a hope. It's a hope, right? And you have to. You can't. How heaven is? How heaven is?
No. When you say it's all a hope, so you're saying it's all a hope as far as exactly what's going to be going on in heaven?
Yeah, because you don't know. You just said you don't know. Yeah, it's a hope.
Exactly. Yeah,
it's a hope. You hope that heaven is this beautiful place that is this great place.
I don't. No, well, the Bible tells us that it's a place of no death.
Right. That doesn't mean that it's great.
Life, peace.
It doesn't mean that it's great. We know. Listen. Stop. You don't need to repeat that again. We know that you won't die. We know that you. Well, you hope it's going to be better than Earth. You don't know that.
It's going to be better than Earth.
How do you know that?
Earth is a terrible place.
Yeah, but how do you know it's going to be better than Earth?
Because it is a reward.
Okay, how do you know it's going to be better than Earth?
Well, because it's not going to be no more sorrow, no more pain.
Okay, that just means that you won't feel anything. You won't have emotions. So, what's funny? What are you going to be able to feel? Are you going to be able to feel?
Sure you are. I'm sure you are. I mean, you can. Will someone touch you?
I'm not talking about physically feeling. I'm not talking about physically. I'm not. when you say there's no more sorrow, you won't be able to feel sorrow. Like you won't know sorrow.
Why?
Because you won't be able to feel it. Your nature changes.
No, that's not why.
Then why won't you be able to feel it?
Because you won't know sorrow because there will be no act that can cause sorrow.
Building up walls, like working on a chain gang, definitely would cause sorrow.
Chain gang?
Like
Who's
building up,
chain gang?
building up walls, like working, like on a chain gang, right? Like serving. Hold on, serving, being someone's servant can definitely cause sorrow, right?
She said, "Been a chain gang." You got ball and chain was what they walking around in heaven with the striped suits on and a ball. No,
I didn't say that. You
singing, "Oh, here we go in heaven." Oh, everybody would working on a railroad or something like that. Oh man, that's hilarious. No, it's not like that.
So being a servant, right? Being in the position of a servant can definitely cause sorrow, right? But when you have a renewance of the mind and you go back to pre-Adam and Eve before they ate the tree, right? Before they gained their own conscience, before they were able to understand what's good and what's bad, right? They did not know, right? Good or bad. They had no idea that being exposed or being naked was a bad thing. They couldn't feel the shame. Does that make sense?
Right.
And so you're going to go,
right.
It doesn't mean that the shame did not exist. They just could not feel it. They didn't understand it. So when you go back to that pre-Adam and Eve mindset in heaven and this New Jerusalem, you just won't know because you'll have the mind of this God. And you doing these things, you're doing them because that's what God wants you to do, right? Whatever nature, this new nature that you would be in, it would still be the mind of God pre-Adam and Eve, pre-tree Adam and Eve. It doesn't mean
not necessarily.
Like no, yes, it will. Like you won't know, you won't have sorrow. It doesn't mean that sorrow is not, it does not exist. Like literally, it talks about nothing unclean entering into the gates. That means that something's there, right? That means that something's there.
There's
right?
nothing to cause it.
Why would it need to have gates to keep out the unclean?
Well, in the dwelling place in that particular area, there is nothing. All those that are within it would see nothing within that area that will cause sorrow. It doesn't exist.
That's not what I just asked you. Do you remember what I? Do you remember? Do you know what I just asked?
Mm-hmm.
What did I just ask?
You just asked me why wouldn't it?
No, I didn't.
What'd you say?
I don't want to repeat it. Like I feel like I'm having a conversation with myself, and then the laughing.
No,
because you turned very childish there.
No, listen. You are dwelling on a subject about something that nobody can have a hardcore answer to.
And when I agreed with you on that, you tried to correct me. I agreed with you on that, and I said it's a very real possibility. Stop, because I'm almost done with you.
So why you still on it?
You are the one who stopped me when I said that this is a hope and that you don't know how heaven's going to be. You said no, it's not a hope. I do know. You did that. You are the one who did that. Yes, you did. You are a double talker. You are a double talker. Yes. You say it's you say that nobody knows how heaven's going to be. I say I agree with you. It's a hope. You hope that heaven will be great.
It's a hope.
It's a hope. And then you didn't like me saying that it's a hope, and then you went right back into trying to say no. I know it's going to be great. Yes, you did.
Are you?
You know what?
Are you trying to tell me that? Are you trying to tell me that heaven is going to be better than earth?
Thank you, Lala. Like fucking double talker. Like that shit is fucking ridiculous. You don't know how heaven's gonna be. You have decided to go to heaven. You hope heaven is great. Great for you. You even agreed to be a slave if that is the case. Great for you. But damn, stick with what the fuck you say. Ain't no way in hell I would last an eternity with people that think like that. Like I would be the one to rebel.
I would pull my hair out. I would just say, fuck it, send me to hell.
Ain't no fucking way. I know, Guy. I'm gonna give it back to you. I wanted to land that plane, but then he went back to the double talk bullshit. So I owe you one, Guy. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment and let us know so that we don't go through a lot of accidental requests? Thank you. I got a feeling everybody in this box is going to want to come up and talk about heaven. I just want to state my rule. I do not discuss the previous guest conversation with you. If you come on stage, please pick a topic and start your own conversation. Thank you.
There's Green.
Is he on stage?
And Dragon.
Huh? Is he on stage? Is he in the box, Lala, or are you trying to bring him up?
Nope.
Okay. Lala, we need to make a song that says demons manifesting. Like, it's so crazy. Okay. Like, they say that the devil doesn't belong to them, demons don't belong to them, but that's all they fucking talk about. And then, like, if I'm a demon, you should want more demons on earth.
Exactly.
If I'm a demon. And then, like, what makes me a demon is that I don't believe in their God. What makes me a demon is that I don't agree with you. I think that's a very interesting thought. And I guarantee that you would not call a priest who essayed a child a demon because they agree with you. And you would just say that they've fallen. That they messed up. They're still a good guy.
Look at Lost Sheep of Yahweh. We are so tired of demons.
Oh my God. Greenwich, hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Wait, I have a Nephilim spirit now? That's new. Did you know Nephilim were half gods? And that's the reason why your God flooded the earth. Because they were demigods. So you're kind of calling me a god.
We have a Nephilim spirit. That's a new one.
That's a very new one. I'll take it. I'm doing good, Greenwich. Are you a Christian?
I am not a Christian.
Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist? So I'm only having conversations with these three types of people. Either you're a current Christian and you're not afraid to question the Bible, you're not afraid, to have these conversations, or you're deconstructing from Christianity or thinking about it, or you have deconstructed from Christianity and you're now a non-believer or an atheist. Any other type of belief system, I'm not having a conversation about.
I have indeed deconstructed, and I am still in the process of deconstructing. So yeah.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Honestly, the topic that intrigued me, and I understand your policy about not commenting on previous conversations, but because of the previous conversation, it made me think a lot about the God wanted robots and you agreed type of the topic. It made me think about it.
Okay.
Because God wanted robots. Like, when you think about it, from the way the creation myth is laid out and how we know that angels came before people and angels were given some form of free will, I do think that he indeed, because of what happened with Satan in his rebellion, I do indeed think that God did want robots. That is his intention. And I do unfortunately believe that most Christians are afraid to confront that, simply because of the idea of this imagination of free will. I do think free will it's a true thing, but it is also an imaginative thing, because if one has free will to choose to worship the Abrahamic God, then ultimately this free will is indeed useless. It is indeed kind of setting up this idea of, well, you have options, kind of not the same thing, but kind of similar to like when you walk into the grocery store and you see all these different brands, but most of these brands are technically owned by major conglomerates. So it's giving you the illusion that these are different brands and you are supporting even the mom and pops that are bought by these major conglomerates. You are supporting them when in reality there is no choice. You still are picking from the same 5 major companies, and that's what they want you to think. They intentionally play into that idea of it is an assumed choice, but in reality there is no choice, if that makes sense.
When you say in reality that there is no choice, like I agree with you. Can you clarify on there is really not a choice?
Well, for the Abrahamic, from the Abrahamic perspective, specifically the Christian perspective, I would argue that there is really no choice for them, because especially when you bring into the dichotomy of the devil and how that very much plays a role in them choosing not to do anything other than what God wants them to do, there is no true idea of choice. The only choice you have is to maybe join a new denomination. Like that's really, or, choose what you view as sinful or not. Like those are the real quote unquote choices, because everything else indeed falls into the parameters either vaguely or outright stated in the Old Testament of what God truly wants. There have not been, at least in my recollection, that many Christians who actively go against. I mean, we're seeing it today, but there haven't been historically that many groups of Christians who actively oppose said laws or abiding by God's ways, because that doesn't give you salvation. That doesn't give you that doesn't get you into heaven. So ultimately, this idea of free will is not real. It's just not, to them, for them, it's not real. But I think that indeed they have created this narrative that it is real in order for them to feel safe in their decision to choose to follow God, because psychologically, it's better to think about that than to think that since I was born, growing up in the church, I was geared and trained and taught and conditioned to only want after one God. And he purposefully designed my life so that I will always worship him and nothing else but him. He purposefully tortured my people had various different things happen to me on a generational level and me on a personal level, all to bring me back to him. And for some, that and this is where the deconstructionists the people who deconstruction come in, is that for some, that is an uncomfortable thing and I don't like it. While others, they rationalize it with, it is God's plan. You could have been X, Y, and Z, but you weren't. You could have chosen to do X, Y, Z, but you didn't. You stayed true to the path. And to them, this illusion of, again, free will is what makes their decision to continue to follow God much more pretty, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you're saying. I also think that the free will is important because there are things that just logically don't make sense with this God. And then because we live in the physical world, right, you don't necessarily see the manifestations of the God outside of what the believer or the follower believes or assigns to the God. For example, I call it the alarm clock. They'll come in here and they'll say, God wakes you up every morning, right? And then if I ask, well, who wakes you up when you wake up late and your alarm clock doesn't go off and you wake up late and you're late for work and you get written up? Is that God's fault? They'll take the power back from God being the one to wake you up to now it's the human who woke themselves up late and the human takes the blame for it, right? So I think free will keeps the God perfect in their eyes too. And it plays as, it helps it make sense in their head why the God really isn't perfect. Does that make sense? And then I think, yeah. And then I think also like from all the conversations that I've had with believers, I think that there is this fear of death and the fear of the unknown. And so it provides peace for them to believe that when they die, that there is a heaven for them and this loving God that is filled with light, these streets paved with gold, these mansions, and then them reconnecting with their loved ones. I think that's all that really does matter to them. So that would explain why a lot of them don't necessarily read the book. And a lot of them, go ahead.
You mentioned death, and to me, death is one of those interesting things for Christians because I think it's ironic because we just came out of Halloween, and I on Facebook mainly love to debate Christians on Halloween because it is one of those things that they don't like it because they think it personifies or it deifies death, if that makes sense. And I always say, isn't that what Christ is? But they automatically, run away from that because technically Christ is not that, but I beg to differ. But the problem with death is that death is, in some sense, a bad thing because it is an ending to a life. And we view life as something that is good. But, you have to remember that in the Bible, death is indeed one of God's angels. Death is something, even, I have told a friend about this, even the bad things, and this is what I realize that most Christians don't like to talk about, even the bad things God has created, given names, assigned roles to, and it is us as humans, especially those as believers, both former and current believers, that make these entities out to be bad, if that makes sense. Like, I firmly believe the devil bad, if that makes sense. Like, I firmly believe the devil, his whole story arc about free will and all of that, that is something that God indeed designed for him to be that way. And he also assigned him a role and gave him duties and things of that nature. And when I hear people talk about temptation and how the devil tempts you and things of that nature, I always argue that it is indeed the devil simply doing the job that it was designed to do. It's not, whether you view it as good or bad, it's not the devil having a leg up on Jesus and things of that nature as they play it out to be. It is indeed what he is designed to do. Me and you both know about the story in the book of Job and how, the Satan, which way they get the name for Satan from, is indeed characterized as a type of attorney, lawyer, public defender, accuser, if you would, of God, who is putting this man through hell and genuinely asking the why. And I do indeed think that the devil has maintained that view today. It's just Christians are afraid of that why. That's what they are afraid of. And they don't like to acknowledge that the devil does indeed ask those whys. And interestingly enough, to what you were talking about with your friend, that is indeed why they view...
That was not my friend.
Okay.
Yeah. You talking about the guy that was on stage just a minute ago?
No. No, the Miss Lala.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's my friend.
How they view you as demonic or as the devil is because you are indeed doing the role that God assigned the devil to do, is to ask those questions.
But you know what is so crazy right now? Like the comments on YouTube, they're so mad that you and I are not cursing each other out. Do you want to know what the same Christians who was calling me demonic a minute ago are doing and saying right now? I'm finna go. This is boring. It's become a two-sided conversation.
Two-sided conversation.
They're agreeing. Oh no, they're not cussing each other out. Let me go now. That's funny. That is so funny to me.
And I think it's interesting if we go back to the idea of God wanting robots. Is like, for me, I think the only, how should I say, the only quote unquote spiritual beings that we see, if we're going to use the Bible as, our framework that we're working from, are indeed angels. And as far as I know, angels were never humans, as far as I know, with the exception of Metatron, if you are into your, Christian Abrahamic folklore. They were never humans. So because of that, interestingly enough, they provide this framework or perspective of people questioning, are they doing whatever the fuck they want to do? Or are they these robots that are abiding by God's will? And I think that is what's interesting, is because we know that God very much doesn't really speak sometimes throughout the Bible. It is indeed through these actions of these angels that we see what he can do. And, we have people like Gabriel, who is considered to be the messenger of God. But then we have to question, why couldn't God just speak to these people? Why did he have to send his angel? Is the angel working autonomously from, apart from God's will? But that wouldn't make any sense. Even Gabriel has said that he doesn't know what God's will is. Of course, there's a whole hierarchy of angels, and Gabriel is not even as close to God as we would like to think he is.
I never said Satan's kingdom cannot fight itself. I never said that, so don't lie on me. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to YouTube. Like, I never said that. So don't lie on me. I don't like to be lied on. And then why the fuck would I even say something like that? I never said that. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But like when it comes to like I said, Gabriel is not even that as close as far as, again, according to Christian folklore. I call it folklore and mythology because it's not really in the Bible, so that's how I see it. The only one who is
a lot of this came from
God.
Canaanite mythology, right?
Yes, I am. I am aware of that.
Oh, okay. When you were saying Christian folklore, I thought you were referring to that at first. But are you saying like? Oh, okay.
I mean, in times after, like the first Christian church and all of that type of stuff, the way that these stories and stuff like that developed and passed around and all that good stuff.
Okay.
So, like from them, we know that Satan was closer to God than, say, one of the archangels may be. So even because of that, Gabriel and Michael are closer to humans than Satan is. And because of that, Gabriel and Michael have stated in the Bible that they don't know what God's purpose is, his goal is. They don't know that. But it's interesting that they still do things, even when you think about like Archangel Raphael and the Book of Tobit and stuff like that, how they're doing things that seem like it's on their own, but it could be that they are programmed to do these things less like robots, more like cyborgs and androids and things of that nature. Humans, on the other hand, I would argue, do not have that luxury. I do indeed, to go along with the idea of them being robots, I do indeed believe that once they commit themselves to Christ and, everything that happens, the washing of all the sins and all of that, they go through it, as you have stated before, they go through a reprogramming that ultimately does render them as robots, as emotionless, as only following one wheel, and that one wheel is indeed God's. At least on the other side, I feel like on here in the mortal realm, they don't. It's harder to do that because it's we are very materialistic. And there are things that people want done. We don't want to be like Jehovah's Witnesses and not, vote and things of that nature. There are things that people want to get done, so they can't really disconnect themselves from this realm and act emotionless and act in 100% in accordance with God's will, not unless they reinvent God's will.
I don't understand how they can argue that point. Like I guess that's the thing that's like really tripping me out is they argue against becoming this metaphorical robot for this God and say that this God's desire isn't for them to agree to completely follow his will. I don't get like the logic behind them saying nuh-uh to that does not make sense to me.
Yeah, again, I think it is indeed rooted in the idea of that means that they are acknowledging that this free will, as we've talked about before, does not exist. Mm-hmm. It doesn't exist for them. It exists for us who have chosen to deconstruct, but they have already in their minds have free will either. Okay, I can understand that.
I think as all humans, we have choice. Like we have the ability to make a choice. Although Christians try to trample on our choice to not serve this God, they don't respect that choice because they don't understand it, right? But I think like the definition of free will is like the ability to act on one's own desires and intentions without, constraint of necessity or fate, right? Even those of us that have decided not to follow this God, we still make decisions in this life based off of necessity or some fate. So I don't even think that those of us that have decided not to follow the God has free will either. But I get what you're saying. But I think we're all just exercising our ability to choose between the options that are presented in front of us.
I think it's because as soon as you said that reminded me of something that you mentioned before about God. It seems that God, the Christian God, is respectful of people exercising their so-called free will to not worship him. And of course, this is me getting into like metaphysical stuff or whatever. I do think that is something that this spiritual God, along with maybe other deities, agree to do. That is, if we're gonna go that far. But if we're not, then I do think that is indeed, again, how God made this framework. This he has to agree. If he is going to make the law that you have free will, then he has to agree to respect it. Now, of course, humans don't have to do that. And I have always argued that why don't they? You know, I have always find it funny that there are Christians, as we mentioned, how as soon as there is someone who is exercising this so-called free will that they believe that all people have, to not worship with their God, you know, to not want to hear about their God, they automatically ridicule them for it, saying that it is good for you. Don't you want your soul to be saved and all that type of stuff? And it's like, well, now you're getting into the areas of missionary work, and I'm very much against missionary work, but I do think the thing that missionary work is bad at is this idea of free will. You know, they don't respect it.
Damn, we said that shit at the same time. They don't respect it. Like, they believe they have it. They believe this God gave it to everybody, yet they don't respect it. Right? Like, when I just said to you, just a minute ago, when I just said to you, how they, you know, trample on other people's choice to not follow this God, there was a Christian in the comments that said, that's not true. Real disciples respect people's choice. We just pray, right? And they even in that, right, saying that we just pray because you've made a decision that we don't agree with. You even they can't see that them even praying, saying, Jesus, Thinker needs to know you. Jesus, go to Thinker and show Thinker that you're real, right? Or open Thinker's heart. Even them praying that in their own private time is them not respecting my free choice, right? My what they call free will. That's even them not respecting it, because it is. There's only two things that could possibly be true there. Either they don't believe, right, that their prayer actually works, so they don't see it as an invasion, right, of our choice, them praying in their own time for our will to match theirs, or our will to match their God, right, to go against our own free will. Either they don't believe their prayer works, or they just don't give a fuck, right? They don't give a fuck about trampling on other people's decision to not, you know, believe in this God or follow this God. And then they'll say that,
I said, I think it is the latter, is that it is, and it's not necessarily that they don't give a fuck. I think, well, for some, that is the truth. They don't genuinely give a fuck. But then there are others that do the whole mental somersaults and gymnastics around that whole idea. And they say, no, it's because I believe that you are going down the wrong road. And instead of praying that God help me in whatever way benefits me, they would rather say, I pray that God open his heart to him. And they don't realize how that phrase does not indeed help me. Like, I am a homosexual male, not to get personal, but I have a friend who is very much a Christian, and I tried to get him to see how praying for, there's a difference between praying that God reveals the truth to me and praying that God helps me achieve all the things that I need in my life. Because all the things that I need in my life would then fall under the category of, well, since I'm homosexual, then that means that he wants someone to love or be in a relationship. And that means I am asking God to condone homosexual acts, and I'm not with that. So I would rather pray that God open his heart and hopefully he changes. And I'm like, that is the problem. That goes to show that you genuinely do not care. And you do believe that my acts are wrong and sinful. That's why you would rather pray for, the abstract idea of opening my heart versus something that I would argue maybe, even if I'm no longer a Christian, something that I would argue that may be more helpful, which is helping me achieve the things that I would like to achieve in my life, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think it all derives from, like you said, they don't care and they're bigots. They're just flat out bigots, because they'll get on my stage, they'll defend, right? This God just allowing pastors to essay children, but then they'll get up here and they will go to town talking about how God don't like homosexuality and how it needs to be condemned. They'll have an answer for what needs to happen to people who are LGBTQIA, but won't have shit to say about people who are essaying other people.
And I do think that is also because of this idea that, one, if they are, a man of the cloth, if they are clergymen, no matter the denomination, then automatically there is a sense of not understanding, but there is a sense of, how should I say, hope that God would, you are a chosen man by God. So that means that God will forgive your sins, even something as harmful and downright disgusting as essaying someone. But then on the other hand, you have someone who is a homosexual and is like, aren't all sins equal? Yes, but this is a man of the clergy. This is a man of the cloth. He is a respectable man. This is a homosexual, and we know what homosexuals are. They are sexually immoral, and they will never be changed truly by God. And it's like, well, doesn't that go against what y'all believe, that God can change? It's almost like you're agreeing with me that I was born this way, and God cannot change that. But they're like, no, it's sinful. It's sinful to do these things, but there's no hope for you. And it's like, yeah, I do agree that is a problem, but that is because, again, they have set up this hierarchy of how they view things and how they view people as well.
Yeah. It's just all like you said, an excuse that allows them to be these fearful, hateful individuals with a hope to have eternal life after death. I'm trying to say it in the most nice way that I can say it, because I don't think that all Christians are like this.
I don't either.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm not generalizing, because I've met some nice Christians who don't necessarily, think that all people who are of LGBTQIA are sinful. Christians who don't necessarily shy away from the fact that, hey, nobody's perfect, right? And we're not supposed to be perfect. And so if I do something wrong, that doesn't mean my wrong isn't smaller than, a member of the LGBTQIA. And so I just want to make sure I said it. I haven't met a lot. I haven't met a lot of Christians. Probably maybe I can count on my hands that have been on this stage that have been like that. The majority have been very vile, hateful people, inconsiderate people, and not respecting boundaries. But yeah, I agree with you that the idea of their free will allows them to think and behave the way they do while hanging on to their hope of this gold-filled heaven in their afterlife. I don't be around Christians, Daniel. I don't. I didn't start this live to talk to Christians. I actually started this live to talk about my deconstruction journey with other people who were deconstructing, and Christians wouldn't leave. Like if you see the bottom, it says choose a topic. If you're bothered, don't bother. That means if this bothers you, don't come in here. I'm not going out and getting Christians. Not going out and getting Christians. Right? Y'all come in here on your own. And then for a while, I banned y'all from the conversation. I wouldn't even allow y'all on my stage. And then Christians started whining about that, calling discrimination.
Not the discrimination.
Yeah, they started saying I was discriminating by not letting them participate in the conversation, although the conversation had nothing to do with them. But they don't want the conversation to be about them, but they do want the conversation to be about them.
As someone who has friends that are Christian, like my best two friends are Christian, they most definitely are not those Christians who even believe that homosexuality is a sin at all. They don't. But of course, these are also people who they don't like to debate about it. And I have noticed that there are Christians who don't view homosexuality and other things as sinful, and they don't debate about it because those who do are very quick to question their faith. And I think that is the bad part about it, is that you know these people who believe differently than you, even though you are both Christians, your very first thing to do is to attack their faith, to attack their denomination. You know, what Bible they read, do they hold Jesus Christ in their heart, and all that type of stuff. And it's like, obviously they do, but they disagree on these core tenets, on these other things, because those are not the core tenets of Christianity. The core tenets of Christianity, you know, we all know that there are only 3 really. And the rest, I would argue, are supplementary. You don't really need them. You can have them, but you don't really need them. And the problem is that there are large amounts of Christians who have made those supplementary things part of what makes them Christian. And that has, and then there have been others who have said, no, that is not what makes us Christian. And they have bumped heads ever since. And they will never be able to sit and see eye to eye, because they will automatically call into question their whole quote unquote personal relationship with Christ as soon as they say, well, I don't think gay people are going to go to hell because they are romantically interested in other people of the same sex. They are very quick to be like, oh, so that means you don't. It's like, wait, that's not how do you get to that point? But that is the problem. And I think that goes back to what we talked about them being robots, is that's how they have ultimately created this framework of how should I say, of worship, of believing, of practicing, that as soon as one strays away from that, you are called into question, because there is only one other way to be. To them, there is only one other way to be. Either you're with us or against us. You know, you can't serve 2 masters, all that bullshit.
And I think it just ignites that fear in them. Like if you have the unmitigated gall to say that you don't believe in this God, and say that out loud without fear, then you got to be the devil, right? That exactly. It scares them. Like it's like, even, oh, that's
if we're going to go that far, we can probably create an idea that probably the devil would not say that. So the fact that you don't even understand someone who is supposed to be your enemy. You don't understand the enemy. You just believe that the enemy is 100% against what you are for. when in reality, the enemy would never go around saying, you know, fuck God, fuck Jesus, fuck all that bullshit. I ain't for that bullshit. You know what? Matter of fact, burn it all down. Satan would probably never say any of that. But, you know, to them, he would, because the simple why factor. Why this, why that, why question.
Give me just a second. Jeannie, I didn't say I don't want Christians here. I said I did not start this live for Christians. This live is not about Christians. And just because I read Revelations, it's not an open call to Christians. I can read whatever the fucking book I want to read. Go ahead. The whining, the whining and the, like, they don't listen. They have listened to shit, right? Like, and then the whining is ridiculous. And then they think that because you read from the Bible, right? Like, they just forget about the fact that half of us here were indoctrinated into this damn book. They don't think about the fact that half of us here have a history with this fucking religion. And then they don't think about the fact how this religion affects our life every fucking day, even though it is not our current belief system. And so they think, oh, only Christians can read the Bible. And the fucked up thing about it is Christians don't read the Bible. They get on this stage and they haven't read half the shit. They haven't picked it up. They'll say, well, I don't have a Bible. But then you want to get mad because people who don't believe in your book read your book.
I mean, it is a piece of literature after all. So that derived from Canaanite literature, from Babylonian literature, from Egypt literature. Exactly. Like half of it ain't even original. I remember I took a Old Testament class at my community college, and we had a textbook for it. And there was a section about the creation myth. And it was pointing out how in Mesopotamian mythology, the use of water was always a thing. It was symbolic of the void, if that makes sense. And they cited Babylonian or Akkadian mythology about the fresh water and the salt water meeting and it creating the new world and all that type of stuff. And this is even true with Egyptian folklore as well. Even though it's not technically Mesopotamian, they share a lot with each other. And how they do center water, the Nile, as part of their creation myth. And I remember telling that to somebody and they were like, why would you bring that into Genesis? And I was like, well, the class was teaching it from a more historical, mythological standpoint. So they had to have sources. And it was like, but you're saying that what they believed in is the same as the Babylonians and all that stuff. And I was like, well, not necessarily, but there are similarities. And the person was just very upset that they decided to do that. And I was like, I don't get why you're upset. I really don't. That's like saying that people pointing out how the Christian God and I don't know.
Do know that
Muslim.
Like, I don't think that a lot of scholars will say that, simply because the stories share the same type of archetype as the other cultures. Like they'll agree that a lot of these stories, come from the time that the Israelites were in Babylonian captivity, under Persian rule. Like they'll agree with that. But a lot of them will say that they're not necessarily the same gods. Right? There's no,
of course,
God for God.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I was very similar with the idea of when I hear people talking about like Christ and Krishna being the same thing. It's like, it's not. I don't know who told you that, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah.
at all. But most scholars would agree that, yeah, what is it? Proto-Indo-European mythology is, Israelite mythology technically would fall underneath that because it has very similarities with Hinduism, Zoroastrianism. It has similarities to that, but it is not the same religion. It is not the same thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that I agree. But I do think that it's interesting, when you are like seeking for answers, right, or truth, and you're validating the claims in this book. 'Cause I think a lot of believers read the Bible and they think that it's, univocal. It's one big story. But the Bible is like literally a book of claims written by over 60 authors, right, from different perspectives, with different agendas. And so I think it is an interesting thing and a necessary thing to consider the cultures who did have these stories first, like the Zoroastrianism and the creation story that comes from, the Persian culture, and look at the similarities, because Zoroastrianism did have a concept of heaven and hell, but by the time we get to the Greco-Roman period, heaven and hell is torture. Like, it's a completely different idea of afterlife and how a person, what would cause a person to go to their afterlife, looking at the evolution over time, and then considering the culture and the history and like what made the story morph into what it is today. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's an interesting thing to do.
Very similar to like when the Israelites had their idea of Gehenna and all of that, and then how once they mixed with the popular culture of Rome and Greece, how these ideas began to meld with what they already believed of Tartarus. And Tartarus has various different levels to it, levels of torture, levels of agony, but also there is Elysium, where the elites went, which I would argue would be somewhat on par with what we view today as heaven. But of course, the problem was the sky, and how most deities in Greek and Roman mythology occupy the sky. No people who die ever go to the sky. So you can see how they had to work that out, if that makes sense. Work around that, as well as keeping what they already believed in. And even if you were a Gentile converting, how those two things, kind of similar today, how all you know is Christianity. So if you're trying to learn about a different religion, your automatic framework is what you were taught as a Christian. So either you have to compare and contrast, or take bits and pieces from both to create something new, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and I enjoy studying it and following the crumb trails, and learning more about it, and it helps me, right? Like, so that I know why I made the choice that I made. And I'm no longer living in like this space of uncertainty or the fear, the anxiety. When I was a Christian, all of that is gone. And then as life happens, like just because you are not a Christian anymore, it doesn't mean life stops happening, but you learn to accept those things and deal with those things as they come. And it actually makes you, let me talk for myself. It made me stronger mentally, as a person, right? To deal with things. Like, there's some things right now that my family is dealing with that, man, like when I was a Christian, it would seem like, I don't know how, I would have approached it, but having to like come to terms with something right now that's happening in my life, and learning to do that as, hey, it's life. It's a human, and this is life, and not needing to find an answer for everything, right? And not needing for that answer to be a God or some unknown supernatural thing. I think that it takes a really strong person, a really strong mind to be able to do that. And I'm not saying that because somebody needs to fill a gap with a God that it makes them weak. I'm not saying that at all, because it can be a coping mechanism that makes people feel safe in life. It makes people deal with death or sickness better if they plug a God there, or if they have hope in a God and hope that a God will undo something that life has done. I definitely understand, why a person would believe in a God, and I think that's an okay decision for a person to make for themselves. It's just, and I say this a lot on here, it's when that person tries to say that you have to accept this for yourself as well, or you are a terrible person, right? You are a demon or a devil if you don't accept what I believe is true from me. Then you're a bad person. And I think the reason why they need another person to accept it, it validates it and it makes it even more real for them. The less people that accept it or believe it, right, it becomes more faulty for them, I think. And I think that's why it makes them so angry. Because I still have an answer to. I still don't have an answer to the question of why it makes them so angry when people don't believe.
I feel that I feel like it's a two-sided, double-edged sword, if that makes sense, where it does validate them when someone, believes, but it also validates them when someone doesn't believe, because that is what they are taught in the church, and what the Bible tells them, that, they will be ridiculed, they will be mocked and all of that type of stuff for their religious, for their spiritual choices. So it's
except
kind of
they bring on the mocking. Like, nobody just sits around and just mocks Christians. It's when they get mocked when they try to force their beliefs on people, right? And like all of the deconstruction lives that are happening right now didn't just like start, out of nowhere. It's, decades and decades and decades of Christians having the privilege, the unlimited privilege of pushing and forcing their way of life and their belief system on others, right? And like, I don't necessarily just see people mocking Christians. I don't see people standing on the side of the road yelling to Christians, heaven is fake, or your Jesus never lived, right? I don't see that, but we do see Christians on the side of the road condemning and mocking people who don't share their belief. So just like their persecution to me is also fake.
Their persecution, I do agree that it is fake, but it is also I'm always someone who is very hesitant to say that, because although the situation is fake, the emotions that they feel are real, and unfortunately, those emotions can turn into vitriol, even though we both acknowledge that this vitriol is misplaced. It is not needed, because someone simply said, hey, if you want to teach, have Bible classes mandatory, then you have to have everything else mandatory. Oh, well, that's not right. See, they always, they said that they was going to come after us, and it's like, no, it's the law, and it's the law, but you refuse to acknowledge it. You would rather believe in this Christian persecution rather than accepting the fact that somebody tried to overstep the law. And it should make you more upset that someone tried to overstep the law in the name of your own religion, but you don't see that. And it is fake that the scenarios that they create, but unfortunately this fakeness can fuel real emotion that can bring changes that unfortunately are detrimental to both us and them.
And that's why I say that to me, that is the God. their feelings, their emotions, their beliefs, right? That turn into their intentions and their actions. To me, that is the God, right? That's what I don't like. Like they'll say, "Oh, you don't like God or you hate God." I don't believe you're God. Like I know, like from my studies, where this concept of this God came from. It's not the God that I don't like. It's not the character, the God in the book, right? That I don't necessarily like. It's what has become the God, and it's those feelings, those beliefs that turns into those actions that end up producing hate that they call love. Hateful behaviors, hateful words that they spew at people, right? The things that, like, they're willing to tear their own family members' self-esteem down if a family member does not believe in this God. They'll say the most hateful things, kind of like the God does in the book when the God is mad at Israel and the God is calling Israel, "You whore, don't nobody want you, you got to pay for people to take what you got," right? Like, yeah, like saying shit like that. Like the God sounds like a very narcissistic parent or a very narcissistic husband when he's mad at Israel. And we see that same personality when they come on stage. They don't like what I'm saying, right? They don't, if I point out something in the book and they feel like they're cornered, they'll immediately pivot right away from the information that's making them feel uncomfortable to then they want to attack you or me as a person. No longer do they want to engage with the information. Let me attack her. Let me try to bring her down. Let me get some dent in her mind and her self-esteem and her confidence because she's made me uncomfortable here with this information. I don't know how to deal with it.
And at the same time, what's ironic is that what happens is that when someone gets angry that they're doing that, which is a simple human reaction, they use that as proof that they don't want to accept Christ or they don't want to believe what they're saying or that you are.
I hate to cut you off, but look, this is an example. Steve now says, you call it hate because you're being held accountable and choose to live in sin. We're trying to help you. This is a complete example of a Christian not respecting the choice that I've made. The same free will choice they believe that their God gave them to choose to serve him, right? Second, saying that they can hold me accountable. This motherfucker don't know me. Bitch can't hold me accountable. He don't feed me. Third, saying that you chose to live in sin, but will come up here and say that they all fall short of the glory of God. Right? Everybody sins. Everybody's a sinner. Nobody's perfect. We won't be perfected until we get to heaven. Right? So like you want to hold me accountable for the same sin that you still have even while you worship this Jesus. It's hypocrisy and no fucking thank you.
And I think that they don't realize how they very much view, as I think I stated before, that there is this moral hierarchy that has carried on for centuries that Christians have over others. They genuinely, truly believe that their religion, their choice to follow Christ, it even gets down into denomination, that most people view their denomination more morally correct for making the choice of the denomination than others, that they are the right ones, and therefore they are the only ones to critique non-believers and their it's like if a Jewish man was to critique a Christian, even though like they would be utterly upset because how dare you, in the way that they frame it, someone who killed our God can tell me that I am wrong for the way that I handle things, and then depending on where they lean.
Hey, be careful with saying that. I know you're using it as an example, but I don't want TikTok to give you a strike and think that you're being anti-Semitic. So like, I know you're using it as an example because they do be saying shit like that. Yes. Just be careful because TikTok the AI don't understand when you're using, examples. Like I got a strike yesterday morning because a guest accidentally joined the stage and they were on the phone and they called somebody a dummy. And They didn't know they were on the stage. They weren't talking to anybody here, but the AI heard that and gave me a strike for what they said. So yeah, just be careful with that.
But with that example, they will most definitely be highly upset because of those things that I just laid out. But if it was the reverse, the Christian would feel that they are in the moral correct because our religion tells us that we are the conquerors of this world. God created us to, even though it comes from the Old Testament, so the same can be applied to Jewish people. I mean, you get what I'm saying. He told us that we have dominion over this world, and therefore that applies to us as Christians. So that means that we're going to tell all you people who are non-Christian that you're wrong. But if an atheist tells them that they're wrong, you're right. It's World War III, 3.5,
Yeah. And sometimes I think they just worry about the wrong shit. Like anybody that's worried about the sex life of another consenting adult, right? If you're like, you have two consenting adults having sex, and that's your primary concern, and you're not even involved, you're not even getting a nut, like you worried about the wrong shit. You're worried about the wrong shit.
I don't disagree, but it comes from the, I have watched videos and read articles about this. Christians doing this, it comes from a very, very outdated 1800s idea that things that happen in one's bedroom can radiate outside of their bedroom. So therefore, even the stipulations of how people behave in the bedroom must be monitored, even though today we would be like, that makes no sense. But still, you'd be surprised how many people still believe that today. If you're into BDSM, even if you're a straight person, you're automatically getting side-eyed from Christians because what if you want to have children? What about the children? It's like, well, I don't want to have children. Oh, well, there you go again. That's a problem.
Because that's
so. Why don't you want to have? Why don't you want to?
That's the natural role of the woman. Like in this book, saying that, like the natural role of a woman. Like it just trips me out. And I had somebody say that to me one time, and I was like, well, what about the women who are born barren? Like you're saying that they're not natural? No, that's not what I'm saying. Then don't fucking say it at all. Like the book is very barbaric, prehistoric. Like there's no reason that people should be trying to live their life according to this book today. Like it's an interesting book to study, right? Because it has affected history and it has affected how society has grown, right? But to be trying to construct your modern beliefs based off of late Bronze Age, Greco-Roman societal norms, like it's ridiculous. Like nobody should be trying to do that.
Even the Catholic Church and their doctrine on homosexual people is that they very much believe that what one feels romantically for the same sex is not sinful, but one acting upon it is sinful. And I'm like, and to me, that is a perfect example of it's like they're trying to please both parties. They're trying to please those who are more progressive and who don't believe that homosexuality is a sin, but also trying to stay as firmly as they can with we don't really condone that stuff that y'all do in your bedroom. That shit is nasty.
I think they're just trying to stick with the masses and make sure they don't lose their offering. Like who the fuck can pay $1 billion twice for essaying kids? Like they're just trying. They don't want to lose their target audience. The ones that sends them the money. But I definitely have a question that I am going to pose next week, because earlier this week we've had like several conversations about the fact that Abraham and Sarah were half brother and half sister, and the God chose to send the promise, right? This promise through this incestuous marriage, right? And then Moses, who was the mouthpiece of God and this law came through, was through an incestuous marriage as well. Like Moses' father Amram married his auntie, his father's sister. So these two people, right, are through this incestuous marriage. And then later, the God gives a law to Moses that says that these types of marriages are abominable and they are worthy of death. Mm-hmm. So, like, one question that I have was, did God grow to dislike incest? Like, did he like incest at one point in time, or did he see it as a necessity at one point in time, and therefore did the God change? Because they say that he is all-knowing. He doesn't change, like his nature is always the same. But that alone right there tells me there is either some evolution in this God, or the God just didn't give a fuck that brother and sister and auntie and uncle were fucking.
Well,
right?
I mean, of course, we know the answer to that. We know the answer is that whoever wrote these stories eventually grew to view whatever the political system
I think
was.
we know that, right? Because we're not looking at this like this is our belief system, but like internally critiquing that thought, right, from an all-knowing, all-powerful God, right, who blessed the incestuous marriage twice, right, and then growing to say this type of marriage is wrong, and if the God can evolve there, then why is it today that they don't think that the God can evolve to understanding or okaying, or not, I don't want to use the word okaying, to allowing LGBTQIA, right?
I think that is interesting because, like, not to play devil's advocate, but I would argue that there is, in the Bible, if we're going to stick there is enough to support that God possibly changed.
Oh, I know. David and Jonathan were they were married. They did the covenant ceremony. Like, no, I know. I'm asking, like, from their
believers' point of view.
The ones that do feel that, it's an abomination, God hates it. Like, at one point, did he hate incest? Did he hate sister and brother having sex and having children? Like, he literally gave, like, Sarah was barren, right? And he came and he blessed her womb, all while knowing that she was fucking her brother. Right? Like, so, like, you can't really get around that other than saying that at one point he was okay with it, and then he grew to not be okay with it. And so then if his nature can grow, if he can change his mind, although this book says that he doesn't, because he's not immortal, right?
Yes.
But we definitely see that something changed there. So he either, like, changed his mind, and we also see another thing where the God in the book condoned slavery, condoned owning other humans. We don't see him in the book condemn it, but now today the belief is that God does not condone slavery. God abhors slavery. So that evolution took place. Who gets to say what God grows to accept? Who's making these decisions extra biblically?
I like that question, and for me, even though I'm not the believer, I'm not the target audience for this question. For me, I always find it interesting when people try to make that argument, especially when it comes to slavery, about how God has always been against it, when literally we know in the 1800s there were so many Christians arguing that God is for it. And I think it is something to be said about the very influence that the Enlightenment period had and the humanist movement had on interpretation of the Bible back in, like, the 1700s, that ironically most evangelical Christians today do not like, because it does argue against things like the slavery, and ironically they, those Christian apologists use these these very Enlightenment period arguments to argue that that is not what is going on in the Bible, that that's not God condoning slavery.
Like Steve, even though that, like, do they know what the word condone means? Like, do they think that the word condone means that it means created slavery?
Yeah,
I don't think, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of times when we're talking to them, words don't mean words. They don't know the definition of words, so they're arguing against something that we're not saying. Like, we're not saying your God created slavery. We know that your God did exactly the same thing that the so-called heathen nations were already doing. We know that. That's a whole ass problem, though. Like, it doesn't help them. Your all-knowing God came and copied what the heathen nations were already doing. It does not help you.
Yes, like a perfect example for me is, I use this all the time when I see people, because I'm very much into learning about hoodoo and African American folk magic and how it is very tied to Christianity. And there are so many Black people who pull up.
Imagine naming yourself Mrs. Christ. Imagine that part. Imagine being in love with a man that you can never see. You're like Jesus' side chick for life.
That's what nuns are, so I mean, hey.
Every Easter, he ghosts your ass. Like, what the fuck? This one ain't getting monetized. I'm sorry, y'all. I tried, but it ain't. Like, I mean, YouTube is going to violate this one. I tried.
They always pull up Leviticus and how Leviticus talks about, not consulting witches and things of that nature. But I always tell them that Leviticus states that for Hebrew people, they are not to consult these people outside of their religion, outside of the Israelite community. They're not allowed to consult to them. They have wizards. Their wizards are priests who literally perform acts of divination that are mentioned in the Bible. But because of the way it is framed, that these are priests and witches and things of that nature are bad, people do not see the similarities that these priests are literally doing the same exact acts that he tells the Hebrew people.
I'm so sorry.
Out.
I'm sorry. The Steve now just did the pivot. You can't address the information that this God literally copied what the heathen nations were already doing. Like, slavery was already a thing. Right. And instead of this God choosing not to have his chosen people participate in that abominable practice, he couldn't deal with that information. Right. And now it's, you have been hurt in life. I get it. And now you're using this platform to spew out your issue. It's the pivot, right? Away from the information. Right. It's the pivot. I am obsessed, Mrs. Christ. I am obsessed. You have clocked that shit right. Like, I love studying the Bible. I love studying the history of the Bible. I love uncovering the truth about the things that I was taught about a God and about a Jesus. So I am obsessed. I'm not mad at you for that one. Who else would do this for 11 hours, 4 days a week? You're right about that.
As I pointed out, the idea of divination, as he actively told the Hebrew people to avoid in Leviticus, he quite directly says that the priest, the tribe of Levi, they are the only ones who are able to do that. So I argue, when you say they are not allowed to do witchcraft, you're not wrong. They're not allowed to seek out those people who are not Israelite to perform witchcraft, to perform acts of divination. But it's kind of similar to what you're saying. He basically says that he sees what these other heathen nations are doing. He said, I'm going to do it too, but we're going to do it my way, if that makes sense. We're going to do it the same way. We're going to give it a new coat of paint, if that makes sense. So now, not everybody can read sand and tell me what the future is. Only these group of people can read the sand and tell you what the future is. And you got to pay them half of your crops to do it. So I understand the argument of slavery. And there are other things that, quite like even the idea of idols, he directly tells them not to have idols. But we know that certain figures, when they left the land of Israel, they had forms of idols to tie them back to the land in order for them to worship their God outside of the land of Israel.
You say that again. You said that they had idols that led them back to that God?
Not idols that led them back, but idols that tied them back to the land, because the land of Israel, Israel, the temple and things of that nature.
Yeah, but when you say idols that tied them back to the land, which idols are you saying?
Well, not physical idols, but more of, to me, they would be considered idols, like having jars of dirt and things of that nature that tied you.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the things that they used to like represent the God. You're
exactly.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about other gods. Okay.
No. Because in that, especially if you use the modern Christian version of that, even though most disagree, any little thing that is meant to be a replica of the God would be considered an idol.
Yeah.
So even one's cross is technically an idol.
Their Bible has become an idol.
And that as well, yes.
Yeah. There was a live one time. I was scrolling through my FYP, and there was a Jewish man, a Muslim man, and a Christian man on there, and they were all debating about whose book would make it out of the ocean unscathed if they all threw their book in the ocean. And when I tell you that they were like going at it, claiming that their book would float to the top and survive being thrown in the ocean.
Paper?
Yeah.
Like paper.
Mm-hmm. They were claiming that the book would not, that their book would not get destroyed if they threw it in the ocean, and that it would be the only book to survive. And they were yelling at each other. They were going off on each other. And I was like, literally, to have this type of debate about something that is paper, right? Mm-hmm. The books have become an idol.
Yes. Even like, even though, yes, I have deconstructed, I am very much into the mystic side and mysticism side of the Abrahamic religions. And I was in a live and I listened to someone talk about the Bible speaking to them. And I thought it was so ironic because it's very similar to how people who read tarot cards believe that the tarot is communicating with them. But the problem is that no Christian would say that sitting and reading their Bible is divination, because that word itself is quote unquote demonic. But they would automatically shun at the idea of tarot cards being used, because obviously that is outright divination. I was like, to me, that is irony there that they don't really get, because not to argue semantics, as I have seen you previously do, there are a lot of Christians who do believe in the semantics. They don't see how, I saw you mention this one time before, they don't see how magic and ritual is involved in their religion. But as soon as someone says, oh, like magic, they are very much quick to dismiss it and, probably rip that person to shreds, because the idea of magic is rooted in things that are demonic.
Because they call it miracles. You can call it magic all day long. They're just going to say it's a miracle. They call it the supernatural, right? Like anybody that will argue that Elisha calling down a curse from God on a bunch of young men or young boys for calling him bald, and say that, you know, that was an okay thing to do, and call it justice, right? Like, they don't see it as a curse. It literally says he called down a curse, but they won't call it a curse. They won't call it magic. They call it punishment or justice. They reword things so they don't have to deal with, you know, what it is.
And ironically, the Jewish people, even though there are different sects of Jewish people, obviously, they have indeed come to terms with the mystic side of their religion. Even though they may not practice it, they are aware that it is a thing. So the idea of them mentioning that it is indeed a curse, most of them don't shy away from it, because that is indeed what it was. You know, that they're not shying away that's what it was. But of course, Christians and their, how should I say it? Their frantic avoidance of anything that is mystic.
Man, type it in all caps, God kills because he can. Like, the caps would have got you blocked, but that shit got your ass blocked. And they wonder why don't nobody want to follow their God. Your God is about violence and death. There's nothing good about your God. It doesn't even make you a good person. Like, the fuck? Mm-hmm. I appreciate you, Greenwood. I'm going to move on to somebody else. I thank you so much for coming up. I enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. Like, that is crazy to type in all caps, God kills because he can. I don't give a fuck, and don't disrespect me like that. Like, you know that I don't believe in this God. Like, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Like, I respect your boundaries, right? Respect mine. If you come in here and you disrespect my boundaries on purpose, I'm just gonna block you. Okay? There's no need for you to do all of that. I like, literally, I tried 3 times this morning to bring you on stage because you had things going on, held space for you. And then when you came in tonight, I let you jump everybody else because you didn't get to speak this morning. And then you come in here to disrespect my boundaries on purpose. Now, I don't remember how the conversation went with you when you were on stage. I've already fucking forgot the conversation. I don't remember what we talked about, but I do remember your profile picture. And what I do remember is trying to make sure you got your chance to come on stage. So if I'm going to respect you, I ask that you respect me. Do it again, I'm just going to fucking block you. And there we go. You get blocked. Consistently disrespecting my boundaries. Like, you'll never be able to show me that your Jesus is the way to go. Never. It is your actions, right? It's you proving to me that your Jesus has no power to actually make you good people. It's ridiculous. I don't think everybody in this box is in here on purpose. There's 41 of you in here. Can you comment and let me know if you're in the box on purpose? That person was not in the box on purpose. If you are in the guest request box and you want to be in there, comment please. That's okay. Librarian Dragon. Lala, is it possible for you to, are you there? Lala?
Yes.
Hey, can you start this one so I can go make some coffee? I won't be long. Can you start the conversation with Library Dragon so I can go make some coffee? Do you feel like it?
Okay, I have to go into the other room.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Let me see. Oh, Selena's here. And see if she can. Oh, no. Whoa, hold on. Sorry, Selena.
Yeah, that's what I got going on anyway.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Where is she at? Well, not she. Lion dragon. Lawn dragon. Librarian dragon.
Librarian. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for the live and also for giving space like this. This is cool.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Believe I'm deconstructing. Technically, I've been deconstructing for a long time. Raised Baptist and Catholic in that order.
Okay, awesome. Which topic did you want to discuss?
I wanted to talk about the God needs humans to talk and do for him. That's it's related to what you asked before. And it's cool to think about it, but there's this thought process in a lot of different spiritual groups that basically gods need humans to worship to make their to give them power, essentially, because what was it? We were talking about this a long time ago in a different class I was taking, but essentially it's gods are created by humans, essentially. It's without us, they wouldn't exist.
That definitely does make sense. I don't know. That definitely does make sense. I don't know about needing the power.
It's basically the idea that the word, how they're even talking about how the word was the first thing. It is literally the word for God was the first thing, and naming was important. And it's about, they talked about it in literary theory, the first you get man versus man, then you get, throughout literary history, you get man versus nature, then man versus God, then God has died, and you get to that point in literary history where God is essentially dead, and then you get to the point where God never actually existed. We created God, and thus we become. In fact, Oppenheimer actually says something about it. His famous line where we have become the destruction. Essentially, it's amazing. How much power we have to create our gods and essentially give them power. And that's related to why people get so defensive when you say that God doesn't exist, because that means that all of that work, all of that energy, all of that stuff that they were doing was pointless. It was made up. All those temples, all those synagogues, all of everything was just humans being humans, and it had nothing to do with a higher power. And that terrifies people. But instead of thinking that, oh man, humanity is that powerful that we can go to the moon sans any god, instead of retaking that power and seeing how majestic we are as a species, people are freak out because then it's a cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, and I think that's what moves them to the violence. But it's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Do you know who Dan McClellan is? Have you followed him or seen any of his videos on here?
Nuh-uh.
He's a biblical scholar who he talks about how the story of Adam and Eve, the story of the sons of God mating with the humans, creating the Nephilim, and then the Tower of Babel. Right. In those three stories, the thing that's common is that man has gotten close to God-like ability, right? Has become like God. And so the gods decide to destroy or disrupt that. When it gets to the Tower of Babel, the men are almost close, humans are almost close to reaching, where the gods are. And so the gods come down and they confuse the language, right? And create division so that they're not working as one, and it stops them from being able to reach where the gods are and become like God. In the story of the flood, the sons of God mate with humans and thereby create demigods. And so that upsets the gods because man has become like God there. And so they destroyed the whole world because there were a lot of demigods on the earth in that story. And then in Adam and Eve, we understand like what happened there. They gained consciousness, the ability to decide for themselves right from wrong. And the God did not want that. So the God took away the ability for them to live in that state like a God. Took away eternal life. And unless they return back to their human state, right, then they can get eternal life back. And so like he kind of like goes through all three of those to show how the goal is for the gods is for the human to not be like God because of the power. Once a human becomes like God, it's the power that the human has to then become like the creator of the God. And I wonder if those stories is just kind of like an allegory or symbolism for the moments in history when these gods did die out, right? Because there were multiple deities worshipped over time. And there was a period, there was a period where the Israelites stopped worshiping the God of Israel. When they were in Babylon, they worshiped the Babylonian gods, right? And when they were in Egypt, they began to become Hellenized and started, worshiping the Egyptian gods, while still, trying to hang on to their idea of, Jewish gods. That God began to morph into kind of what we know today. And so I think I like what you just said, and I agree. And just thinking about those three stories, it just makes me wonder if that's like a telling of when those things happened over time.
And it's cool that you mention it because those stories parallel other times in other religions. Like if you look at Mesopotamian religions, right as they were progressing to like being very super technologically advanced for their time, there was this weird backslide, and it happens multiple times where it's like, oh no, we've gotten too close to the gods, we must now destroy ourselves, because beforehand there was no like human unaliving for gods, really. It was mostly like plants and animals that they would sacrifice. And then all of a sudden, no, we have to like do this or else we've angered something. And that weird, like, we've gotten too close to the knowledge, it's dangerous, and then backslide. We've gotten too close to the knowledge, backslide. And it's happened also, it's Mesopotamia, and not quite the same thing happened, but in Hinduism, for a long time, Indra was the thunder god, and like he was the main guy. He was essentially like Zeus. Then Krishna come along, and Krishna represented a whole class of other people. I forget if it's northern or southern India, but essentially, there's this clash between North and South India, and the conclusion was the tribes that were worshipping Krishna overtake the tribe that was worshipping Indra, and Indra loses power. And so in the story, in the mythos, you get this whole scene where Indra's trying to fight Krishna, but all of Krishna's followers are underneath this mountain that he lifts up with his pinky, and he's hiding, and then Indra has to bow down to him. It's similar, like, it's strange that this like happens so often wherever one group conquers another one, and another group has to take over this pantheon. It happens in Greek mythology, in Roman mythology, in Norse mythology, because like Odin's eye taken out was another like symbolism for another war. And people lose that context and then get angry. It's weird. Humans made gods, and that's why like it looks like God needs humans.
Yeah, like one of the things that made me have that question or that thought is the concept of slavery, right? In the Bible, the God condones slavery. He doesn't condemn it. But in society, right, the belief is that God never condoned slavery, and that God always saw slavery as this immoral thing. And when I talked to Christians early on in my deconstruction journey, I asked, like, who decided that slavery was wrong? Because the God never does, the book never changes. And they all say, well, God did. And I said, well, who did he tell that to? Right? Well, he told it to early Christians. He told it to humans. And I asked, like, do you realize that that's what early Christians are saying? Like, early Christians decided, right, that God is saying that this is a abominable practice. Now, granted, it is immoral, but I think it points to the evolution of humans over time, right? Of our growth, our knowledge on how to interact with each other as humans, to respect each other as humans. And because we were able to do that as a society, we assign it to God, right? And so I think just that right there alone kind of made me realize that humans created God and not God creating humans. And humans created God for specific reasons, like to do certain things in society, and where we may still need this idea of a God in some places. I think that we have evolved in knowledge to some degree to where we don't necessarily need this God to answer certain things for us anymore, or to tell us how to engage and interact with each other as humans as much anymore.
Exactly. Which is like kind of gets to where my spiritual journey has been taking me, is like, I call myself polytheistic now, because essentially if it exists, it has some validity to existing. Like, it's very metaphysical in a way. It's like animistic basically means anything has a soul, including this pillow I'm holding, and it has a purpose of existing, and it's without the universe, without the universe having some grand math behind it, this pillow wouldn't exist. Yeah. This chair wouldn't exist. And that math is the thing that essentially I put my trust in. Everything exists for a reason. I might not know the reason. It might be just that it needs to exist in that time and place and moment for everything else to exist. But that's just how math be mathin'.
I agree. Dr. Bowen came up. I think he wanted to ask a question about the Mesopotamian thing. But before Dr. Bowen does that, I do want to say to the what do you call them? Zealot Christian in the comments that wants to point out that I use the word I think when I speak. It's ironic to point that out when my fucking name is Thinker. But also, when someone says, I think this, I think that, and you focus on the fact that I speak as if I am confident while thinking, and call it as matter of fact, that's an issue that you have with your own fucking ego. And then I'm at the point to where I'm tired of listening to your whining. Like, I either participate in the conversation or just fucking scroll. The whining is ridiculous. It's ridiculous because you're being ridiculous. You're being ridiculous. It's like you're a child. And I can tell by your picture you are a grown-ass adult. Good morning, Dr. Bowen.
Good morning. Is that that individual in the comments? They just a little too afraid to come up here.
I don't know if they're even I don't know if they're even in the box. Let me see if they're in there. Are you in the box, Steve?
Yeah, come on up, Steve. Set us straight.
Are you in the box?
I keep thinking of Steve.
Steve, can you send a request? He's gonna make an excuse, Dr. Bowen. Can you send a request?
It's gonna be like, nah, fam.
I can't right now. I'm about to go to work. I don't have internet where I'm at. What is Dr. Bowen a doctor of? I guess just wait and just wait. Yeah, just wait. Steve, did you disappear?
Did he run?
Poor Steve. Must be tough to be mediocre.
He left all the shit talking he was doing, and he left after inviting him on stage. Steve. Like, you were going to be able to skip the line, Steve. Like, you're going to be able to skip the line. I don't know. It must be something like when somebody comes on stage and I'm like, "Good morning, Dr. Bowen," while the whole time he's been in the comments talking about how wrong I am and how full of shit I am and how full of myself I am and all that stuff. And then as soon as the doctor comes, you fucking run, Steve.
This is what's nice, I think, about the way that we generally approach these topics is if somebody comes up and wants to disprove, I'd say probably 90% of the topics that we talk about and the way that we engage with them, like they're going to have to disprove the consensus of scholarship in the field. So it's a nice, safe position for us to be in, right? It's like, oh, okay, you want to come up and demonstrate the historical veracity of the Exodus story? Like, great, you know. When you do, write your peer-reviewed monograph, right? Because, you know, we'll have to let everybody in the field know.
Are you a doctor in theology then?
So I have, my PhD is in ancient Near Eastern studies, which is why when you talked about Mesopotamia, like my ears raised up. But I have, a minor in Hebrew Bible and a master's of theology and Old Testament studies. Yeah, like it's all a journey. I dabble, you know.
Well, you might know this answer. I have this question I've always asked a bunch of other Christians. I've asked priests. I don't understand the story of Lot. Well, you might know this answer. I have this question I've always asked a bunch of other Christians. I've asked priests. I go back to that passage just to make sure I understood it. And sure enough, Lot's daughters end up doing something very bad to him. And I don't see them getting punished as quickly as like the mom just looking back. All she did was look back. She didn't make her husband drunk and then do awful things. And like, nobody's been able to explain to me why that was in a passage of the Bible. Why did God allow that to happen? And it's been confusing.
Yeah, I mean, literary analysis of these sort of theological stories, I think, probably it's just good to sort of, I don't know, ruminate on them is probably the wrong word, but like what it is that these early stories in Genesis are trying to get at in their edited forms, certainly are incredibly interesting. So yeah, with Lot, of course, I think there's quite a bit of literary depth there that if you think about the whole point, of course, is probably even bigger because Lot himself is somebody that's he's not leaving, right? He has to be taken by the hand and pulled out. So he's in the story. He himself as a character is a little bit confusing. You wouldn't expect, he's not the typical like good guy in the story, right? And I think probably from a larger perspective, there are probably several things that the editor is trying to get at in the
You're going in and out, Dr. Bowen.
But Oh, sorry, my wife just tried to call up. I have to drop here in a second. Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll drop here in just a second. I'll try to come back up after. But yeah, so I mean, like thinking about salinity in the region, of course, is a huge thing from an etiological standpoint. Thinking about who the daughters, the children of Lot's daughters were. Like these are all things that I think again there are so much of these involve origin stories, and so I think trying to engage with the text as an etiological myth I think is probably really important in understanding the text. I don't know if any of that helped.
I can kind of get it. It might have gotten lost in translation then.
I think
it's sorry, it's the big thing and sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dr. Bowen.
I think I'm losing my signal. I'll try to come back up in a little bit. Sorry.
That's okay.
No worries.
I think he's saying that they're all like origin stories. Like it's more focused on like the origin story of the Ammonites and the Moabites. They do have history within the Israelite line, right? Even leading to Jesus. Jesus has some Moabite blood in him, and it's like, oh, this is how it restores all of them. So
it's related to the whole.
Yeah, so he's saying like to analyze it, from the reason like it was written, right, versus looking at it from the perspective of like Christianity and the story that Christianity tells, right? Culturally, the purpose of the story is to be an origin story for the Ammonites and the Moabites. Yeah, and Esther being a Moabite, Esther was the first.
Yeah.
I know, he's like, Mama, can I stay home? Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Wait, Steve's back.
Steve is about to get blocked. Like he left because Dr. Bowen was up here. Like you're a wuss. Get the fuck out of here. All right. Yeah. But did you have anything else you wanted to? Did we pick a question?
Oh no, just wanted to. Oh yeah, we picked the God needs humans to talk and do for him, and like he does. Otherwise, he's like he can't exist.
Oh, okay, Dr. Bowen, I just blocked Steve because he came back as soon as you left. Let me see if I can get him unblocked real quick.
That's amazing.
Yeah, as soon as you left, he came right back. Huh?
Poor guy.
He even started saying things like, "Oh, she's too emotional. They're not going to be like cussed out on."
Yeah,
I was like, "Why do men do that?" Like,
as if he don't recognize that he is the reason why he's getting cussed out because of the shit he's saying. It's like let me mentally abuse you. Let me say what I want to you, and don't you react. You reacting makes you a Jezebel. That's the logic.
Oh man, it's like that's sad. And like if he says, if Steve is like a man of God, right, and he says he's doing God's will and like trying to do his will and like trying to spread love and stuff, and then he turns around and like, again, this weird thing where their cognitive dissonance causes them to freak the flip out. They always flip out, and it's always predictable. It's always predictable.
Yeah. Adrian said he
wonder why we leave the church.
I don't weep for church. I don't. But I thank you so much for coming up, librarian. You're such a sweetheart. It was great meeting you today.
Oh, no worries. Ditto. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Bye. Let's see. If you are in the guest request box and you want to be on stage next, please comment so that we can bring you up. That way we don't waste time with the ghost accounts or the accidental request, please.
I hope Steve does come up so that we can say to him, let's be rational here.
I'm trying to get it open so I can see if I can unblock him. Let's see. Lala, where do I go to find the people that were blocked?
I think there's an account, like a list of average men. That's where I find it.
Who am I looking for?
That Steve guy?
What's his name?
Steve Now, I think is his name. He was the last person I blocked, so he should be like right on there, but he'll have to like see the live again. So in the meantime, if you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, let us know so that SVH, thank you. SVH, are you saying hello because you want to come on stage? No? Okay. Azrael? It is 43 people in here. This is the highest number we've ever had. And it's hard to keep my eyes straight because TikTok moves while I'm scrolling. There we go. There we go. Azrael?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you, Kamari. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. And which topic on the board did you want to discuss?
So I wanted to wonder, when they talk about the...
so there are 7 topics on board. Do
believers don't want... Yeah, I see it. It's saying that believers don't like the Old Testament.
Okay.
And I was going to say that...
give me just a second. Dr. Bourne, do you want to take lead on this one?
Yeah, I definitely can.
All right. I'm going to go fix some coffee. I'll be back for the show. Go ahead, Azrael.
So I was just going to say that I can say something about believers don't like the Old Testament, and I think they don't like the accountability of the Old Testament. I think a lot of people, believer or not, in this day and age, would rather just do whatever they want to do and believe that there is either no God at all and there's no punishment coming, or that God will forgive them no matter what they do.
Is there any way, because it's kind of noisy, I'm not sure if you're in a car or what.
I'm in a car. Yeah, I'm in a car.
When you say they don't want the accountability of the Old Testament, can you expand on that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
So, I think I don't know if it's just human nature. I don't know if it's named to the devil. I don't know. All I can say is I just noticed that human beings seem to gravitate toward anything that lets them do whatever they want. And because Christianity it seems to be like a wall against that in some regards. Like, I hate to use this example, but pedophiles will say that you're closed-minded because they like children, and they'll say we're closed-minded because we think that is wrong. As Christians, and many Christians say, well, that's unchristianly, that's ungodly, that's terrible, that's disgusting. But they want to feel validated. They've even changed the name to minor attracted people, and they're one of the biggest people that hate Christians, if I can even say the word like that. I like to dislike Christians strongly. Let me say that because I don't want TikTok to. So I just noticed that a lot of people that want to do the moral things, they the first thing they do is attack Christians.
You see that as a statistically significant group of people that dislike Christians. Like that's the group that you want to.
No, I wasn't using that group. I was just saying I was giving them as an extreme example.
Okay. Yeah. Can you think of a more? Can you think of something? Well, like, can you think of something that the biblical texts in the Old Testament speak directly against? That you would say maybe a larger group of people would speak against and say this is why, the Old Testament maybe isn't something that we should be utilizing for our moral foundations, maybe something like that.
A larger group of people. Well, that is tougher, but I would say a majority of people who support a certain political ideology, they seem to pick at Christians a lot. What I was going to say, sir, is I actually wanted to ask you a question too, because I heard you speaking earlier. You seem very knowledgeable on this subject. What I was going to ask you also is, why does it seem like the only religion that really gets attacked in the media is Christianity? Like, no one ever says anything about Islam.
That's not true. I didn't grow up in Islam. That's not true. I didn't grow up in Islam. There's no need for me to speak about Islam. I'm not deconstructing from Islam. There's no need for me to talk about it. There are several lives on social media, on TikTok, that are deconstructing Islam. If you want to see Islam get attacked, go find one of those.
I don't want to see anyone get attacked. I just wonder why it was so much laser. I'm not calling this podcast an attack. I was just asking him how come media only seems to say something negative.
Well, he can't answer why other people do things.
That's a fair enough question. I didn't even think about it that way. You're right. But to answer his question was, simply put, the larger groups that I see more like falls behind like political ideologies that attack Christians, especially in the last cluster crap of an election we just had. Like, I just saw a lot of people attacking each other's ideologies or putting down someone based on their religion or their beliefs. That's what I just saw a lot in the last election. I didn't see a lot of policy divulgement as much as I saw people just attacking each other's personal beliefs.
Were those other Christians? Were those other believers attacking other believers?
No.
Are you saying there were non-believers attacking Christians because of their beliefs?
Yes, not physically attacking them. Let me put it this way. I'm talking about their beliefs. Attacking them. They were not physically.
Like, what were they saying?
Yes, they were just attacking their beliefs. Yes, ma'am.
What were they saying?
They were saying. A great example was there was a mock dinner at the Olympics. There was a mock
that had nothing to do with that. No, it wasn't. That was about Dionysus. That had absolutely nothing to do with your Jesus. The thing is that the writers of the story of Jesus did use the archetype of like Greco-Roman mythologies, but that was about Dionysus. It had nothing to do with your Jesus. But when you say that it's because of the election, right? and that non-believers were mocking other believers. I'm trying to figure out what were the non-believers saying to the believers about the election.
Not about the election. They were just saying that they were saying things about God. They were saying that Christians are bad, and Christians are fascist, and Christians are evil, and they're intolerant. They were just saying all these negative things about Christians.
Okay, so go ahead, Dr. Bowman.
I'm just going to try to, I want to know how you're adjudicating some of these things. So I'm going to try to ask something kind of specific. So one of the topics I think that comes up quite frequently with respect to the Old Testament, which is what we're talking about, is the treatment or the treatment of the thoughts concerning members of the LGBTQ plus community, right? Yes. And quite often, Christians will pull up Leviticus 18, Leviticus 20, and say, "See, here's why we hold these positions." And I think that so. First off, what are your thoughts on that? Would you agree with that sort of logic that the LGBTQ plus community, Leviticus 18, Leviticus 20, you hold to those passages, and so you would also think similarly about that group, or where are you with that?
Well, unlike most Christians, I've actually read the Bible to completion, and I read it to understand, and from my understanding, no man's sin is greater than any other man's sin. It is not our place to hurt or punish anyone for what they choose to do with their life. I would never adhere to hurting someone because who they chose to love. That's just not conducive to Christianity or just being a good person, in my view. I may have the wrong view, I may be off base, but in my view, hurting someone because of what they believe or their sin that they commit will not help God in any way, help them, help me, or help society.
Let me see if I can narrow it a little bit, because I hear you. So if someone were to say to you, what do you think about, the practices, whatever, I don't know exactly how to phrase this appropriately to be encompassing, but what members of the LGBTQ plus community, how they behave, let's say, things that they do. What are your thoughts on that? And with respect to Leviticus 18, Leviticus 20 passages like this, what would you say, because of what I see in the Old Testament here in the book of Leviticus, I think it is wrong? Or when I look at Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20, I think that's Old Testament, that doesn't really apply. Where do you fall in that spectrum, I guess is what I'm asking.
I fall in regard to, I do believe that it is wrong. It's in regard to the laws of God, but I do not believe that it is my job or anyone's job to hurt or discriminate or based on somebody's sin, because everybody has sinned. Nobody is perfect. What is it? He who is without sin cast the first stone. And I view life in that way because I read the whole thing.
Okay.
Some people
let me pause you only because I'm sorry, and I'm probably not being very clear. I'm trying to get in a specific direction here. So if someone were to say to you, I think that we should bring back the social institution of slavery, what would you think about that?
I know that it was in the Old Testament, and I know that it was. Some people have used the Old Testament to condone the practice of slavery. Given the energy and the caliber of man and woman that exists today, I would dare never say anyone try that, because I think they would be fought to the very last person. But I do understand what it said about that at said time. I absolutely do not agree with slavery, and I don't agree with LGBTQ either, but I do understand that I do not have a right to tell somebody that as far as the way they choose to live their life, not someone else's life, because remember, slavery is you impeding on someone else's life too.
But if sorry, I'm trying to see the symmetry breaker here. So if you say, I think being a member of the LGBTQ plus community is wrong, but I don't have it's not in my scope to condemn them or to tell them that they shouldn't live this way. What is the symmetry breaker here? What if somebody said, I'd like to reinstate the social institution of slavery? Would you also say,
thing, sir.
Okay, so
the problem is the same thing, sir, because you can't, just like you wouldn't want someone to hurt someone because they are LGBTQ, you wouldn't want someone to hurt someone because they're a different race, and that's essentially what you have to do with slavery.
Okay, so let me,
because they're a different race or they're a different person.
So the reason that I'm asking the question is that if we're looking at the law collections in the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament as some sort of a moral guide, right, for how we should be living our lives or constructing our ethical frameworks, I think you're going to have an uphill battle arguing with someone or trying to persuade someone that the institution of slavery is not okay.
Are you saying I may have an uphill battle?
Yeah, because passages like Exodus 21, Leviticus 20.
Are you saying I may have an uphill battle?
Yeah, because passages like Exodus 21, Leviticus 25, Deuteronomy 15 are pretty explicit. It's pretty clear that slavery is, in the law collection, slavery is endorsed. So I think, in the same way, if we're trying to be consistent, and I'm not suggesting that we should be, to be clear, but if one were to be consistent and say, well, Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20 both say that the practices of the LGBTQ plus community are wrong, then I think they would have to say the social institution of slavery is at least okay.
Well, here's the issue. I know that what you're referring to is the practice of cherry picking. You don't want people to cherry pick what they believe or cherry pick what they condone. And the problem with that is, in regard to life, even back then, you had to conquer someone to have slaves. So I would rue the day that people try to do that in this day and age, given the amount of pew-pews in the world and the amount of craziness in the world. We would not want an intercontinental, interracial war, because that would be horrible for everyone involved, which is all of humanity. So yes,
let me pause.
People can live their life as they want, but you probably don't want to try that.
I hear what you're saying. Sorry, and I keep interrupting you.
Dr. Bowen, I do want to say from YouTube, Flute Whistle says, Josh Bowen, please clear up the law before your wrong interpretation at its end.
Yeah, so let's do that. I want to make maybe a surprising correction to you, just so that it's clear. Azrael, I actually, if somebody is going to utilize the law collections of the Hebrew Bible, or the Hebrew Bible in general, as a basis for their morality, I definitely want them to cherry pick as much as they possibly can. And the reason that I say that is because I think we do this naturally, because we have intuitions and we have social, and I'm not a morality ethic, specialist, ethic philosopher or something, but I mean, we have a morality that we come to the text with, that we negotiate with the text with. And so you and I both know, as people that have lived the lives that we have, and we've seen the atrocities from the antebellum South, for example, like you and I both know as good people, slavery is atrocious, right? We know that it's horrible. And so when we come to biblical passages that say things like, hey, if you want male or female slaves, get them from foreigners that are living in the land or foreigners that are outside the land. You can keep those as property and pass them on as inheritance. We go, whoa, like something inside of me is saying that can't be right, because like this is a good book, right? So it can't be saying do something bad is okay. So like I want somebody that's going to utilize this text as the basis of the morality to have that reaction and to say, well, whatever this says, it can't be saying that. So that's why I think the bigger picture here is, should we be using an ancient text as some sort of normative basis for our ethics and morals? And I think the answer is no, which is why I try to point out, if you're going to take a consistent approach to the text, that it's going to create problems. So either cherry pick the hell out of it so that we can all live, better lives, but just don't take it consistently if you're going to apply it that way. Does that make sense, what I'm saying there?
I do understand the context of what you're saying in regard to that. I do understand that you can't take everything and apply it to today. I think we probably start with what I spoke of. It'd be absolute pandemonium, because it's just the people today, their spirit is much too high for you to try such things. And I mean, I have definitely, this isn't the only time I've seen someone speak of this in this way. I actually had an interaction. I'm a government scientist, by the way, that's what I do. But I've had interactions at work where someone was trying to justify black people not being treated right because of Mormonism. He was saying that we didn't fight bravely in the first battle of heaven, and that's why we were born with brown skin. So I took some time out of my day to try to explain to him why that's probably impossible, but and that he probably shouldn't say that at work. And I hope I got to. But I do understand you cannot apply everything in the Bible verbatim to today's society or life, and also live in peace and relative lack of craziness of it. I do understand that. I think this. Oh, sorry, Carl. Sorry. I just believe that we shouldn't have thrown away everything, because I hate to use this example, but we took prayer out of schools and replaced it with school pew-pews. We took prayer out of schools and were.
Did he drop?
He got violated for community guidelines.
Did he drop?
He got violated because he's driving and like all the noise.
Oh.
Yeah, they violated him.
I will say, I'll probably have to go after this because I got to take my kids into school. But certainly I don't think there's at best correlation doesn't equal causation in the prayer in schools thing. I suspect that there's not even a correlation there, but
right.
A question that I always have. I was in a Sunday school class, a deconversion, and I remember somebody was out in rural Virginia, and I remember a woman said, "We need to get prayer back in schools," and I remember like saying, "Oh, so like you want people to like stand up before class and say, 'All right, let's pray to Allah.'" And she said, no, obviously not that. And it's like, oh, okay, so you just want your version, right? Like, in other words, this is just you having your ideology imposed on people. So, this is why I think it's very important for us when to sort of bring it full circle, and then I'll shut up. I appreciate, just so it's clear, I appreciate the fact that he's not an apologist that would say maybe slavery is okay. I mean, thank God for that, right? But I think if somebody is saying, as it sounded like he did, I think that it's a problem. People that are unbelievers are just reacting to things in the Old Testament because they want to live their own lives and they want to do what they want to do. I mean, I think what I'm trying to demonstrate here, which I think is easily demonstrable, is that so do they, right? Mm-hmm. Because if actually people engage with the text, as all of us know and think, or obviously as you help people do every day here, if you actually engage with what the text says, you'll very quickly see, oh my gosh, like sexual encounters in the Hebrew Bible don't require consent. No good. So, we negotiate with the text, and at a minimum, I would hope that anybody negotiating with the text and trying to make it a basis for their morality would cherry pick the hell out of it. So anyway, but I'm going to have to drop. But thank you for having me up, and I'll try to come back up later if possible.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dr. Bowen, as always. I emailed you yesterday about.
I saw it. Okay. I responded to you. I can probably do it. I might not be able to do it as long, but the 25th could work. But I emailed you back.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll let Justin know.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, cool. Hey, bye.
Hey, Hanji.
Hello, my darling, and hi, bye, Mr. Bowen.
Yeah, we were getting him a day, sir. We were gonna do a come at me, him, and Justin Saturday, but Justin will be out of town Saturday, so we're trying to get it scheduled for the 25th.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Is it going to be on TikTok or on YouTube?
On TikTok, we'll probably stream it to our personal YouTubes. Yeah, but on one of our pages, it'll be either on Justin's page or my page. Since Justin goes live on Saturday, he doesn't go live on Saturdays, does he? It'll be on one of our pages, either Justin's.
No, Wednesdays. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be on one of these pages.
Well, I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a motherfucker. Tonight, if you think tonight has been one, just wait until we put the come at me. That's gonna be a motherfucker. All right. If you're in the guest request box, and you meant to be there, please comment so that we can bring you up on stage, please.
Yeah. Just going to say, how have you and Lala been? I know, like, with the whole, what happened the last 24 hours.
I think I have chosen to just not deal with it. Like, just breathe,
I concur.
Yeah. I secretly have a wish that they find out that something went wrong. Yeah. But I mean, we can't change it, we have to move forward and focus on, moving forward. Like, what's the plan? That's the only thing I know. Living Heart, I see you in the box. What are you coming up here to discuss? Living Heart. Are you coming up here to discuss a topic? Jello? You're coming to discuss Jello? You want to discuss I don't want to discuss Jello, Living Heart. If you're at the guest request box, So Real TV, are you? Why is he trying to come up and talk about some damn Jello?
I'm over here laughing at Dudet's comment. $20 per question.
Maybe he meant to say hello.
Well, I asked him, "Are you coming up to talk about Jello?" And he said yes. He responded yes. Where are you? I don't even see you in the box anymore. Is he in the box?
Living Hurt?
Yeah. I can't see him. Are you still in there anymore? Are you? Oh, Dudette removed his request. Dudette, why do you? Dudette says she keep removing his request. Spicy Jess. There we go. Dudette is a trip. What's up, Jess? How are you?
Good morning. I just had a quick question on the one topic about Christians not liking the Old Testament. Mm-hmm. Now, if they want to holler that they're no longer under that law per se, why are they always going back to refer to the Old Testament text on everything that they say if we're supposed? Right. And so I'm confused on, you guys get up here in the boxes and talk about how the law no longer suits you because he came and he fulfilled the law. But you guys come up here and still try to use and justify using the law that you guys claim that you're not under no more. It doesn't really make sense to me.
I agree. It does not. That's why we asked that question. Remember the question I had like a week ago, what changed from the Old Testament God to the New Testament God? That's what I was trying to figure out. Yes. I was trying to figure out in their logic, how is it that they're saying we're not under the law anymore, right? But they're still saying that they have to follow the 10 Commandments. They still bring up the LGBTQIA thing. And so, but they never really stuck to that. They focused more so on what changed was what didn't change. The nature of the God stayed the same. So they never really would address that part of the conversation. So that's why I brought up the Gentiles weren't guilty of the law thing. Remind them that law was never theirs.
And also, was you ever taught about the anger tree in church? Mm-mm. Or is that just me?
There's an anger tree. What is the anger tree?
Oh, that's just me then? Okay.
Oh. What is it?
So, the anger tree... Of course, we got to go back to the garden of everything that starts in the beginning of all times. The anger tree is discussing why we have the anger that we do and why we have to have God to come and renew us and wash us in the blood of Jesus Christ, and how we have to give over our anger and attitude to him and all of our mental health stuff to God to change us so we can become, white as snow.
Wait, were you SDA? Were you a 7-day event? No? Were you Mormon?
See, this is the thing. I feel like I'm the oddball out when it comes to Christianity, because I was taught to believe in oneness and the Trinity under one roof. in the Pentecostal church.
What?
Mm-hmm. So I get the rhetoric from both sides because was grouped up under one umbrella in the church that I grew up in, the part of the church that I was a part of.
I never heard of such a concept. I never heard of the anger tree either. But Librarian Dragon in the comments saying that they were taught that, and whenever they would get in trouble, they would have to go outside and stand next to the tree.
Oh, you mean to tell me I found somebody else that was taught the bullshit?
Yeah. Librarian Dragon. So y'all had to go outside and stand next to the tree?
I didn't have to stand next to the tree, but we had to repent and ask God to forgive us, because if we didn't, then we wasn't going to be, we weren't going to make it into heaven.
Wow. How does that belief affect you? Do you think that understanding the Adam and Eve story that way, do you think it had a different effect on you than the traditional original sin story? How it affects Christians?
I think I have been way affected more so than a lot of the Christians, just because of the rhetoric and the way things got twisted up. And I understand why it was done the way that it's done, because the more deconstruction I've gone in and done and broke down the stuff that we've even talked about, it's because it goes into where she has in a way to cover up certain things that you're questioning. So if you have both of those under one umbrella, it gives them an out to be able to justify why things are done the way that they are under that Bible.
So that was why so it's like agree with everything, like put a little bit of everything in the bowl. And and you know what? That kind of makes sense with how a lot of them come up here and try to answer the question, and they get mad at me because I'm like, no, wait, don't move forward, don't change the topic, no. You're trying to keep them in a straight line. They're used to being able to like mix stuff together to make it sound like yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah. I have like I just said, I don't know where you want me to, because I know some people have asked me to share some of the stuff on your platform of the rhetoric, but I don't know which tab you would want me to put in there for people if they would like to read the bullshit that I
you can do it in the off topic.
Was brought up
in the off topic tab.
Off topic.
Yeah. Or there's
I even have one.
Jay just created one called Beyond Belief. That one doesn't have a lot of stuff in it, so it won't get lost yet. So Beyond Belief channel is pretty new. I would put it there. Some people have already started putting some like outrageous stuff in there, but I would probably do it there so it don't get lost.
Okay. Yeah. It just, and I'll just, every time that you have this topic, it's just like, I look back and I'm like, damn, was I that, because I was that delusional at one point in time. And that's sad.
I went through some text messages yesterday. I was trying to text Lala about a dream that I had about this damn election back in 2020. And so I'm going through my 2020 text messages, which is at the beginning of my deconstruction journey. And I'm reading them and I feel so cringe. Like, I was still like trying to hang on to the God and, the Holy Ghost, the speaking in tongue and all that. And I'm reading this and I'm like, oh my God, just start deleting shit. I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking embarrassing. But no, I know how you feel.
Yeah, so I just want to let anybody else know that you're not alone in this deconstructing thing. I feel like every time that I peeled a layer back, there's another layer that I still have to fix. And I'm like, damn it. Can we please stop? Because I think I've done, enough work. But it's going to be a lifelong time because I was indoctrinated into this shit for over 25 years. So,
did it have a different denominational name, or was it just called Pentecostal?
So ours was Christ Gospel International. It was a Pentecostal church. It was a woman who ran the organization. Now her daughters run it. My dad was one of the pastors in one of the churches. That's why I grew up as a pastor's kid that they have. And there's 187 churches under this one person's umbrella, and that's with inside the United States and outside of the United States, with heavily focusing on indoctrinating the African country is where most of the churches are stationed at, under her little umbrella.
Oh wow, okay. And you said it has 187 churches under it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I can't believe I never heard of this church before.
I know, it's like a lot of people are like, what? When I tell them, I'm like, yeah, it's like, but a female having that big of a platform doesn't look very good with men who, you know, say that women shouldn't be pastors and holding organizations that big underneath their belt.
Is the majority of her following base, are they women? Or does she have a good diverse of men and women?
It's a good diverse of everything, all nationalities, men, women. Now, the only thing that I can say that is not in there is my people of the rainbow persuasion, because we don't subscribe to the bullshit, because they've also talked about us on the platforms too. So, and how that's a sin, but yet we're not supposed to be under that law anymore.
Well, I mean, technically they were never under the law. That's the thing. Like, Christians, yeah, like that was never their law. That's what I don't get when they say we're not under that law anymore, or we kept sinning against that law. No, the fuck you did it. You're not. You were never in a covenant with this God under that law. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But we'll get to the bottom of that question hopefully one day, Spicy Jess.
Well, I just was wondering, because I kept hearing it and I was like, wait a minute, but y'all keep saying these things, but majority of them that come up talk about y'all are no longer under the law, but y'all keep reverting back to that part of the law every time you turn around, with just to kind of twist yourself out of the conversation. Like, it's a little confusing. So that was my little question. So thank you. And I will let you get back to doing your thing.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good day.
Love you, Jess.
Love you too, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I love me some Jess in another life. My life.
Yeah, she's amazing. Well, you going to say something, Lala?
I said bye to Jess.
Oh. Let's see.
I have a feeling in my next life, I'm just going to have a harem of women, and I'm not even mad about it. I wish I had that now, but hey, you know.
Living hard. Just chill, because do that. Like, don't piss do that off. That's not who you want to piss off. Like, just chill. I'm trying to open this box. TikTok starts acting up around this time every freaking morning. There we go. There's the box. Okay. Angry Mama?
Peace and blessings. How are we?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for allowing me in your space.
You're welcome. Are you a Christian deconstructing? Are you an atheist or... Yeah, I think I said all three. Which one?
So I really don't consider myself either. Again, I just want to say thank you to you and thank you to Lala because I've been watching your space for a while. And to say that, I guess if I had to pick a topic on there, why doesn't God stop harm done in his name? Again, I've been watching your lives for a while. I've been watching you for a while. And I've been following Lala since I've been on TikTok. You actually covered one of my stories. And so, again, thank you for holding these spaces. Christianity or religion is something that I never personally like to open discuss with people because it seems like you were either shamed about it, it was either forced upon you, and made to feel bad about it. And so after losing my son, as well as even before, I've always questioned why, because of a lot of, I guess, things that happen, the things that we call trauma that most of us don't talk about, the graping by people in your family that gets passed on, those types of things. And it's always been by people in the church. So I've always steered away, I guess, from Christianity and felt like it was just something that was forced on people like us to make us, perhaps have hope or something to look forward to, even though we always questioned why, God would allow something like this to happen to one of his children. So again, I won't keep your space because I just, I don't want to say the wrong thing to anybody or, offend anybody. But again, thank you for holding this live to make people question, what it is that we, or some of us, have been forced to believe or maybe forced to accept. So thank you.
You're so welcome, Angie. Your name is Angie, is it not? Is your name Angie? I think I remember.
I'm Erica.
Erica. Okay. I remember you. Your son with, you were running for council, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Charleston County School Board.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember doing your story on my page. You ended up getting some answers. Did you?
No, ma'am. No answers. No answers. Still being ignored. But I do say that, just looking and it might just steer away a little bit, but just the things that have happened with the elections and, vice president, I took them really personally because, although my attacks, people don't look at as seemingly what happened to my kid are basically the same attacks that started then are the same attacks that ended up now. And here I basically sit 4 years later, within the same election, realizing that she took some of the same hits that I took. So I took it personally, but no, I didn't get any answers. Wow. And I'm still getting ignored.
Are you? Yeah, I was going to ask how you felt about the results, considering, I don't know if you want to share your story. I know, do you want to?
Again, this is your platform, and I thank you very much for allowing me up here. And if you don't mind, I don't mind because I had to sit back and decompress, really, with all of what was happening with the election. Because as a person of color who put their name on a ballot in a completely red state, and I didn't do it to win, I did it to make people to wake up and pay attention to a lot of the things that are happening right now within our school system, within our communities. And so having put my name on a ballot, receiving a text message that told me that my son would be unalive and my son now not being here, again,
this is what say 4 years, because in 2021 is when I decided to run, when Trump was first being, thinking about running, coming out of office, all of that stuff. A lot of things were happening around the country, but I kept telling people that things locally matter a lot more than what was happening on, a more national level. And so it was after the mass, after the outcries of basically George Floyd, but a lot of things that happened here personally with Black teenagers being unalived and, by unarmed police. We as activists, I was an activist, we were basically watched by not just police, but FBI officials as we stood for critical race theory and Black Lives Matter. We were targeted. And so after George Floyd, I put my name on a ballot to run for Charleston County School Board. My tires were slashed. My signs were stolen. I was ran off the road. I was physically hit with the car, and I was they tried to drown me on a boat on the water because it had a flag that said Trump sucks. And so once I got elected, again, this would be the end of my second term because the person who took my seat actually just got ejected out of the seat. So this would be my second term, but I denounced my second candidacy because I did receive a text message that told me that my son would be unalive soon. Merry Christmas. And so the day after Christmas of 21, my son went into the hospital. My son, Daquan Bamberg, went into the hospital, and he spent 21 days in the hospital before my son passed away. And so that was 22 when my son died. And again, fast forward to 2 years later, here we sit with Madam Vice President. The attacks, her not being in a seat, and us having to think about what she basically went through. I do think those were the beginning attacks of, on women. But again, I was school board, so I don't think people looked at it in the way that we look at it on a bigger level. But my son is not here. And so I do feel like, again, I took it personal. So I'm decompressing right now to reset, restart. And again, I don't think this one is really on us because we've done our part. And a lot of people like me have been saying a lot of things like this for a really long time. So I have to reset and restart again for my fight, for my son, to see what I can do for my family in the next coming years. But this time it's not completely on Black and brown people. But thank you for letting me share that. Thank you. And
Auntie, I'm getting them. You gotta go, Yakota. Don't come back. Go ahead, Erica. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to share that and to, just again, within this, no, I'm not a Christian. I'm brushing it all off because I felt like it was something that was forced upon us. But here I sit with the election. I'm not very happy. I took it as a personal hit, but it's just time for me to reset and reload to do what I need to do going forward. But thank you for holding spaces like this.
You're so welcome, Erica. And thank you for coming up and giving an update. I wish you the best. And stick around the community. And anytime that, you need to come up and chat, that's what we're here for, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I told you I've been watching you for a long time. I just happen to hit that button right now because, again, it's time to fight, but not the way they want us to fight. So thank you for giving me that extra boost, you and Lala. So I'll be around, and I have been.
Welcome. You're so welcome. Have a good day, okay?
You too, love bug. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, man. Hugs to her. Strong woman.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard her story, and I think the video where I covered her story back in 2022 is still on my page. And she showed the text message that she got that said, your son will be dead by Christmas. Merry Christmas. And I just cried. how people can be that hateful.
And it's just going to get worse now because after what happened, I was just telling Barnabas in the comments, it's like a fever dream. But then again, I think to myself, wait, this is a white supremacist country that still has white supremacist values, misogynistic, bigoted. And I'm actually about to drop off kiddo at school, but I will say one thing. The fight is not over. We cannot let these people win. One way or another, we will band together. Unity is now. The government should fear the people. The people should not fear the government. Gunpowder and treason? Remember the 5th of November. There's a reason why V for Vendetta was such a cult classic, because we are literally living it. And people need to band together. Stop the BS with religion. Stop the BS with being colorist and racist and sexist. Because once we band together as a whole, as a unity, there is nothing the elite can do to stop us. Because it'll be a lot harder to take us down collectively than to take us down individually. So don't give up, because I'm telling you right now, thinker, if I go down, I will take this fucking world down with me. Poseidon as my witness. So keep up the good fight. I love you all. It's not the end. Don't show. I love you all. It's not the end. Don't show them yours. Show them your strength, your wrath, because it is your vulnerability that is going to keep them going, not the opposite. Once you show resilience, they know nothing can stop you. I love you all. Be well, and I will see you guys later.
Love you too, Hanji. Have a beautiful day, okay?
You as well, my dear. Bye, Lala. Love you.
All right. I don't know who's in the box for real. So I'm just gonna serenade ya until somebody say, hey, bring me up. Ooh, bring me up. Yeah, y'all can tell I'm sleepy. Okay, if you're in the box on purpose, comment and let me know so that we bypass these accidental requests, please. Dudette said, except living hard. Thank you, librarian. Dudette said, let him come up and ask his question, Dudette, just one time. Look, Dudette, you can snatch him down. You can snatch him down if he starts all that. Please just let me be your friend. If he starts all that, just snatch him right off stage. Thank you, Barnabas, for the subbies. I appreciate you. Are we in a subwave right now? Oh, we got a subwave, y'all. 5 subbies in how many minutes? How many minutes we got? This is a second bonus round. I don't know how to do these subways. 5 minutes, y'all. Okay, is he in the box? I don't know. I'm just gonna pick somebody. Oh, it's over? Oh, I'm late. What? I don't know how to do these damn subwaves. Oh, you sent thank you, Lords. Thank you, Lords, for all you've done for me. Minister Diana, how are you? Minister Diana. Hello. Okay, we'll move on. Hello.
Hey, real quick, we just need 2 more.
We need
real quick. If anybody could send out subs or please subscribe. We just need 2 more.
Oh, it's not over? Okay, so we need okay. We need 2 more, y'all. Look at me trying to sound like a pro. We need 2 more. We have 3 minutes left. We have 3 minutes left to get 2 more subs. Thank y'all. Okay, if you have to get 2 more subs. Thank y'all. Okay, if you're in the guest request box and you want to be on stage, can you please comment so that we don't accidentally bring somebody up that accidentally requested? That helps us keep the show flowing smoothly and the conversations going. I appreciate y'all so much for cooperating. Tonight is Freeform Friday, just to let y'all know. Yes. Oh, we made it. What is that? Why were you saying yay for Freeform Friday, or because we did the subway? We made it.
We made it, and we got the new things. Because that little controller wasn't there. The Go wasn't there before.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. Look, the cat. We got the cat. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Okay, so tonight is Freeform Friday, y'all. So that means that it is open forum for all of you that wanted to come up, ask like off-topic questions. You can come up on stage. The off-topic questions are not about my life. That's not what that's about. And then if you want to participate in 3-on-3, 3 Christians versus 3 non-believers, and we can discuss. You can pick any of the topics and have those conversations. Tonight, it will be y'all having the conversations. The host, we will be sitting back and chiming in every now and then if we feel that we need to help get the diabolical. I see you. We'll only chime in if we need to like kind of help move the conversation along, but this is y'all's not for y'all to have the conversations. If you're on YouTube and you want to come and participate, tonight is the night to get on stage with other believers and other non-believers. All 8 boxes will be open.
Okay, now we need 1 more. I don't know what's going on.
Wait, we're in another subway?
I think we need 1 more, I guess.
How many times they do it?
I have no idea.
Okay, who decides the subway? TikTok does?
I think so. Because I haven't did it. Okay, now it's saying 13. Yep, bonus collected. So there was more. Let me go check. Yay, look at that.
What? Yay! Oh, that's so cool. Thank y'all. I've been trying to get these stickers for freaking ever. I'm excited. Rockabilly Vampire.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian or
I'm a truck driver.
Wait.
No, I used to be a Christian.
Okay. And so you're a non-believer now or an atheist?
No, I believe, I don't believe the way the Christians believe. I'm a paganist. I'm a witch.
Okay. So right now what we are discussing is the God of the Christian Bible and having conversations regarding our deconstruction. If you want to come back tonight and discuss what it is that you want to discuss when we have open forum, you're more than welcome to come back and do that.
Well, if you want my opinion on the God that y'all are talking about, I'll give it to you.
That's not what this conversation is about today. Do that. I'm gonna stop being surprised. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. I'm just gonna start rolling on. Like when it happens, I'm just gonna start rolling right on. I'm just.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Can I get my emote fixed, please?
Oh yeah, can you remind me after the show? Well, Vita has to fix it. Vita has to the design. Is Vita in here? Yeah, because Vita made it. So I don't know what software she used to make it, but I did ask her to fix it, and I think we both have been busy. But remind me to ask her again.
Okay.
Yeah, thank y'all for the love that y'all show to the mods in this space. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for respecting the mods and showing them so much love. Leah Linnell. Okay, not there. Oh, did I tell y'all my brother had his first grandchild yesterday?
Yeah, so adorable.
Yeah, had a little girl on the birthday of my mom's first grandchild. So me and my sister both became grandparents last year at the same time. Her grandson came 2 weeks before my grandson was born, and then my younger brother's grandchild came on the same day that my sister's grandson was born. So I mean, my sister's grandson was born. So all of my mom's grandkids, she has 4 now. Well, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, she's getting ready to have 5. When my granddaughter will be born on the 18th of this month, they're all November babies. Every last one of her grandchild is born in November. My great grandkids, all 5. That is. November's gonna be a busy month for us. Miss Nelson. Not there. Okay, y'all, please help me out. Please, right, like, yeah, it's gonna be a really expensive month. Please help me out, y'all. If you're in the guest request box and you want to be there on purpose, can you please comment so that we cannot go through the accidental request? November is our Scorpio. Okay, our Scorpios. How are they attitudes? I don't know. Hey Ray, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Lala? Everybody in the chat, I'm good.
Doing good.
I wanted to come up and talk about God needs humans to talk and do for him.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess this is pretty self-explanatory. We wouldn't really be having a conversation about it had we all not been indoctrinated by the humans that was talking for God and doing for him and making me go to church 5 days out of the week to learn about the God of the Bible, and then, arbitrarily leave stuff out and make it seem all nice and pretty. They gave me all the, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. I was saying that is true.
Yeah, they give you, there be no more pain, no more sorrow, no more suffering, so they give you all that, but then, they don't tell you none of the bad stuff in the Old Testament and in the New. So
I agree huh?
Oh, I thought it looped or something.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. It's just getting the believers to see that, right? That we wouldn't be having this conversation if it wasn't for the humans who talked for the God and indoctrinated us in the first place. When you said that first part, I was like, damn, that's it right there, summed up in a nutshell. And it's getting them to see that.
Yeah, that's the hard part, and that's why it's important for you and all the other deconstructionist friends that do the lives, and we of it. You know, the number one thing is to get rid of that fear of hell. And then once that goes away, it's like, oh, now I'm good now. You know what I'm saying? I can actually walk away from it because I'm no longer afraid. You know what I'm saying? I can actually walk away from it because I'm no longer vengeful God. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And yeah, the anxiety and all of that, the two piece that they claim that they get with their Jesus. Some may, but the true piece of just being able to live life. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and then I don't know, thinker. Like I think I've told you my story. I think my first time on TikTok was on your live. I don't know, but you know, being a grandson of a bishop, a son of a pastor, and every other person around me, uncles are pastors, so on and so forth. You don't have an out, and that's a problem. You know, they don't give you an out, and then when you actually do come out, now you're disowned. You're around, and they tell you got, you know, the devil in you and things like that. And it's like, dang, I thought y'all was my family. Like, what am I supposed to do now? Who is my family? And that hurts, you know. And I know that's a lot of people's story that have deconstructed, but it's just, you know, it sent me to therapy to really find it, you know, find myself after that, you know. So I am an advocate for therapy and getting help with your mental through professional means, because I don't know if I would have, you know, continued to live this life had I not, you know what I mean? And that's all I'll say about that.
No, yeah, I do. I know what you mean. And I hate that it has to be like that. And I think a lot of us went through this process without having a community or other people that we know who look like us, right, have gone through this. I will say yesterday I received, you know, one of the most rewarding DMs. One of the community members had reached out and asked for advice on how to let their mom know, you know, that they were deconstructing and that they no longer believed in God. And I kind of just shared my experience because I know I don't give advice, but I shared my experience and the things that I do. And yesterday they messaged me and told me how they finally got the nerve up to talk to their mom and how that conversation went. And their mom was receptive and respectful. She, you know, respected the boundaries that this person had set. And I think that, like, it's just beautiful when you're equipped, right, to have those how to protect your mind and how far to go. I think it helps to salvage relationships and a lot of us just did it. You know, we didn't know it, you know, just having conversations, and sometimes those conversations just blow up, and then this person saying one thing, this person saying one thing, and they're hurting, they're the thing that they said, it has hurt you, and then you think that they really believe this about you, and so it tears the family up. But I think with the right support, more people will be able to, you know, share with their families their different beliefs and be able to still be a family and agree to disagree. But it's about learning how to have proper conversations, I think, and listening to each other and respecting each other. Not saying that it's just going to be this person's experience. It's going to be everybody's experience. I'm not saying that. But I think that having these communities, like you said, Ray, helps a lot for those that are just now saying, hey, I've been having these questions. I've been wanting to talk to my family about it. How do I do it? Or can some of y'all share your experience with me and what you did and what went wrong, right? So I know not to do the thing that you did, right? I think it helps a lot.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and that's why I'm saying you nailed it when you said we didn't have these communities at that time, or didn't know they existed because we wasn't looking for them. So I'm just grateful that it's here now, and for people to be finding it because of how social media has just blown up, and now we have these communities. But when I went through it, the surprise intervention prayer circle messed me up, and I'm looking around and like, what? Y'all gonna put me? Yeah, it was that. It was that. They had me come to my dad's house, and all these family members and church members put me in a circle. And I went along with it because I'm still at that time, like, am I wrong for thinking how I'm thinking? And as they're going, I'm just like, all right, y'all can stop. I'm out. I'm fucking leaving. Like, this is stupid. And if y'all still love me as a son, nephew, cousin, whatever, y'all still gonna love me after this because I'ma still love y'all. And I walked out, but it was hurtful, that they felt they had to do something that extreme to try to keep me bound by what they were bound by. It was sad.
Yeah, and I think like one of the main things that I would want to know is like, how am I different? Before you found out that I don't believe in your God, I'm the same person that you would pick up the phone and say, hey, do you have $100 to help me pay my bill? Right? I'm the same person that you would pick up the phone and say, hey, how you doing? How was your day? Right? The same person that you would be like, oh, Thinker is such and such. She's such a good person, blah, 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 because you think I believe in God. She does this, she does that, da, 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 da. And then as soon as you find out that I don't believe in your God, now I'm a demon. What changed from yesterday to today? That's the question that I need answered from a believer. Because the only thing that I see that has changed is that you once lacked that information and you created, like, in your mind, right? I was this good person, but now that you have some more information, now you have adjusted your perception of me, and like, you're the one making me the demon. You're the one identifying me as the devil. That's the only thing that I can see that have changed. And it's no different than you saying that you have asked a God to forgive you and that you have accepted a Christ. You're the one forgiving yourself. You're the one now have identified yourself as righteous and saved, even though nothing really changed.
Yeah, and I don't want to hold up your stage, but one thing you just said in there just kind of triggers something. It's like my parents accepted a lot of my wrongdoing as far as like my adultery, having kids out of the adultery, things I was doing when I was in the army that was not biblically acceptable, if I can say something like that, I guess. But what I'm saying, like, they would just be like, God will forgive you, just do better, all the cliche type stuff. But here I am, I'm a bad person, and I'm doing bad things to people that I quote unquote love and hurting people. But that's acceptable. But the moment I say, no, I'm out of that now, I don't believe in that, now I'm the worst thing ever. Why wasn't I the worst thing when I was doing all this terrible stuff to people? Like, why? Why is it now I'm the worst person ever because I don't believe? And that's just, it didn't sit, I'm telling you, it didn't sit well with me, Thinker. And I don't know if people understand like the pain that comes with that. And you have to deal with that on your own if you don't have a community. I'm well enough now because my dad is no longer here, but it's like, man, that's tough. You know what I'm saying? And I'm very in tune with my emotions because that's what gets me through, because I can touch it, I can feel it, I can express it, and then be able to say, no, I'm good now. And I have another family that I didn't know existed, right here on a freaking TikTok, and other people that I deal with in my community that we are out here still doing things for the community, so on and so forth. And, it's all, and I'm gonna get off the stage, but thank you, Thinker, always for just being you and everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up and sharing your story. I hope you have a beautiful day, okay?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Who's in the guest request box?
Hey, y'all. Think I have a gecko of hearts? Now, let me check the request box to see if anyone.
It's like 35 people in there. So, if somebody could comment and let us know who's in there.
Crazy, because it only says 12 for me.
It only says it's 35 people in the guest request box.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Khalifa. You see Khalifa in there?
Let me check.
There she goes. I see her.
Hey, Thinker. Hey, Lala.
Hey, Khalifa. How are you?
Hi, Khalifa.
I'm doing great, and you?
Doing good.
I only came up to answer your question about the Scorpio.
Not ready.
Oh, okay. How are they? Am I in trouble?
We are wonderful people.
Oh, you a Scorpio?
No, not really. Yes, we're kind of nonchalant. Sometimes we like to we're kind of private, but we're really nice people until you cross us.
Okay.
But we're very loyal, and we also very trustworthy.
Okay, that's good. That's good. What about attitude-wise, teenagery-wise? How were you as a teenager? What about attitude-wise, teenagery-wise? How were you as a...
I was a pretty cool teenager. I mean, I stayed to myself. I didn't have many friends, so I stayed to myself. I like being to myself. But like I said, once you cross me, I didn't play no games with people. So if I told you no meant no, and if you continued, then you got your ass kicked. So that's just how it was. But other than that,
I can't talk about my grandson. He really is like yesterday. He came over here yesterday, so he knows I like to like tickle him, right? And I'm just now waking up. My son places him on my lap, and I go and grab him. He moves my hands away from him, and I'm looking at him like, what the hell is wrong with you? But in so many words, he's like, I don't feel like being tickled. Like, and he's 11, and he's already like knowing. And it made me think. I'm sorry. I'm glad you brought this up. Well, you didn't bring this up, but I'm glad that you came up because it made me think about this. So yesterday, with my 11-month-old grandson being able to tell me, no, don't tickle me. Like, he's 11 months, and he can like send me the signal, don't touch my body. You see what I'm saying? At 11 months.
Yeah. For I'm that same way. Like, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say like for parents to say that a child don't know about body autonomy, right, or consent at 11 months old.
Oh, they do.
Yes, like he didn't give me consent to tickle him yesterday. So when he moved my hands and did not want me to tickle him, I looked like, what the hell is wrong with him? But I didn't tickle him because I got the message, like he does not want to be tickled. All right. So it made me think about that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the same way. I'm so weird. I don't like people to touch me, not unless I invite you to. No, it's so weird. Like when I'm walking in the grocery store, I'm walking, somebody walk too close, I kind of do that little swerve of like, oh, please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. But it's kind of funny. I don't know. I just feel like I pick up bad energy like that. Like, don't touch me. Don't touch me. But yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I thank you. I'm glad to hear he's not in trouble. That's good. That's good.
No, he's not gonna be in trouble.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for letting me know.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day.
Looking for baby.
Well, a beautiful day.
You too.
It's gonna rain
You
here.
too.
Thank you. It's gonna rain like a motherfucker. It's getting ready to rain. It's Southern California. All right, who's in the guest request box? Did y'all see that person named Ruth come in here saying that yesterday they came on stage and that they were debunking each point one by one. Then they said they got muted halfway through.
The comments.
Huh? What you say?
Did they come on stage?
I don't remember talking to nobody named Ruth.
No, I thought she said it was in the comments.
Oh, she
Maybe
said in
I'm
the
wrong.
comments. I was going to say. She said, oh, okay. And she got muted? Was she spamming?
I don't know. I didn't mute her.
Oh. Let's see.
I only good morning. Good morning, y'all.
Hey, Fifi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Y'all had a wild night. I just woke up this morning, so I missed most of it.
Oh my God. Do y'all see that? It says Ingrowth followed the live creator. Do y'all see that?
What happened?
Ingrowth followed the live creator. I blocked them bitches yesterday. And they got on their thing backup account at Ingrowth too. I don't have any other accounts. Like they literally put my real backup account on it. Hey, can somebody invite them up? Hey, Thinker 544, can you come on stage? I got a question I need to ask you really quickly. No, wait, are you invited? Lana, did you take my backup account down?
I didn't. It was already down. I just invited it back up. I didn't.
It wasn't on the stage no more?
Nope. And I was sitting up here like wondering what was missing up here. I was like, what's missing?
Thinker, when I joined around 7, it was just you, Lala, Hanji, and Dr. Bowen and the guest. Your backup account wasn't up here.
The backup account was down?
At 7, it definitely wasn't up here.
Well, damn. Thinker 544, can you come on stage? I mean, you're in here. You might as well come on stage. We already know you exist. Can you come on stage? Can we send them an invite and like bring them up?
I just sent an invite.
I think you owe me to come on stage since you got me cussed out yesterday. Not diabiblical saying great value thinker. I got cussed out yesterday in DM because one of these spam accounts told an older woman that they were talking to her dead relative. And she thought she was talking to her sister, to her dead sister. And then they end up switching up on her. I don't know if she gave them money or anything. But then she came to my DM going off on me because of what they're doing. And you're in here. I know you're in here. I really hope that Thinker 544.
Yeah, I sent it twice and they denied it.
Yeah, you're in here. I just want you to know how vile of a human you are, that you would intentionally, first off, you steal my content, right? You steal my my pictures, and then you go and you follow people from this live and lie and say that you're me. I think that you have no conscience whatsoever. And then you ask people for their phone numbers and lie to them and tell them that you're talking to their dead relatives. You don't care about the harm that you're causing people. You are a vile, sick ass human. And I'm pretty sure, like, what I'm saying to you right now, you don't give a fuck. Every account that you create, I will take down. Every account that you create, I will report. Every single one. And I'm going to make a video every fucking time you create an account. I'm going to make a video and put your account up there to let people know that it's not me. You thieving.
I think they left because I don't see them anymore.
How you can have like how you can do that to an elderly person. Now, mind you, she cussed me out. And at first when I first opened her DM, all I saw was the middle of the long ass text. I saw the middle of it that said, "You think you're a thinker, you ain't no thinker," telling people that you talk for God. I saw that and I just responded. To her. And then I got a message with a thumbs up, and then she had sent another message and she got a violation, which let me know she said some shit she shouldn't have said, and TikTok violated her. And so I was like, well, let me go back and read this whole message because she seemed pretty pissed to get violated. And that's when I started reading the message and realized she had got scammed by one of the scam accounts. And then she also didn't like the fact that we were talking about the 18-wheeler, Nona still in the 18-wheeler. She felt that I should have known that she almost died by an 18-wheeler in her life, which means that she had to have told this spam account that information. An elderly woman. You vile son of a I bet I can't even say it. It's fucking ridiculous. Loyalty 7. Okay, loyalty's not there. I don't know, but do I have any nerds that have been a nerd at least for 3 months or more that want to mod the YouTube for me? Anybody? I think if we could just have 1 or 2 over there, that would help. Thank you, Selena. Thank you, Chicago. You was born in YouTube, Chicago? Thank you, Rocksteady. I don't either, Sleepless. I'm still trying to figure it out. Thank you, Feisty and Unity. I appreciate y'all. If y'all want to like take turns out, if y'all on the Discord, I'm trying to wait for the box to open so I can bring up another guest. But on the Discord, if y'all can send me your YouTube names, and then I can add you as a mod on YouTube, and then if y'all want to like take turns on like whatever nights y'all want to do it, that would be helpful.
Somebody named KVO was in the comments wanting to come up. I'm not sure if you want them to,
KVO. KVO. I don't. We can bring them up. I don't know who they are.
Hello,
What are they doing
Thinker.
back? What they?
Hello, Thinker. How you
Hi.
doing?
I'm doing good. Give me just 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Lala.
Yes.
Okay, you said you're not sure if I want them to. Were they saying stuff in the comments?
No. I'm just saying because they said let's think together.
Oh, okay.
So like, I don't know how this is gonna go.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully it'll be a
Dad was like, she don't need your help.
Oh no! Hopefully it'll be a good thinking session.
Yes.
With a side thinking link. No. KVO. Hi, how are you? Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I gotta
That's
think of a
good to
name
hear.
for it. Like, yeah. Hopefully
so.
it's good. Okay.
Right.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I believe that the one that you know as Jesus Christ is the Son of God and was sent here to pay the debt for my sin and give me access to the Father.
So you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
So can I ask why you said it that way?
To clear up any thing that could be tied to any label.
So would you be mad if I tried to give you a new label?
You can call me whatever you want to call me.
So basically what you said is, so I actually don't call myself a Christian, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus. In so many words.
Oh, so you're a Christian too?
No, I'm not a Christian. I said basically what you just said is, so I actually don't call myself a Christian, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus. Would that be right?
I mean, that is correct. But even in saying that, you would lump me in with some people who, let's say, would think that they follow Jesus, but
why does that matter if they
actually
think they follow Jesus?
Right?
But why would it
I just
matter
don't want you to
if,
put me in the same
hey, is
boat
there
as
a reason
anybody
why
else.
you're cutting me off?
Sorry.
What do you mean? Like you don't like? What do you mean you don't want to be put in the boat with everybody else? Like, are you like a super believer?
No.
Well,
Put
so
me in the boat
when you
with
say
the
you don't want to
actual
be,
believers.
well, and how would I know who they are?
Do they believe that the Father is the
How would
only
I
true
know
God?
that came? Every Christian that comes up here says that.
No, they don't.
How are you? You've talked to every Christian that's come on my stage.
I've been listening
Why
for a
you
while.
gonna tell us? Like, that's weird.
I've been listening for a
How
while.
long have you been? For what's a while?
Maybe like a month or two.
Really?
Yeah.
And you've never heard a Christian say that God is
I
the one
wouldn't
and
say
only true God on
never.
this stage.
No, not God. The
You've heard,
Father.
okay, so and is God and the Father different? Are they different?
Okay. Sometimes when people use the word God, they use it as a title without knowing that they're using it as a title.
Okay, it doesn't matter what they know if they're using it as a title. Are they talking about the same entity?
Not all the time.
When has that person come up here and called himself a Christian, referred to God as somebody else?
Whenever they say Jesus is God, and in their mind they mean like the Father, when the Father is the only
So
true
you
God.
don't believe that Jesus is God. So you don't believe that Jesus is God in the flesh.
Not the same way as the Father is God.
You believe Jesus was a prophet.
Yes, among many other things.
Are you a Muslim?
No, he was Messiah also.
So you believe in Allah?
No, Jesus is the Messiah, the Son of the living God.
Mm-hmm. And so you're a Gnostic. You're not a
No.
traditional Christian. You're a Gnostic. You
No,
are.
the Father
You would
had
be
a son,
considered a
correct?
heretic.
I mean,
You would be considered a heretic.
some of them do call me that.
Yeah. And so
Especially Catholics.
you
They really
believe
don't like it.
in Yahweh Shai?
That's a name, yes. That's his name.
Are you a descendant of the wandering Aramean named Jacob?
I mean, I don't go around singing about it.
But you are. Right, you believe that
My family has told me. My family tells me through lineage stories that. So
your family has stories going back to the Arameans.
Story has, I mean, yeah, because I know my tribe and stuff.
But what tribe did the Arameans come from?
Oh, well, come from?
And where are they from? Yeah, where exactly? What part of the world are the Aramaeans? Did they originate?
The Aramaeans?
Yeah. Your
Middle East,
great great
probably
great
somewhere
great
in there.
great 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 grandfather Jacob was a wandering Aramaean.
All right.
Yeah, what tribe? Your family has
Israel, right?
stories that go all the way
But
back.
I
Yeah,
didn't.
like
I didn't want to.
what
I didn't want to
family
talk about that.
stories?
I didn't want to talk about that.
No, no,
That's like
no.
meaningless
Okay, well,
genealogies.
oh no, it's not because I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelites.
Oh yeah, I'm not. I'm not. I don't. I don't. I don't. Yeah, that's not.
You
That's not
you
me. I
are
don't follow that
yes,
ideology.
you are. You believe that Black people are the true descendants of the true Israelites in this book?
Why does it matter if they are or not? If there's no Jew or Gentile? Well, I mean,
No.
it
Do
does
you
matter a little
believe
bit.
that? Do you believe that? Is that what you believe?
I mean, research. I would say that
Okay.
there are
I don't
tribes.
platform that
Oh
ideology.
my goodness.
Mm-mm. Yeah. I hope you have a good day though, KVO. Those are the thinking links that I do not want. No, thank you.
Do that try to tell us?
What? Dudette said that he was a Black Hebrew Israelite?
No, she was. I think her senses was tingling because she was like,
Oh.
she doesn't need your help. She already got a co-host.
Oh, he said he wanted the co-host? I don't know. I'm lost. But yeah, yeah.
I didn't see the full conversation. I just saw her saying that she doesn't need your help. She already has a co-host to her. I mean, to
No,
him.
I got what you said. I'm just a little bit behind. I understood what you're saying. I was thinking something else. I was thinking you said that he wanted to come up and co-host. I'm a little bit behind, and that just think about that conversation. Like every time one of them come on stage, I be trying to wonder why do we do this? And then it just makes me think about the comments that they were making in Christina's live yesterday about Donald Trump, and it just makes me wonder, like, what the fuck? Like, why would they vote against their own interests? Like, why would they be sitting here saying, like, championing? It don't make sense to me. I don't know. And I've asked the question, what? Let's say you are the people in this book now. What? Like, what? Like, why are we allowing ourselves to get roped in like that again? I don't know.
No, they gonna surely find out.
And I just don't get it. I don't know. Like, you do all of this in your life where shit is material. Like, you see people fighting for material shit here, right? People fighting to keep it and reminding you how you'll get yours when you die. And you fight for the promise to get yours when you have them fight to keep theirs here in the physical, so that you fight to get yours in death. It don't make sense to me. You see what I'm saying? How they're willing to help them fight to keep their wealth in the physical. And they believe them helping them fight is them fighting to get their wealth and their promise in death.
That shit don't make any sense. Like,
didn't they tell our ancestors the same thing in the antebellum South?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. Like, why are we allowing this? Like, why are we still in this mindset today? But I will say Black women showed the fuck out.
I mean,
92%.
Black men were behind
And then Black
us.
men showed up 72%. Yeah, they were 72, 78. They showed out. I think it was about 27, 30% that, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
That's the entire religion. I swear, it really has a fucking chokehold on us. It's just gonna keep our community bound.
Did I tell y'all that?
Y'all, if TikTok is glitching, the YouTube is working fine.
I told y'all that Christina
Go
got
ahead,
me.
Fee. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. I think it's delayed too, Thinker, just FYI. I told y'all that Christina got me watching damn Game of Thrones, and I had never watched one episode of it, but I've started watching it, and you were just talking about how they bolster someone else to their own detriment, right? And I see such a parallel because in the way that individuals who are of lower status, who don't have any power, are hustling to find a position and trying to work their way up the ranks to be in a position where they have some sort of authority or some sort of title. This is what I see in the mentality of people like the guest that just came up. Black people in this country have we we already know what happened to our ancestors here. We already know how we came here. So in an effort to fight our way out of the deficit that we came over here with, we will grasp onto any rung whatsoever. And I think that's what's happening. They see this as a way to build themselves up, as a way to get some sort of status or worth in the eyes of other people. But it's still the same thing. Like if somebody asks you a very simple question, you've got to give that many qualifiers before you can get to a yes, this is what I am, or no, this is not what I am. You got to ask yourself why you're trying to hold on to that title anyway. And it just doesn't make sense because they're shooting themselves in the foot every step of the way.
Because every time, right? If they haven't shown time and time and time again that when one of us get up there or attempt to get up there, something's going to be done to knock that one right back down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's somewhat similar to the story of the Tower of Babel, right?
Yeah.
Not let them build it, but once they realize what they're building, once they realize, right, then knock them down, create division, slow them down. That's what, if that has not been the plan over and over and over again, it's been the plan over and over and over again, and just wondering when they're gonna, if they will ever see it. I don't know. And I don't know that they've ever asked themselves the question, okay, the people say that we are the real Israelites, then what?
Yeah, because how has that
Then what?
designated?
I don't think they've ever asked that question.
I don't think so either, because how has that designation, if it is real, how has it helped you to this point? How has it benefited you in any way, shape, form, or fashion? And if that is true, and you are God's chosen people, and you are the true Israelites, then he clearly don't give a shit about you either, because he didn't step in up until this point, and he hasn't stepped in, and I can almost guarantee you he's not going to step in. So how is it helping you? That's why they have to kick the can down the road.
And then they'll say, well, that's why we don't have anything. They'll say, that's why we don't have anything. That's why it's tough for us, because we special, we chosen.
And that comes from the book too. That hustle mentality of it's not good unless you damn near die for it, or it's not good unless you suffer for it. Like, why?
And then it's like, follow the law. Like, here you have people who believe that they are the people in this book. People living in 2024 saying to follow a barbaric as law from a time where there was no internet, there were no cars, there were no refrigeration, there were no pipes for purified water, right? There were no hospitals. Like, he say, follow the law. A law that this God got from the influence of Babylon, the influence of Hittites, the influence of Assyrians. Like literally, that's the law that he says to follow here. If you want God to bless you, follow the law. You might as well go read the Code of Namu. You might as well go read Lipsit Ishtar. Follow those laws because they the same.
I read the Code of Hammurabi, the Hammurabi Code, probably about 3 weeks ago, and it's astonishing. Some of the sentences, some of the edicts are literally word for word, literally. But they think that their God is the first one to say anything like that.
Are any of, I think one thing that I haven't looked at yet is Iraq following the Code of Hammurabi to this day?
I don't
Is the
know.
Code of have they like decided that the Code of Hammurabi is prehistoric and like they have a different law? Although I'm not saying that I agree with Iraqi laws, but do they follow the Code of Hammurabi from 2100? What was it? 1500 BCE. Let's see. I need to see this. Let me see. No. Nope. Iraq does not follow the Code of Hammurabi, but it does have a legal infrastructure that promotes the rule of law. So if Iraq knows that law is barbaric and prehistoric, why the fuck hasn't America realized that the Mosaic law is barbaric?
What's the population in Iraq? Are they mainly Iraqis? I would assume.
Let me see. Yep.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me verify the live how they take it down like they did yesterday.
You don't need that, girl. I was like, oh my gosh, was it my fault?
The Iraqi demographic, main cities. Let's see. I'm trying to see ethnicities in there. It is the main population is Iraqis. Baghdad has the highest population. It doesn't tell me if it's like diverse or not, but Baghdad got 7 million people. But yeah, no, they don't follow barbaric laws. Damn, they got 46 million people in Iraq.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a lot. Shit.
I mean, I think that the idea of America, the melting pot that America was originally supposed to be, has definitely fallen short of its ideals, because every single difference that we have in terms of how we look, how we believe, what language we speak, it's used as a bargaining tool for division. And it's an effective one too. It's extremely effective.
Yeah.
So I think when you layer a religious belief on top of it, and then you layer this religion, or you add to this religious belief, relief for your current situation, relief for your current suppression, and that's the only way you're going to get it. That's why it continues to be effective. It's still that hope, that last thing that's in Pandora's box, and people latch onto it and hold on to it for dear life, and they completely abandon all logic and reason. Because for a black person in America to say, yeah, I trace my genealogy back to Jacob or somebody like that, dude, like I did Ancestry. I could probably go back 4 generations, and then I'm going to have to give you a general area of where my people are from in Africa. But you can't do that. Like, you have to just throw out and shred all logic and reason in order to be able to accept that.
Nah, fuck that. I trace my genealogy all the way back to Lilith.
You a daughter of Lilith. I knew it. I knew it.
I'll bite. I'm Dollar of Lilith too. No, I take that back. I go all the way back to Jezebel. I'm very proud of I'm very proud of my Jezebel roots. I'm gonna say that the next time a Hebrew Israelite come up there, I'm gonna say I'm not no Israelite. I'm a Jezebelian. I'm a
Yes,
Jezebelian.
that's what we should be.
Well, I'm a
That's a
Lilithian.
good one.
I'm a Lilithian because Lilith was like, I'm not for that shit. Like, I'm not staying with
Yeah,
this. Yeah, I'm a
right.
Lilithian.
Yeah, and we are. That's our new names, y'all. I don't know this.
I
I
like
hope the
that.
blessed app isn't in here, but I think it's just weird. Like, what do you want me to say about your app?
Do y'all see the minister on stage?
Oh no,
Shoot.
that she was blending in.
Sorry, minister.
No, hon.
I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry.
That is
Oh,
okay. I
I
was, I,
apologize,
it is all
Minister
right.
Diana.
It is okay. I did not want to interrupt you. I'm trying to figure out as to why my name keeps popping up on your platform and I'm not touching anything. And I absolutely
It's a
do.
glitch.
I do want to chat with you all, but I don't want to do that yet. And I hated earlier when I just took my name off because I didn't want you to think that I just didn't want to insult you or to offend or have you all think that I was playing with the platform. I'm not. And that's the reason I have not taken myself down. And the other reason is it's because I do not know how to. But I would like to just let
Oh,
you
okay.
all, I would like to let you all know that I think you all are beautiful in what you speak
Thank you.
on, what you're bringing to us. Me, I am learning. I always feel as though there is room for me to learn, and there always will be as long as I'm in this earth. And I'm grateful for your platform. And you all continue to keep doing what you're doing. Yes, I know there's a struggle. A lot of times I hear it and I get aggravated, upset, and wish I knew how to curse. But then I'm glad I don't know because then I don't want to be deleted or taken off of your platform. But you keep on doing what you're doing, no matter what. Because above everything else, you are bringing knowledge. You are bringing facts. You are bringing truth. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. It doesn't matter if it is going against our belief. People need to hear truth and know it. It's been an overwhelming journey for me, especially over about the last 10 years. I've learned so much. And then when I stumbled into your platform about 4 months ago, it became even more overwhelming. But I couldn't let go. I couldn't walk away because I love knowing truth and learning. That's the only way that we'll be able to grow and to mature, and know what we're against or what we're not against or where we're moving to. And so all of you in your own way are beautiful persons. And I just want to let you know that. And if you will now, if you'll just take me off of the platform, I
I
would be
got
so
you.
greatly appreciative.
I
And you
got
all have
you.
a beautiful
We'll take
day.
you down, but we're not deleting you.
No,
Okay, hon.
and thank you
Don't
so
delete.
Thank
No,
you so
much.
much.
you are so
Thank you.
welcome, and you have made my morning here in Texas. Oh God, I'm not from here, but I'm here now, and you've made my morning. You take care and be safe. Have a good day.
You
You
too.
too.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. She brought a
That was
tear
so
to my
sweet.
eye.
Right, me too.
Yeah,
You
like,
can hear the
oh my
sincerity in her
gosh.
voice too.
Yes.
Yeah. And she said 4 months. She's been here for 4 months. And that's like, wow.
And like I told Miss Charlene, I have so much respect for the older generation that's being honest enough with themselves to attack, or even not even attack, but allow themselves to acknowledge the questions that they've had their entire lives about the problems in this religion. And like Minister was saying, it's not about. Sometimes we leave these conversations. We don't have an answer. There's no conclusion reached. There's no consensus drawn. Is simply a discussion about the facts. Because as long as we continue to allow a society where we look facts in the face and deny that they are there, then we're literally just kind of spinning ourselves into a huge ball of chaos, and it's going to get worse and worse. We've got to be able to talk about things as they are, not as we want them to be. And it's these types of conversations that I think are the spearhead to do that.
I agree. And I think she just proved that. Like the fact that she's been listening for 4 months and she hasn't been in the comments a lot. I've not seen her in the comments. Have y'all?
I haven't, no.
Either.
Yeah.
I just literally picked my phone up to look to make sure I was on mute before I started grinding coffee beans, and I was like, oh, somebody's up here with us.
her background picture was blending in with the purple. Well, on TikTok Studio, the boxes are purple, so she's blending in with the purple. But I don't even know how to express what I feel from what she said. And like a lot of people come up and share their appreciation, but I think hers hit a little different from me. To the point to where it brought a tear. She's a nerd.
Oh, I didn't even know she was a nerd. That's so cool.
That is really cool. That is really cool. Yeah, you say that we brighten your morning. I can tell you that you definitely brighten mine, and I thank you so much. Yeah, for coming up and sharing.
Oh my goodness, that felt so good to hear.
Right, Maya? She's been a nerd. I don't know what I y'all just don't know how I feel right now. Like I don't know what to say, and that just made me feel good.
It kind of makes
me feel good.
It kind of makes all of the contentious conversations and the screaming and the yelling and the stubbornness from other people worth it, because I think Minister Diane is the type. I hope I said her name right. I think she's a type of person that we want to reach, like, because it's not about I'm going to fight you because you have said something insulting about my God. I'm going to completely ignore this sentence that blatantly says, yeah, it's okay for you to have slaves, and try to tell you that's not what it says. It's like, okay, let's attack this text and this belief system for what it is. Peel it apart, pick it apart. It should not fall apart if it's true. Truth doesn't do that. That's why in science, you do experiments, because if you propose a hypothesis, I think this will happen. Let's test it and see. If it doesn't pass the test, then you reject the hypothesis. But it's almost like religion does the exact opposite. Let's hold on to this belief system, not test anything, and defend it tooth and nail, regardless of how much evidence is presented to the contrary. And that's literally what religion does time after time.
Yep, and we had the conversation about the methodology of conversation yesterday, the methodology of research yesterday, and it does it to them. It seems it's foolishness to them to try to have a constructive conversation. Just discussing that it didn't make sense, right? To say, hey, there should be some type of intention in the conversation and not just like talking or like going all over the place. That didn't make sense to them. And then the methodology for like conducting research and which resources you use and how you choose those resources, or even just studying. Yep. That yesterday was called foolish. And I think it's like in the Bible, it demonizes the wise and says God would choose the foolish things to confuse the wise or confound the wise. And they bank on that. So they see what we're doing as foolish.
Right.
Right. And so they don't think they need to study. They don't think they need resources. They don't need to go outside of the book. And archaeology doesn't matter. And the records of the nations that are in this book doesn't matter. Those things are foolish.
Right.
And it's that I think that's also another thing like frustrates the living daylights out of me, because it also teaches people how not to have communication, how not to communicate with each other. And so how can you love your neighbor if you don't fucking know how to have a intentional conversation with them to where you can actually hear what they need from you, so that you can know how to love them? You don't know how to communicate with them.
No. If I did not have to work for a living to pay my mortgage, I would love to just host lives and do research. Not talk about the research that I've done, but actually show, like you do with these conversations. But just demonstrate how to research, demonstrate what context is, demonstrate what it means to read for understanding, and to fact check a source. You have to look at information for the belief and against the belief. But I think that whole process you just throw a whole blanket of this is just what you believe on top of it, and completely ignore all the bumps and uncomfortable places that process creates, because it's not comfortable for believers. I hear it in their voices when they come up here and they read these scriptures about this God that they serve, and they see that it's not this loving, benevolent Father based on what the book says. That's uncomfortable. That would be the same like if somebody came to me and was like, oh, your dad was a terrible man. Like he had, all this stuff. He did all these things. And that's not the father that I know. That's not the father that I grew up with. I mean, he was fanatically religious, but he was kind. He was not reasonable, but he was loving. He protected us to his last day. He was a great dad. So it would be uncomfortable for me to hear, oh, I've got this letter that he wrote and he said this. That would hurt. So I understand the betrayal that they feel, but I don't know that living in the fantasy of who they think this God is beneficial for neither themselves or the world en masse. And that's the piece that I think is the most important.
I wonder why they don't recognize the God or their dad in actual life. Because we can see the actions of the dad, right? And how white supremacy unfolds around how the religion, the imperialist aspect of the religion, how it goes around and Christianizes people, right? But they don't recognize their dad. They don't recognize their father. They'll say that that's not God. That's not my daddy. But it actually is. You know what I'm saying? They don't recognize their dad. It's like they're waiting on their daddy to come home, but he's like right in front of them and they don't recognize him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's standing right there, like in 4K quality, and they don't see it. There's a disconnect. I mean, I used to work with this young lady a couple of years back, and very sweet person. She just started making TikToks, and she is like fanatically religious, like to the point that she doesn't take medicine. She doesn't immunize her kids. Like it's a lot, right? She's a kind-hearted person. The Jesus that she serves, or the God that she serves, it's not the one that's represented in this book. And we've said it time and time again, but they don't see that. And every time we point to something that identifies the true nature of this God and where it came from, it's like cover your eyes, cover your ears. I don't want to hear it. La, 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 la. Like that's literally what it's like. And for that to happen with adults is scary. And we see the results of it now in society. We see it from a political perspective. We see how misinformation and not teaching people how to critically think and how to assess data and how to question something. Well, does that make sense? They don't know how to do that. And this is the result of it.
Because didn't Trump say that he loves the unlearned?
Absolutely, he did.
He sure did.
And that's the same thing this God says.
Yep.
Yeah, the uneducated, yeah. And that's what this book teaches too.
It
He
does.
said the poorly educated, the poorly uneducated. Yep.
I mean, and it's not about like being a scholastic elite. It's not even that.
Right.
It's not about, you have to have a PhD level. It's not about that. Like, it's truly not. It's about being able to know how to question things. It's honestly about being concerned whether or not what you believe is true. And I think people choose comfort over truth. Day over day, they choose comfort over truth. It's more comfortable. It's easier to follow like we said before, it's easier to follow the masses. You don't have to forge a path when you're just walking where everybody else has stepped. It's easier to do that. And it's a lot of work to dig in.
And they always quote that scripture, narrow is the way. Wait, what is it? Broad is the path, but narrow is
Broad
the
is
way.
the path to destruction.
They always quote that scripture. Yeah. But at the same time, it's not they're not the narrow path. And I don't think they recognize that because they're following the masses. And like you said, it's just easier to blend in with the masses and kind of be like the sheep, in the herd and just kind of wiggle your way in, like hoping that you get in by you skirt in because there's so many of y'all and they can't count all the sheep, right? Or stop everybody, like you just gonna like wiggle in because there's so many of you on this pathway and nobody's really paying attention to what you do and say, right? But when you're on this narrow path, which I would say that those that decide to like get out of line, right, and say no to this, that path is not as well traveled, which is why we're all trying to figure it out because it's like we're coming out of the closet. It's not well traveled. It does seem like it's a little bit harder because we have to deal with our families saying, you are no longer the person I thought you were. You can no longer come around my children. You can no longer come to Thanksgiving. You are a demon. You are a devil. You are a Jezebel. You're this, you're that. And choosing to stay on that path, I think it's the opposite. It's like they think that they're on the narrow path because they've chosen to follow a God, but they're really not.
Yeah, like when Ray was up here talking about how his family was able to ignore what would be considered unchristian behavior when he carried the Christian label, but they were not okay with him not carrying the Christian label. So what is more important, me calling myself a Christian or behaving like one? And you have to realize that there's a distinction there, because if you can overlook things that completely go against what the Bible teaches as moral behavior because I still have my name tag on, and then when I take my name tag off, I'm acting in a way that you claim is Christian, but you have a problem with that. It's not about what I do, it's about what I call myself. It's about how you see me, and that's all about your comfort as opposed to mine. And going back to the Game of Thrones reference, it's like those flags that they carry in battle that identifies to them who's safe. But that doesn't mean that that person's safe. You have to look at their actions. And when we say that, they don't want to do that because, again, that's work.
Yeah, I agree. Oh man, that's question number 2 for next week is the narrow path and the broad path. Yeah, we should get some deep conversation out of that one, I think.
I think so too. I think I'm gonna just start telling them I'm gonna tell them God already forgave me. If they can decide that God forgave them for all the shit they do, I'm gonna tell them that He already forgave me for not being a Christian, so I'm good. Let's just carry on with the conversation, and maybe we can actually get somewhere.
I would love to hear them explain to you why He has not. That would be interesting.
I think it would too, because they can tell me that they know. Like, you asked them a question, like, how do you know who verifies your forgiveness? You verified it yourself, so I verified my own.
Yep. And then they always bragging about what's the most sold book in the world. And they always say such and such billion Christians around the world. They always brag about the number of believers, right? And that the Bible is the most bought book in the world. So watch them try to diminish it. When we have that conversation, Christianity is going to be small now. They're going to try to diminish Christianity down to the narrow. Keep in mind, up until now, right? Before I pose that question, Christianity is the most bought, the most sold book. Christianity has billions of believers worldwide. That's what they've been bragging about.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to change next week. Watch.
Oh, it absolutely.
Because they're going to need it to be the narrow path.
Yep, it's the most sold, but probably the least read.
Yeah. Ooh, that's hurt.
Yeah, that's true. G Love. G Love.
Let me send you an invite. Oh, oops! I'm sorry, honey. I sent you another one.
I'm finna go get a bag of chips. I'll be right back. Y'all can start.
I'm sitting up here hungry too.
I'm drinking coffee. G-Love, are you here?
You unmuted, G-Love. I didn't mean to mute you back. I was trying to send an invite. There you go.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yep, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we do.
Okay. I've been observing this. Well, I didn't know what it was about, and as I checked the topic, it's something very interesting. There are things that, in my past years, I used to ask about such questions, and even more than that, about the existence of God and all sorts of things. And then, as time goes on, I began having relationship with him, because before I was not having a relationship with him. I was born in a Christian family, and I was compelled to also pray, go to church, and those kind of stuff. And I didn't have this personal relationship with him. So I kept on asking these questions like, is he there? Is he God? And why this and why that? Why this happened? Like some of the questions, why harm happens to people, and why people suffer, and why people die in pain. I used to ask these kind of personal questions.
So,
By then,
hey, G-Love, let me cut you off real quickly. Just so you know, Thinker, the host, went to get some something to eat, but we okay, cool. We just wanted to see if you could pick a topic.
I can pick. Should I pick a topic? Actually, I don't have a topic to pick. But if you
They're
guys can,
they're on the screen.
yeah.
Can you see them?
I don't see them at all. I don't see them at all.
I can read them, Thinker, while you're eating.
You don't. Okay, thank you.
The devil belongs to believers.
Yeah.
God can stop sin or simply forgive.
Exactly.
Why doesn't God stop harm done in his name?
Yeah.
Believers don't like the New Testament. God wanted robots, and you agreed. God needs humans to talk and do for him. Gentiles weren't guilty of the law. And then choose a topic. And if you're bothered, don't be bothered. I just saw that, Thinker.
No, I'm not bothered about none of these topics. I can just conclude all these topics over there in one way. Only for one answer, I can just give one answer to all of it.
Just choose one topic. G Love. No, we don't do that here. Just choose one topic, please. This is what we were talking about earlier. For some reason, y'all want to like rope everything into just one thing, and that's not good communication, right? Just choose one topic, please.
Okay. What about the one that says God chose a robot to worship him? I don't know. God chose a robot to do what? I didn't get that one very clearly. God chose a robot to We are robots to what? I didn't get that one. Can you repeat?
The topic is God wanted robots and you agreed. So ultimately, God
Okay, God.
created us.
Okay, God wants robots and we agree to it. Is that it?
That's the topic, yeah. So you can just share your thoughts
Okay.
on that.
Okay, I can share my thoughts. I don't think God needs a robot. Because if we should say God needs a robot, to worship Him, you said God needs a robot to do what?
So the premise of this is about the Garden of Eden. God had Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and he did not want them to have the knowledge to know how to tell good from bad. Ultimately, they needed to rely on him and just do what they are told, like robots. And this is what Christians are signing up for as well, because you're relinquishing your desires and your wills and following the desires and will of the God.
We believe that He created it as human beings, okay, and He has the authority over us as humans. And even if we should bring this to humans relationship, okay, like a boss and a human being, like your boss and human being. Okay, why can you obey your boss? Why can your boss instruct you to do certain things and you can obey them? By then, when it comes to God, you see it like you're a robot to Him.
I don't obey my boss. And if my boss gives, no, I don't. If I get a directive from my boss and it doesn't make sense, I'm going to ask a question. And if I get a directive from my boss and I know that there's a better way to do it, I'm going to make that suggestion. And that is the dynamic that this God does not want. He simply wants you to obey and follow what he says. Don't ask questions.
No, he doesn't oblige. He doesn't oblige it. Okay, it's not obligated.
Can you not cut her off? Can you not cut her off? Hey, G.
Hello?
Can you have a respectful yeah? Can you not cut her off while she's talking and respond when she's done?
Okay.
Thank you.
I thought she was done. Sorry, I thought she was done. Sorry, I thought she was
in
done.
the middle of her sentence. Not in the middle of her
Can she
sentence. So the way to tell when someone's done, like you see how you're talking while I'm talking, G.
I don't know. Who am I talking to? There are two people. I don't know actually.
No, you're talking to one person right now. You're talking to one person right now.
You were the one I was talking to earlier on.
It doesn't matter. Listen, I'm asking you to stop cutting people off. Wait until they're finished and then speak. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank
but
you.
I was saying the person who was talking can talk. I don't know whether it was you or it was someone else.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, I don't. We don't need you to tell us who can talk. This is our stage.
Okay, no problem.
Even if there is a delay, wait until you don't hear anybody speaking, and then go.
Okay.
All right. Thank
I'm
you.
good.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks, Thinker. And if there is a delay, I can honestly just start saying, go ahead, use TTY conversation controls if that'll help. But my point was that I don't obey my boss. I don't just blindly do what he says. And if your God created a system where it was prohibited, he prohibited the knowledge of good and bad. That means that they were not allowed to know the difference between what was right and what was wrong. Their only directive was to look to him for direction. That is a robot. And that is not the dynamic that I am willing to have with anybody, a God or a human. It just does not work for me. But apparently Christians are okay with that dynamic. That's the point of this question. Go ahead.
Okay, what I have seen towards this is that I see that although he has told us to obey him, he doesn't oblige us to obey it. Okay, he has given us the free will to obey him. If you don't, it's okay with that. Okay, he's not forcing us. Just as you said, your boss, you can decide to follow whatever your boss say because you decide to follow it or not. That's the same way when it comes to God and man-human relationship. He doesn't oblige us to follow whatever instructions that he has laid for us to follow. Okay.
So G-Love, what happens if you don't follow God?
What happens? Just like if you don't follow what your boss says, you can get out of the work or the working premises. That's the same way he's also sets certain things for us. If you don't follow it, this is the consequences that you are going to have.
What are those consequences?
Just as it says during the final day, judgment day, there's going to be heaven and hell. Okay,
So can
those
I?
who,
So all right.
yeah.
So don't go
Oh,
too
you
far
know,
past
you
there.
see, you are interrupting me, but if I do the same thing, I'm being disrespectful.
That's right, because this is her stage, and her job is to control the conversation. She's a host.
But I didn't
It's
complete my
her stage.
statement. Okay, no problem.
This ain't your stage. She's
Okay.
asking you a clarifying
This
question
is the
on what you
boss, so
said.
she's
Okay,
the boss. I have to
that's
follow her.
right.
This is
Obey the rules of. That's right. That's right. Go to
exactly,
mute. Go to mute.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. Okay. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead, Fee.
thanks, Tinker. The only reason I interrupted is because you were about to go to a point and breeze past the one I was trying to make. The only point I'm making right now is about the consequences. You're saying God gives us free will and that we can choose to serve Him. But ultimately, what God has given us is an ultimatum: choose to serve Him or die. That is not free will. We do have a choice according to the Christian belief, but it's neither free nor is it really beneficial if we don't choose the God. If the only way to not end up in hell burning forever is to serve this God, that's not free will. And it's not analogous to the boss employee relationship that you were just trying to point out. And you can go ahead and come off mute now.
Are you able to come off mute, G Love? Diabiblical. Did I smack in your ear? I'm sorry. G Love, are you able to come off mute?
Did you hear me? Sorry, I was off. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, did you hear me? Sorry, I went off. I didn't know why. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying when we bring this to human relationship again, it's okay. Whatever one man does to another person, it's okay. But I've seen that when it comes to God and man relationship, we don't accept that. And we try to say that what God is doing is not fair, He's not being good. But when human beings does that to another human being, it's okay. Just like okay, when it comes to like rules, like a student and a teacher. When a student doesn't obey certain rules, okay, there's a punishment for that. You know, everything you get its punishment for it. So why don't we accept that when it comes to God and human?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So teachers don't burn students forever if they don't obey laws. My boss cannot torture me for eternity if I don't follow a directive that he gives. This is absolutely asinine to try to compare those two things, because ultimately what you're saying is that this God has set up a system where He has given humans two choices: either serve Him and don't think for yourself, follow exactly what He says to do, or burn forever. There's not a human to human scenario where that will be analogous. It's just simply not. And the fact that you're defending a God who would threaten to torture you for eternity for a finite number of years of sinning is insane. And I think that's the piece that a lot of believers that we speak to don't understand. It's almost as if you all believe that this quote unquote justice system that your God has created is the only way for something to be fair, and it's simply not. And it's not even fair in and of itself, but it's almost like the framework through which you all see punishment. Where's the education? Where's the direction? Discipline is supposed to teach a lesson. When you talk about students and teachers, if a teacher is trying to get a lesson through to a student, it's not going to be effective if all they're doing is beating the shit out of them. What are they going to learn from that? If the point of discipline is to teach a lesson, I can't learn a damn thing if I'm dead. I can't learn anything if I'm burning in eternal torment. It just doesn't make sense. So the point about being robots, I think you're demonstrating it right now, because you are not even thinking about the logistics of what that means. You're not looking at the scales from is this fair? No, this is the framework through which you see justice, because this is what your God has laid out. That is nothing but robotic, in my opinion.
Okay, can I talk now? Talking about the bonds, like it's between a teacher and a student, there are occasions that student can be banned out of the school. I've seen that before. And talking about bosses, like bosses dismissing other employees from work because of some certain conducts, I've seen that happening before. That they dismiss the employee from the work because of certain conducts. Okay, just like this platform, when I came in, you told me that you made me to realize that you are the boss for this platform. Okay. And everything, you
No,
are in
she
control
didn't.
of
She
it.
did not. I did.
Okay,
She
you.
didn't. I
I
did.
don't know. I don't know who is who. Sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know who is who. Okay, you are the one. Okay, but you made me to realize that someone is in control of this platform. Someone has the upper hand on this platform, and whatever I do, if I don't obey the laws that has been given to me or the regulation that have been given to me on this platform, what will happen to me? I can be you can cut the line on me, isn't it? You can hang up on me. This is my consequences of
And you're
not
given a
obeying.
choice to be here. Like nobody is
Yeah,
going to take your life if you're here or not. No
this is the
one.
same
No,
thing
you're
that
no one.
I'm trying to
This is
say
not.
that.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
Your life does not depend on you being in this conversation. You have a choice to be here. You are here
Yeah,
voluntarily. It is
exactly.
not the same thing.
But I was
No,
trying
and
to
you don't
say,
listen. No,
yeah.
no, stop, stop, stop. I'm gonna prove to you that you don't listen. One, you didn't respond to Fee. Second, you can't. As soon as you heard Fee stop talking, you said, "Okay, can I respond now?" You didn't even wait for Fee to say, "Yes, I'm done. You can respond." You're not listening. You're here to try to prove a point, okay? And then you just agreed with me and don't even realize that you agreed with me.
Can I talk? What's hello? Hello?
G Love, we're here, but mute up for just a second. I need to say something to Thinker.
Okay.
I don't know if you muted, but Thinker, you remember just
Who's
a few
this
minutes.
button?
What'd you say, Lala? Okay. Thinker, you remember just a few minutes ago we were talking about the fact that people, specifically believers, do not know how to engage in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, she literally just demonstrated your point because she hasn't actually addressed any of the questions that were raised. And it's literally like she's just waiting to recite a script that has been programmed into her mind to recite about this particular topic.
She responds bot like while defending that this God doesn't want bots
Exactly. That part.
and doesn't realize that she's behaving like a bot.
That part. You can go ahead and unmute G Love. If you're talking, you're still muted. We can't hear you.
Oh yeah, that's true. At times it goes muted. I don't know why. Okay. So as I was saying, on this platform, you told me to just listen. When it's my turn, I have to also talk, right? So I'm trying to say that that's the same way when it comes to God and human relationship. He has given us certain laws to follow, and He doesn't compel us to follow them. He has given us our choices. That if we want, we can follow it. If we don't want, it's okay. But at the end, there is a consequences for whatever choice we choose on this earth, whether good or bad. Just as in this platform, if I don't obey the laws or if I don't listen to you guys or whatever, you can decide to mute me or send me off from this platform. Okay, so I see that when it comes to God and man relationship, we don't want to apply these principles, but between man and man, when these principles are being applied, it's okay. This is what I can say, and I don't know why.
Fee, Fee,
Yeah.
did you know that God's name was Jacob Heimer Jingleheimer Schmidt? His name was my name too,
I
right?
did.
And whenever I go out, the people always shout, "There goes Jacob." Smith robot in the Garden of Eden. God wanted robots in the Garden of Eden, right? Did you know that?
I did not know
And
that.
that's why he told them that they couldn't eat from the tree. They couldn't eat from the tree of good and evil because Jingleheimer Smith.
I did not know that. Yeah. And I mean, where did you learn that though?
I learned it from Star Wars. There is, in the book of Job, there is this constellation called Mazzaroth, where God talks about Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, and he says that the reason why Adam and Eve decided to eat from the trees because they found out his plan that he wanted robots, and so he had to create other humans and name them John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt 2 robot. It was a good book.
I might have to check that out because I mean, apparently, whatever directive it gave, it worked. Clearly, G Love, I think that even in this conversation, you're like I was telling Thinker, you're missing or maybe making the point and missing it at the same time, which is absolutely fascinating. But you're saying that it sounds like what you're saying is that you can't apply the same sort of logic and reason when assessing a human to human relationship as you can with a God to human relationship. Is that correct?
In summary, yeah, exactly.
So ultimately what you believe is that God is the ruler of everything, so he has the right to do whatever he wants without question.
Not without questions. We can question him, and we can question him for certain things.
What have you asked him?
What have I asked God?
Yeah. What have you read in the Bible that was like, I don't understand that. Like, I'll give you an example. I don't think it's okay to own human beings as slaves. I think that's fucked up. Period. I don't care if it's this year or 300 years ago or 2,000 years ago. I think humans should be treated like with dignity and respect. That's just me though, right? But when I read in this book, your God doesn't agree with that. And I don't like that. Like, I don't deal with humans who have characteristics and behaviors that don't represent my morals and my values as a person. And I apply that same thing to God, right? So in the same way that you could meet a human being and you could see a person and maybe that person steals or that person curses or that person does things that just don't align with who and what you are as a person, I do the same thing for the God claims that I'm presented with. I don't think you guys do. You guys assume that this God is good. You've been told that he created everything that you see, which means that whatever he does is right and you have to follow it. And you've even gone so far as to say that it makes sense to you that if you don't choose the God's ultimatum, you don't make the right choice in this God's ultimatum, which is exactly what it is. You say it's free will, but it's actually an ultimatum. Because if it's either choose me or burn forever, that is an ultimatum. But you can't see that because of the way that you have been conditioned and socialized to see this God. And that in and of itself is robotic. You aren't able to assess the goodness or the rightness of a thing because it's contingent upon who does it. It's bad if a human does it, but it's okay if God does it. That's a robot.
Okay. Can I talk or should I wait for someone else for you to continue?
Can you see the
Hello?
screen?
I don't see the screen at all.
Okay. I'll just start saying go ahead when I'm done. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. As I'm saying, each one has his own opinion because for me, I don't see it as he's been, what's the name? The relationship between man and God is like we are being robotic towards him. Just as you said, you see it like he gives us an internal punishment, like we are going to bend forever. If you see it that way, I can also say between human relationship and human relationship as well. If one doesn't do certain things, there's the consequences that you have to bear. So if that happens, that means God can also do the same thing to us. I don't see the difference. Okay. he has given us the right to choose the right path. So if we don't choose the right path, then there's going to be the internal consequences for us. And that's okay. If human being can do that, why can't God do the same thing? If human being can give what's the name, some punishments or some consequences that someone does, like something that someone does, and the person doesn't do it well, and the person will say, okay, you didn't do this thing well. So since you didn't do this thing well, I'm going to sack you from this work, or I'm going to ban you from this place. Why, if human being can do that, God cannot do that?
That's your question?
It's part of my conversation. Like, why, if human being can do that, God cannot do that? God can surely do that, because human being also do it as well. Why not him?
Okay, I have a question.
Do you know what the difference is between when we say robot? Like, it's like you're talking about discipline, right? Versus programming. Exactly what?
Exactly, like
exactly what?
I'm replying to what you said.
Yeah, tell me exactly what you agreed with me. Now, what are you agreeing with?
You said what I'm talking is like it's between discipline, and I said yeah.
Discipline and what?
The discipline that you mentioned, and I answered yes to it.
No. What all did I say? What all did I say? Because you were agreeing
No.
with me, and you don't even know what I said. You have no
No,
idea what the fuck I said. You don't know what I said. You just sat there and agreed. You just sat there and agreed with me. One, because you aren't listening.
Because you
I
said
asked you a question. I asked you a question. Right? I asked you a question, and then I gave you two options and asked, did you know the difference between the two? What were they?
You didn't ask me a question. You were making a statement, and out of the statement, I heard
No,
you
I
saying.
didn't. I literally said, right? It's like you don't know the difference between discipline and a robot. And do you think that they are the same? Like, do you know the difference between speaking about disciplining someone and being a robot? That was my question to you. And you're not listening. You just respond robotically. Do you think that that is considerate for you to do that when you come in to have a conversation? Do you think it's considerate to talk at people instead of talk to or with people? Is there a difference to you to talk at people versus talking to people or with people?
Is it a question to me? Can I answer? Or I don't know, because now I don't know whether I can talk, or I don't know when I can talk and when I cannot
I
talk.
get that you want to complain about it. I asked a question, right? And if you need me to say over when I get done, I can do that for you.
Okay,
So
yeah, do
yes,
that for
it's a
me,
question to
please.
you.
Yeah,
Over.
yeah, because sometimes I get confused when you pause. I don't know.
Okay,
Is it
over.
something that I can talk in between, or is it something I
Okay,
have to
listen,
shut my mouth and listen?
I'm not interested in the whining about it. I'm not. I know there's not a delay. You don't have a delay. Okay. Yes, the question is to you. Over.
You said the question
Over.
is it's over. Can I talk?
Over.
What do you mean by over? I don't get you.
You said you needed me to say over to let you know when it's your turn to talk.
I don't know. When you say over, it means is it done? Is the conversation done or what? I don't know that. I don't get the understanding of the over. Like, is the conversation done between us, or is there? Can I talk? I don't know.
Hang on just a second, Gila.
Go ahead and speak.
Yeah.
Go ahead and speak.
Okay. As I was saying, sorry if I I said something to make you to feel bad, because it's not my intention to make a
You didn't say
conversation.
anything to make me feel bad. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question I asked you? You didn't say anything to make me feel bad. Can you answer the question I asked you? Go ahead and speak.
We are here to make a conversation. We are here to make a conversation, and it's
I
not like
asked you a question about conversations. I asked you a question about conversations. Okay. Can you answer the question that I asked you about conversations? Go ahead
and
and
I
speak.
said my answer is we are here to have a conversation. This is my answer. I know that we are here to have a conversation. It's not like I'm here to talk over you or or something like that. I'm here to have a conversation with you, and I'm not here to be robotic to
What
you.
was the question that I asked you? What was the question I asked you about conversations? Go ahead and speak.
You asked me whether we are here to have a conversation or
No,
not.
I didn't. No, I did not.
Okay. Can you repeat yourself?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Can you please repeat yourself if you
I
didn't?
shouldn't even have to repeat myself. That's the problem. I
Okay.
should not have to repeat myself because you aren't listening. You aren't listening. It's inconsiderate for you to pretend, okay, to be having a conversation when you're just up here to talk at people. You're up here to throw talking points at people. It is inconsiderate and a waste of our time. And it's not a language barrier. Stop giving her excuses. Y'all said it was a delay. She doesn't have a delay. She's not a child. And it's not a language barrier. She understands everything that we're saying. She's here to throw talking points. Be present in the conversation. Consider the things that the other person that you're talking to is saying. No one should have to keep repeating themselves for you.
You know what I find really disgusting? I find really disgusting that Kathy married Christ. Basically, I mean, you know how they feel that the Jezebel is like a prostitute. So she felt like what you were doing, you had the spirit of Jezebel. So basically, she's calling you out of your name, not understanding that apparently she hasn't even read her Bible because she doesn't even know who Jezebel is.
She's
But it's really
somebody that
disgusting that a black woman would call another black woman that. And you're talking about control when this whole entire
she
religion
doesn't
got the.
like what.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
She doesn't like women speaking up and having boundaries or being in leadership positions. Like, then come on stage and rescue her. Shit.
Leave her
She doesn't
alone.
like that. Like,
Nobody told her to bring her ass up here. What is wrong
yeah,
with y'all?
she doesn't like for women to be in leadership positions. She doesn't like to see women
Bring it.
enforce boundaries. So, like, I could give less. And then it's just another one of Jesus' side chicks. Like, the amount of Christian women that are married to Jesus is just fucking ridiculous to me. But anyway, G Love, can you just be present in this conversation? When you and Fee are talking, it's only considerate, right, that you give Fee the same attention that Fee is giving you, the same consideration that Fee is giving you. Don't talk at her, talk to her, talk with her. Okay? You can talk. And I shouldn't have to tell you you can talk. That to me is childish. That to me seems belittling for me to have to tell you that you can talk. I'm gonna count down if she's not there. 3.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
2.
I'm here.
And then that right there was childish as hell.
No, I'm
That was
listening to what.
childish. How old are you? How old are you? Are
I'm
you
above
over
my child.
21?
Exactly. Yeah.
Huh?
Exactly.
You're over 21, so you're not a child. You're not a child. That was childish what you just did. Nobody has time for that shit. And I'm definitely not finna let that shit fly. I don't give a fuck who think it's rude. That was childish. I don't know, Fee. Do you want to have a conversation with her? Fee? I think Fee walked away. I'm not interested in continuing a conversation with her. I don't know if Fee wants to finish.
She gone now. I took her down.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Christians will see their fellow Christians behaving like children, being disrespectful. But if we say anything, it's overlooked. They sit up here and cat for their fellow Christians all day, every day, no matter what they do.
I got a phone call, y'all. My bad. How did that conversation end?
We took her down. Like she did something really childish. Like I just can't. I was trying to ask if you wanted to finish with her, but you were gone. So we just went on ahead and took it down. She's not here to listen. She's here to talk at people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I think the irony was that she was the question that she picked was perfect for her, because why would you expect a God to? Why would you expect that your relationship with a God would be worse than your relationship with a human? Why would you be able to do things with a human? I just don't understand it. So her responses were absolutely scripted, and she demonstrated exactly what the point was making.
Exactly. Let me. I just don't feel like being frustrated with this bot right here either. I'm just gonna go and take her ass out. Like I can't. Go be a bot. If you are new here and you're in the guest request box, you cannot come up on stage and comment on the previous guest. Please come on stage and be either a current Christian or a deconstructing Christian or a deconstructed Christian. We're not here to discuss any other belief system outside of those three. Pick a topic and begin, please. Which one are you? I'm sorry, Indigo.
Yes. Good day, ladies. How are y'all today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. So I have more of a question, and it is related to the topic as far as the bot. I am sorry.
Unfortunately, I don't allow questions during the week. But if you have a question, you can come back tonight. Unless you are a nerd. Are you a nerd?
I don't think I'm a nerd. Is that your subscription?
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm not a nerd. I'm not on your subscription yet. Okay. Not yet.
Okay. If you want, you can pick the topic and then start a discussion, and then maybe we can get to the question in that discussion, or you can come back tonight where we do open forum and ask the question.
Okay, I think I can reframe it and maybe the question will get answered. But as far as the bot, I'm glad that y'all clarified like where the topics came from. And just to clarify, I am deconstructing. I call myself a recovering Christian. But there's still some things that I still try to understand, like from my understanding as far as the Garden of Eden situation, there was other things that they were supposed to do or other knowledge that they were supposed to gain before they ate from the tree of good and evil, if that makes sense.
Can you clarify which what you were referring to?
Okay, so from my understanding, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, from my understanding, there was more than one quote unquote tree. There was like the tree of knowledge, and then there was the tree of good and evil, and then there was something else. I can't remember exactly what it is. I have to go back into my notes. But from my understanding, there were other things that they were supposed to gain understanding with before they touched that tree. And once they touched that tree, you know, they would be better equipped to comprehend what was going on or what would be going on around them, you know, for them to now see what the world is, for them to see the world for what it really is. Am I posing that correctly?
So the tree,
I don't feel like I'm saying.
I think you are. Well, the tree of knowledge of good and evil is one tree.
Okay.
That's one tree. And then there was a tree of life that was also in the middle of the garden where the tree of knowledge of good and evil was. And then they had other trees around them that they could eat for meat, like just for regular food. I don't necessarily see that there were other knowledge that they were supposed to obtain outside of the knowledge that the God had given them. And they were expected, well, Adam was expected to follow the command of the God. We can't really say whether Eve was expected to do that. We don't know how Eve got the command, right, to not eat of the tree, because she adds to it, right? Eve says, we can't eat it, nor can we touch it, right? So she could have gotten it from Adam, or the God could have given her a separate set of instructions. We don't know. But I'm not sure of any additional knowledge that they were supposed to gain prior to eating from the tree.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't, the Garden of Eden has always like gotten me. That was where I posed my first question, because I was raised, you know, Southern Baptist, and, you know, of course we read the Bible, but it seems like nobody really has a full understanding. And I think so much is left up for interpretation, but nobody is interpreting it or seeing it for actually what it really is. And I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you. I just started following you maybe a couple weeks ago, and the way you have broken things down has filled in those gaps for me of my understanding, because it was so much that I'm like, I don't get how they can follow this and not have a full understanding as far as what this means, because I feel like so much is missing. But then somewhere in that book, it does say study and show thyself approved, but it doesn't seem like nobody is studying to show thyself approved.
And it's like they despise people who do study to show thyself approved, right? Because a lot of people who end up studying this text end up deconstructing from it. So then now it's, oh, you study. It's like, oh, you only study so that you can debunk the Bible, or you only study so that you can sin. And that one was crazy. You only study so that you don't, so you can validate why you don't believe. Right. But I think I agree with you 100% that there are some things written in the book that are vague and left to the imagination, and it sometimes it's meant to be that way, right? Because of the necessarily to be for, like, for example, Adam and Eve. The purpose of that text was not supposed to be for the original sin when it was originally written. The original sin concept was extra biblical. The purpose of the text was to answer questions. Why do people die? Right? Like, it was following the oral traditions of, like, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Sumerian story, with Zarathustra, right? Like, answering the question of, like, why can't humans have eternal life? Why did the gods send like a flood to kill the humans? It's because he thought that they were noisy, right? I guess answering, questions like that. So it leaves holes in the Christian doctrine because that was created after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Did that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense, because that reminds me of the 7 deadly sins. And someone pointed out to me, like, nowhere in the Bible are there the 7 deadly sins. So a lot of things that it seems like a lot of things that are interpreted by, Christians or pastors and things like that are, what did you call it? Extra biblical?
Yeah, extra biblical.
Extra biblical. So no, it makes a lot of sense, but like I said, I appreciate you and other people like you for helping me with being able to, fill in these gaps, because it wasn't until I went more towards the scientific side where I was able to make some type of sense of what, the book of Genesis even kind of meant. But, me and my family, we've even had discussions, like, I'm like, y'all are so crazy about this book, this Bible, this religion. I said, and y'all don't even realize that the God that y'all have in front of y'all life or over your life has basically created a race war between the children of Abraham from Hagar and the children of Abraham from Sarah. So I don't even, I just couldn't get with it. It was a lot of things that I picked up early on. I think I dismissed Christianity when I was about 18 or 19 years old. I don't want to tell my age. I'm way over that now. But I dismissed it then. Mm-hmm. But then I went back to gain some understanding as to why it is that people are so hell-bent on this religion that was basically used to keep us confined and keep us shackled. And now we took the physical shackles off, and now we have these mental shackles. Because I have my mom, she is a devout Christian. She is one of Jesus's side chicks, like Fee mentioned. So when she said that, it was so funny to me, because it's like, how many wives do Jesus really have? And then y'all are the same people that are saying that marriage is supposed to be between one man and one woman. So which one is it? So it's just like I appreciate the topic as far as the whole bot thing, because it makes me look around and I'm looking at my friends and some family members, and I'm like, y'all are NPCs. That's what we call them. Y'all are NPCs. Y'all are just straight bots for God. But I get it, I guess. And, I want to come to my mom with some type of understanding. Like, no, that's the question for tonight. But I do want to come to my mom with some type of understanding as to what it is that she's actually in or into, but I don't want to break down her faith as well, because she has lived by this for so long. So it's a lot.
And it might be dangerous to do, right? She may, for me, my mom told me not to. My mom, once she, accepted that I was researching and doing all the digging, she asked me not to share with her what I find, because she said that it would break her heart if she learned that the thing that she dedicated her entire life to wasn't real. And I gave her my word that I would not do that. Right.
Yeah.
And I love my mom, even though, she caused me some mental anguish growing up with this God. There is nothing in the world that I wouldn't do for her, because I know that she loves me. She's, she's been a great mom. And I don't want to do anything that would hurt her, right? And so I don't share with her. If she ever came to me and asked me questions about what I find, I would gauge that very, very lightly, because I know how she can lose her shit about this God. So I for me, I think allowing and waiting for my family to come to me with questions has been the best thing to keep my mind in a more peaceful state of mind. I don't want to take on their hateful words and be in my home, right, sitting at my computer thinking about the shit they are texting me or have said to me on the phone, right? Or trying to go to sleep at night and playing over and over in my head something that they've said to me, because they don't agree with something that I learned about their God. I'd rather not. I'd rather be at peace. Let them have their belief, and they have learned to let me have mine. And where my mom, she'll still put in the family chat, because I still have brothers and sisters who don't consider themselves saved, but they believe in this God still. But she'll still put on the family chat, the world is about to end and Jesus is gonna come back soon, and like she still do that in the family chat, and all I just do is I just ignore it, you know. It, like I'm getting ready to share something. Right? So I have a cousin who just found out that we just found out recently that she has brain cancer, and my mom, right, I put in the family chat praying for blah 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 blah. God's gonna, you know, work. God's gonna work a miracle. You know, the praying and blah blah blah, all of that. And I, you know, ignored it, right? Because I know that's what she does. That's where her hope goes, right? Now, in my personal, like while I'm here, I'm just looking at it and I'm like, now, and what would they say if, you know? And then we find out on Sunday morning or Monday morning, I think it was, Monday morning, that like from when she had her biopsy, on Saturday we were told, oh, she has less than 2 years, right? That she was it had already spread like to the back of her brain, and she has less than 2 years on Saturday, right? Monday, when she wakes up, she was in a coma at that time. She wakes up and they say, oh, it's worse than we thought. She has weeks. Right? So it went from thank you. It went from we have 2 years to be with her to 2 weeks, and then we find out that she had already recorded this recording, and she had already known, and she had dealt with this, you know, all year by herself, because she had already gotten the diagnosis, and she had decided to spend time with her kids. She has small kids, and she had decided to go through this alone. And so we're all finding out. And here she is in the hospice. She's already in hospice. The doctor said like she's basically already gone, right? Like when she woke up they did a biopsy on her last Wednesday. And like she didn't even tell her doctors, right, that she had already done a biopsy, that she had already gotten like she didn't tell the doctors anything, none of that. We'd find out when her boyfriend comes up there with a recording for her, you know. But she's already gone. Like she's there, she's in the bed, but she's already stage 4. They said that kind of cancer she had started off like stage 4, like she's already gone. And just thinking about like them in the chat, right? The prayers, and I'm just looking at it like I could say I could take my anger out on that. I could say some old crazy shit, but why, right? That's their solace, right? That's what they need at this moment in time. It's not for me to point out and say if this, right? That's not the important thing. Now, usually when there are funerals, you know what they like to do.
Yep.
Yeah. Time running out. You need to do this. Like, yeah. Oh, well, they'll point the finger at me because I'm the only one so far who's, you know, open about not believing in the God. So like, I'll have to like deal with that, unless they learn from my grandmother's funeral. So hopefully I won't. But I have grown to the point to where I don't have to respond to every little thing that they say about their belief system, because I'm only responsible for myself. I can respect their right to have this belief. It's when they don't respect my right to not have it. That when I start saying, this is why I don't believe, here's the information that I have, and this is why I don't believe. But I don't take it to them and say, you know, your belief is wrong. No, you shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. Like I don't do that, because I love my family, and I don't want to cause them any mental harm, just like I don't want them to cause me any mental harm.
And I think that is one of the most difficult things to balance. I know it was for me, because I agree with you 100%, Thinker, that some people just don't want to know. They don't want to know whether or not this belief system is true or not because of the space that it's held in their lives for decades. I'm sure that's the case with your mom, Indigo. But like the Thinker's point, I think honesty without compassion is cruelty. And when we are honest with people, we have to think about, why are we sharing this information? Am I sharing this information because they've pissed me off trying to push this shit down my throat and I just want to show them facts? Like, then I think in that way, we have to look at our own motivations. We can't point fingers at believers and tell them that they're being unkind and they're being, so myopic and only looking at what this book says and not seeing the impact of it if we're doing the same thing. But it's difficult to do that when we're seeing the damage that it's causing. So it's a hard balance to strike. It was one of the hardest things for me at the beginning of my deconstruction, because once you start learning this stuff, you're like, I've been believing this shit all day. I got to tell everybody. I got to let them know. Everybody doesn't want to know. Everybody does not want to know. And I had to realize too that my curiosity is my curiosity. My rationality is my rationality. Everybody doesn't function on that same plane. And I think that there is a way, like Thinker was saying, to eventually get to a place of equilibrium with your mom where you know what's safe to share. I just stopped sharing anything that was not requested. If you ask me a direct question, I'm going to answer that direct question, but I'm not going to voluntarily give you information or try to deconvert you in the same way I don't want you converting me. I have to be able to respect that individual's right to make their own decisions. And in this case, maybe it is the fact that they choose to believe something. I'm just not a person that chooses my beliefs, but everybody's not me. And we definitely have to give people space to be who they are. Hold your boundaries for sure. Like Thinker, I had to do the same thing, and that morphed over time. Like in the beginning, I'm like, I ain't going nothing. If it's in a church, if it even starts with the letter G, I don't even want to say it. Like, I was mad for a long time, but it does get better over time.
I 100% agree with what both of you said as far as them not wanting to know. Because not just my mom, but a few of my family members, I have heard them say, I would rather serve Jesus and serve God and find out that it's not real when I get to the other side than to not serve and find out that he was in fact real. And even that's cringe for me, because like I understand the back and forth that a person could possibly have, but my curiosity set in so much where I was like, I need to find out now while I'm still here. I don't want to wait until the end. So, but yeah, I agree 100%. And I think I have also gotten to that point because I've been on this journey for over 13 years. And like you said in the very beginning, I was like, yeah, Mom, I'm ready to go toe to toe with your pastor. And she like, chill out, pump your brakes, shorty. And I'm like, all right, I'll chill. But, at that point, it's like you want to yell it from the rooftops. This is what I know. This is what I found out. But I also found out that even in simple things in life, when it comes to health, some things people just don't want to know. And unless they ask, that's when I open my mouth. But I have come to that point of being comfortable within myself. Like, this is the knowledge that I have. I accept you for who you are. Whether or not you accept me for who I am now or for what it is that I have come to understand, that's on you. That's still none of my business.
Yeah. And I think one of my go-to phrases when especially at like funerals or weddings or, anything where like Thinker said they come, it's getting close to the end. I know that you sincerely believe that to be true. I know that you believe it to be true. That's that. And I would leave it at that, because I'm not going to go back and forth with you about your fantasy and your, this fictional book that you've taken to be real. So I know that you believe it to be true. I know that this is coming from a good place, but it took decades for me to get to that. So I would say give yourself grace, because it's going to take a while. It shifts your paradigm, because it's rocking, cracking, and dismantling the very foundation of who and what we are, specifically those of us who were born into very high demand religions or high control religions. It shaped our very being. We have to unmake ourselves and figure out who the fuck we are through this different lens. It's almost like the veil was lifted and we're seeing the world for the first time, and we want everybody to see it. But everybody doesn't want to take that veil off voluntarily.
It's like we ate from the tree of knowledge.
Exactly. And our eyes were opened.
Yep.
And it's interesting because that what's the word I'm looking for? that zeitgeist, if you will, is overlaid over so many different stories. We see it over and over and over again. How we're seeing things through a different lens, and to me, that evolution, if you will, is what life is about. It's about being able to adjust when you need to. It's about being able to see other people for who and what they are and not what you need them to be in order to maintain control over them. So it's a beautiful thing if we look at it like that, but you can't see the beauty of it when you're tethered to this belief system that's telling you anything outside of the system is demonic. It's wrong. It's all of these things. You don't even give yourself a chance or time to investigate it. I don't want to live my life like that. I have fewer years ahead of me than I have behind me, and I'm not wasting them living them on somebody else's terms.
That's right.
That part.
It doesn't make sense to. Like, why would you be this? And I say this a lot too, and I'm going to keep saying this because I think it just makes the most sense. Why would you choose to spend the most time of your life in your own body, in your own home, in your own time, carrying somebody else's thoughts about you, making you feel anxiety, uneasy, and unloving to yourself?
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. Like, why?
It does not.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'm
why
sorry.
Why would you give them that power? No, I was just gonna say, why would you give them that power? Right? And they already in their house, right? Chilling, eating, doing whatever, and you in your home, right? Feeling uneasy, playing over and over again, crying, right? Because of something they have said to you, something they've imparted into you, and they've gone on about their business. Why?
No. In my deconstruction, I had looked into other religions. I know you said this is specifically about Christianity, but I had looked into other religions, and one of them was Buddhism. And one of the things that they said that Buddha said was, what you think of me is none of my business. And when I tell you that simple phrase got me through so much, because I always thought, well, this person thinks this of me, because, you know, people feel like they can tell you about yourself, but they don't want to hear about themselves. So once I got that stuck in my head, what you think of me is none of my business, as long as I'm not, you know, being cruel to you, rude to you, or disrespecting you, anything outside of that, that has nothing to do with me. So that has really, really gotten me through, honestly.
Indigo, I was literally about to come
That's
off of mute.
awesome. I didn't even know Buddha said that. Sorry, go ahead, Fee.
No, you're good. I was literally about to come off of mute to say the exact same thing. I mean, literally word for word. I've told my son that so many times. And that is the freedom that comes with that realization is it's difficult to put it into words. And I think the next layer of that is realizing that whatever a person's opinion is of me, it says so much more about them than it does about me. It literally has nothing to do with me. It has absolutely nothing to do with my son. Asked me, this was about a couple weeks ago, we were talking about something, and he said, he was talking about going to the gym or having a coach, like letting him tell him that he's, you know, doing a punch right or something like that because he boxes. And I was telling him how that dynamic, that the sports piece and the team sports just never appealed to me. And then this led down a conversation about a whole lot of other things. But my point is, when you realize that another person's perspective or assessment of what you've done or who you are speaks 100% about them than it does about you, you completely detach from it. Because if ultimately you look at me, you say, oh, well, Felicia does this, or she only does this, or blah, blah, blah. You're assessing that through the lens of your experience. Your experience your experiences have shaped who you are and how you see the world. So if you come to a negative, terrible conclusion about an action I've taken with no verification, no conversation with me, that has nothing to do with me. And that's more reflective of you. We were also talking about the things that people say. I don't care what you call me. You can call me whatever you want to call me, because that doesn't make it true. And it says more about you. Like it tells me how dirty your lenses are. It doesn't tell me how I look. It just tells me how dirty your lenses are. And that's about a work that you need to do, not me.
Man,
like
that's
that. I'm
with
writing that
theology.
down.
I swear. What you said? Like what? Somebody need to put that in the theology channel. Please type that in the theology channel on Discord. Like what?
And y'all are sweet. And Thinker, you know, I listen to Buddhist books all the time. Not because I'm interested in becoming a Buddhist and not because I'm trying to find any religion. It's about philosophies and ways of thought that give you freedom. And that's what the rest of my life is about. I'm not tethered to, I'm not even, I spent 30 plus years being guided by someone else, stepping in someone else's footsteps. And that shit was uncomfortable as hell. I'm walking comfortably for the rest of the years I got on this earth.
Somebody mute diabiblical. Mute diabiblical.
He said pre-bands.
Oh my goodness.
I think diabiblical should have been muted for that screen name alone. That is hilarious.
Oh my god.
But ladies, thank you so much for letting me come up. And Thinker, I'm definitely gonna join your nerd group. Like I said, I appreciate y'all. And Fee, it was great hearing your perspective. I love y'all. It just feels good to have it just feels good having conversation with, I guess you could say, like-minded people, because I feel like I'm not a black sheep in terms of being treated a certain way. I'm the black sheep in terms of the way I think. And they always look at me, they're like, here you go, thinking left again. And I'm like, all right, well then I'm just gonna shut up and sit here and watch y'all go down in flames. Let me go ahead and get on this boat. But thank y'all. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. We're excited to have you. We're excited to have you as a part of the community. I hope you have a beautiful day as well.
I will. I'm still listening, by the way. I'm not leaving the live.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right.
I know I was told recently that I think I'm smarter than everybody, just based off of what I told you earlier, like a few days ago.
She said you.
Yeah.
She said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. She said you think you smarter than everybody?
Mm-hmm.
And what was her logic behind that?
No, okay, this is how because I asked her if she had read the Bible, and she was like, have you? And I was like, yes, I read the entire Bible. And she was like, you think you're smarter than everybody. What? That doesn't even make any sense. And I'm like, I did offer her.
She asked you if you read the Bible.
Yeah.
She asked if you read the Bible. You said yes. Then her response was, you think you smarter than everybody?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I offered.
That's projection like a motherfucker.
Yes, I offered to, give her some material to read. And she was like, no, I don't want to find out. Yeah, she said, no, I don't. Hold on, you guys.
Okay. That's that protection. But in protecting themselves, why does it have to harm you to protect themselves? Why can't they just say, oh, okay, that's good that you found what you need for yourself? No, I don't want to know. Why does it have to come with an insult?
Right. I don't know, y'all. She also said that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, kind of basically the same thing as your mother, that she was too afraid to find out. She didn't want to go there. She was too afraid. And of course, in her mind, she's known Jesus all her life, and he has done so much for her. And so I'm like, okay, I mean, I'm not going to tell you anything different. But, she, like I told you, she said that one of these days I'm going to find out, and that I'm going to come back to Jesus, mark her words. And I think I know more than everybody, but it's not going to work out for me that way.
Wow. I would have turned it around back on her and said, well, if I think I know more than everybody, in actuality, it's you that think you know more than everybody because you think you know what's going to happen in my future. I've not made a claim about your future, but you've made a claim about mine. So it's actually you that think you know more than everybody. That's how I would have had it been somebody like my mom or somebody said that to me. I would have. That's how I would have responded to it.
But it's
Like
the
it's
crazy
that's not
thing
me. That's
is
you.
I'm like, this tells me that you really don't know me because she feels as though someone had to have told me something and I just ran with it. And I'm like, I thought like this my whole life that something wasn't right. And I'm like, you've had to have noticed the questions that I used to ask. And it's like she was just, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Does she think you're smart? Does she think you think you're smarter than everybody, or does she think that you're a follower? Like, which one
She
is it?
thinks I'm gullible.
Does she think that you can't?
Right.
Like she's contradicting herself. Like she's projecting like a motherfucker. And this is why I say like it's the things that come out of their mouth that they use like as weapons. Like let me say something wherever it lands. Hopefully, one of these words will wound her, right? And she'll come down. Let me bring her down. That's why they always talk about humble yourself, humble yourself.
Yeah.
They're trying to find that, like they're shooting arrows, right? They're shooting arrows and they're hoping to puncture somewhere in your psyche that will wound you so that it'll bring you down a bit to where they are or be lower than them, right? And then they're hoping that you will need this God. The crazy thing about it is that when they do shit like that, there's no guarantee that a person will turn to a God. They could wound somebody so bad in their psyche that it harms that person and they never ever come back. They're irresponsible with their words.
But they don't think like that. And then she tried to guilt trip me and said that my grandmother was turning over in her grave. And I'm like, I'm not, I'm like, okay, but that's not doing it for me. You can't use that. You can't guilt trip me into bowing down and going back into this religion, this toxic religion, and believing in something that I don't believe in. Like, I'm not going back. I've seen too much. I know too much now to ever go back.
You know what's crazy to me, Lala, about that piece is that I think we talked about this the other day, they want their testimony to be so impactful for us. They want it to be something that moves us from our current position or our current the questions that we're asking. And to Thinker's point, I think the demonstration of trying to predict the future is way more haughty than it is humble. It's way more I know everything than it is it's not that I know everything, I just ask more questions. I'm a little bit more curious. But I find it hard that their testimony should be convincing us to serve this God, but our testimony is completely ignored. Because they label our testimony as church hurt. It has to get a different name. It doesn't become it's only a testimony if it benefits the God.
Right.
It's something derogatory if it paints a bad light in this God. And the fact that the only way to be accepted, I'm assuming this is a family member of yours, the only way to be accepted and approved by this family member is to give them complete and total control over your brain. How is that not controlling? How is that not being haughty? How is that not being unloving? And they don't see it that way. And I think, to Thinker's point, and somebody in the comments mentioned that a lot of it is fear-based, and they don't see how hurtful it is. As a child, to be told by your parent, you're nothing to me unless you serve God. What is this? What does that even mean? And then that Pascal's wager is very presumptuous as well, because you act like Christianity is the only religion on this earth. It's not.
But that's the thing. I had told her, I tried to bring her back, further than us, being enslaved in America, all the way down to, what
our beliefs right now. And she totally ignored the fact that this was basically, we were indoctrinated. Like, this was pushed on us. And I'm like, this started before we even got into those boats.
Mm-hmm.
They literally beat this into us. So how are you just going to ignore all that? But I think a lot of them don't think back to that. They don't think back to prior to being in America, like our ancestors or anything. It's kind of like there's a cutoff, because if I speak to her about Africa, it's kind of like her eyes glaze over. And I'm like, we were more than just people that were enslaved. We had, we weren't just because she believes in we were all kings and queens and all that stuff. I'm like, no, we had, we did different things. We had different talents, and it's really sad to see that the only thing that, especially that generation, most of our elders see is the 500 years of us being in America, and they don't see anything before that. And you can't tell them. It's like there's a disconnect when it comes to the very fact that we were indoctrinated. They've seen the movies, they know how it happened, but there's still this disconnect. And it's like I've
What happened?
I don't know. I was just about to ask, can you hear Lala? Because I can't.
Hey y'all, I do want to please remember as mods that we only mute people if they're being disrespectful in the chat, if they're being if they're like not following the rules that are in the mod channel. We do not mute people for having a difference of perspective or opinion. If they're spamming, I get it, but please don't mute a believer for talking about their beliefs in the chat as long as they're not being respectful. I don't want that done here.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't even know where it cut off at. But anyways, like I was just basically saying that, I would never try and force anyone to see what I see. I will, if you are willing, and, I might, if we're talking about it, I might say a few things, but I will never try and go deep with it, because I know that generation isn't ready for it, especially, when it comes to my mother or anything like that. I believe that, to be honest with you, my grandmother, she did hoodoo. So I believe that, she might have like given some pushback, but I think she would have listened more than what my mother would. Because my mother, she's like, I don't believe, and which is crazy. She's like, I don't believe everything that's in the Bible. And I didn't, when it comes to your grandmother, I didn't like everything that she did. So if that's the case, then how are you believing in this God? Because your knowledge of this God had to come from the Bible. But then I thought about it. No, this is the God that you made up. And I tried to tell her, if you haven't read the Bible through and through, then the God of the Bible is not your God. There's no way he is, because you're talking about this all loving God that's brought you through all these different things. and would never hurt you, that's not that God. But she won't listen. So I just look, but yeah, when it came to that conversation, I'm like, you know what? We're going to have to just agree to disagree because there is no way that I'm going to go back. And you don't have to. After a while, she's like, well, I'm not going to try and force it on you anymore, but I know she will. I know she's going to say little sly things later, but it is what it is.
My question would be like, does she want you to deny facts? Right.
Oh
Like
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would
Yeah.
literally I have to have a heart to heart like with my mom. Like if she tried to like convince that, right? Um, I would literally have to say, Mom, like, what am I supposed to do with the information that I know? Am I supposed to deny fact? Like, would that make you happy for me to deny fact
Mm-hmm.
and
But
pretend? You know what I'm saying? Go
when I
ahead.
told her, where I get a lot of my information from, we have biblical
Hold on. I'm
scholars.
sorry, Lala. 1 second. 1 second. I'm sorry. Guys, okay. No, you don't have freedom of speech in here. You don't have freedom of speech. The mods do a great job in here. They do what they do. Sometimes the lines may get blurred, right? And a Christian may come into the chat and they may say things Spanish, right? Or they may just like post their beliefs and say some crazy shit that we don't agree with. It's just finding that line and making sure that we're not creating an echo chamber in here. But no, you don't have freedom of speech in here. This isn't the government. There are rules in the space, and the mods they do an amazing job. I just needed to make sure to remind the mods. Is sometimes it could be easy to like get tired of somebody in the chat and mute them. But just remembering to practice self control and making sure that we are not doing that. That's all. So please do not add a mod. If I say something to kind of remind us that, hey, let's not abuse our power, right? Don't add a mod after I say something like that, because to me, hey, grandbaby, just please don't do that. Thank y'all. I'm sorry, Lala. Go ahead.
Okay. I told her that we get a lot of our information. Well, I get a lot of my information from former pastors that went to seminary school, biblical scholars, archaeological evidence, all that good stuff, right? Well, her comeback was, well, there are pastors that didn't have to go to seminary school, and God showed favor, and basically they know what they're talking about. And I'm like, well, then if that's the case, why is it that I can go to 10 different churches and all 10 pastors have a different interpretation on the same scripture? I'm like, that's confusion. And God, if your God is not a God of confusion, how is that so?
I think the issue is so deeply rooted and systemic that sometimes we lose sight of that, because, like you were saying, you don't have to. We were just talking about this morning. You don't have to have a PhD level education to be able to have basic reading comprehension skills. You don't have to be insanely educated to be able to comprehend what the theme of a book. Like, you just don't. But I think it's a power struggle. One of my favorite quotes is by John Henrik Clarke, and it goes something like, powerful people can't afford to educate the people they oppress, because once folks are truly educated, they don't ask for power, they take it. And it's power that ultimately, or the lack of, it's the lack of education that keeps other people in power. It's the lack of wanting to know. And then you go a step further of making that knowledge inaccessible. And then you demonize it. So when you can have access to it, oh, it's bad. the wisdom of the world is the foolishness with God. You can't read that. Don't think that. Stay right here. Don't look over there. It's those blinders. And it's those blinders that after a certain period, they were put on you, but then you get control of your body. You can take them off, but you're afraid to take them off. And I think so many of our parents' generation, they live in that fear, in that they can't ask these questions because historically questions have led to problems, and deviating from the group is not safe. And it's that same mentality going back to, I always bring up The Village, going back to, not The Village. What's the name of the movie? M. Night Shyamalan. Is it The Village? Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, going back to
Yeah,
that
the
movie.
one that you said that we need to watch on Discord.
Yep, it's the same exact mentality, and it's effective. And it's effective for a very specific reason.
And I know it's hard because, like, you know, it's your mom, you know, like, that's the most difficult part of it all. And I think the thing that helped me with my mom is just remembering that this is all she knew. Like, this is all she knows.
Yeah.
And she went from my grandparents to my dad, right? And then when my dad died, my stepfather is also a pastor. So that's all she knows. And just kind of approaching it from that. Plus, she's a boomer. So that kind of helps me. It doesn't mean that she can say whatever the fuck she wants to say to me, though. Like, I'm not going to allow her to wound me. But I can respect that this is all she knows.
Yeah, and the crazy part about it is when she made it seem as though I got all my information from someone, and basically, you know how I just met a group of people and they influenced me. That's what she tried to make it seem like. And I'm like, so basically, I was like, what I won't allow you to do is not give me my props. I'm like, I am the one that sat in bed at 3 o'clock in the morning because I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, and I started to do the research. She took it as me saying that she didn't do anything for me. I'm like, how do you even, how is this about you, number one? But how did you even equate that? That makes absolutely no sense.
So now,
she victimized herself to make you feel guilty. You owe her to believe in this God. You owe her this. That's what she's trying to put in your head.
Yeah. And
then she's trying to insult you.
Yeah, and she
She's trying to,
reminded
in so
me
many words, she's trying to insult you to say.
when I almost died, who brought me out, you know, that whole guilt trip. And I'm like, okay, so let's just say it was a God. Who's to say it was that one? And I'm like, you know, what about the doctors? What about, you know, why it has to be the one that, you know, the one that you claim you saw when you were 3 years old?
Wait, she claims she saw a God at 3? Oh, this is the brown-haired God? The brown hair?
With the wavy hair and the funny colored eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through that, Lala. I mean, that's it's hard enough to try to, you know, go through this process of deconstructing while still living your life. You know, you have to build that plane while you're still, or repair the plane while you're still flying it. And then to add on top of that, you know, the external pressures from family members who have an issue with who and what you are as a person. And then to come from your own mother, I'm sorry you're having to deal with that. It's very difficult. But I'm glad that this community is here to, you know, be a sounding board for you and to hopefully help in being able to talk through it.
And you know what, it does feel good because, and I told her, I'm glad that I found people that I can relate to, because I felt alone for the longest time. And I'm like, I finally, because I think I spoke it into existence. I was like, I need to find my tribe. I need to find like-minded people.
Yo,
and I did.
I honestly did not think and as optimistic as I try to be through life, I did not think this community was even a thing. Like, I had gotten on meetups. I think I joined Black non-believers, but it just wasn't there. It didn't. There wasn't anything in my area. So to be able to have these types of conversations. So when I tell y'all, I appreciate y'all. Like, you just don't know. It is because it is hard going through this alone. It is so hard to have these questions and have these thoughts and have these fears and just have to internalize them. I probably went through 45 journals, and I'm not even exaggerating. I probably went through 45 journals in about a 5 to 10 year span because I had to get it out. And it is difficult. I was lucky that I didn't have the, I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, but I wasn't disfellowshipped, and my family didn't, treat me as such. So I know that I'm very fortunate to have had the experience that I had of having family that didn't turn their backs on me or didn't try to pull me back in. But I can't imagine the mental fatigue that comes with trying to understand what it is you now understand without having the understanding given to you, but then having your family pulling on you at the same time. That's a lot. So kudos to you for being here each and every night, because damn, that's a lot.
Thank you. But I appreciate all of you, seriously. Even the ones in the chat, I appreciate y'all. Because, us sharing our stories, it does help. It helps a lot because it lets people know that they're not alone, especially when it comes to your family being in your ear. And I know for a fact when I go back home, I'm sure she's already told a few people within our family and maybe her friends that I don't believe in God anymore. So 9 times out of 10, they're going to be questioning me about it.
At least, hopefully, she doesn't go and say Lala has gotten into some demonic beliefs, some demonic stuff, like was said about me.
They
Hopefully
said you got a stuff thinker? What?
Yeah, they said my beliefs are demonic now. Yeah. Yep. That's what was said after my grandmother's funeral. Because somebody told them that I believe in the ancestors, and I ain't told nobody that. I don't talk about my beliefs, but somebody said that I believe in ancestors, and so we were at my grandmother's house planning her funeral. I walk in, and next thing you know, the conversation changed to, Granny didn't believe in ancestors. You ain't talking to no ancestors. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so I go in the kitchen, right, and I'm talking to somebody that I haven't seen in a long time, and it gets louder. And I was like, oh, okay, this is for me. And so I went into my grandmama's room, told my son, get your stuff and let's go. And I left. And then they come out the house. This ain't the time for all of that. I said, you need to go and tell your mama that. Like, what, you want me to stay and listen to that?
Right.
And I left. Yeah, I'm not finna stay somewhere where, like, you made me the subject of conversation when we supposed to be planning my grandmama's funeral. And you talking about something that you don't know, because I ain't never told nobody that. Like, no. And then, like, after I left, they're talking amongst each other. And then one of my brothers called, one of my other brothers called him and was like, well, she done got into some demonic thinking, and, she's researching. Like, where are you getting this from? What demonic what? I didn't talk to them for probably 6 months. Probably longer. Yeah. That's why I said, like, we're good now. I went to my mama's birthday party this year. This will be my first Thanksgiving in 2 years. As long as, if my cousin passes before Thanksgiving, as long as, they respect the boundaries, and like, I'm not going to go somewhere where I'm going to be the subject. I'm not going to do it.
I'm the same way, thinker. And I'm also not going to participate in your tension. You can be uncomfortable. You can have that all on your own. I'm just not participating in that. So I'm real good about sitting around. Like, when I go home and visit my family, my aunts are extremely religious. Like, I'll go visit them, and you can bring up the Bible if you want to, but I don't think you're going to be comfortable in the conversation. I'm not uncomfortable. You're uncomfortable. I'm going to let you hold that. I'm just going to talk to you about the things that I know and that I can back up and that I can show. They're making you feel anxious. I'm not participating in that. And they don't like that either. But I do think that that goes back to independent thought is seen as demonic. Independent thought or asking questions to understand something or challenge something. Okay, that doesn't make sense. That's a contradiction. Let's resolve it. Oh, that's demonic. But at the same time, going back to the previous guest, but God doesn't want robots? Tell me how. Go ahead and tell me where the symmetry breaker is. If we can talk through this, it'll make sense. But if you're telling me that for something to be logical means it is demonic, I'm not the one with the problem. You're going to have to figure out how to resolve that.
And that is exactly how I handle it. Like, that's a you thing. They like calling me saying, "Man, don't do this. Like, it's gonna break my heart if you and mama don't talk." That's a you thing. I have to do for myself. You got to figure out how to deal with the boundaries that I've set. That's not for me to figure out.
And I think that's the part that's most uncomfortable for them. I remember when my son was younger, he's always been very independent young man, and his grandmother on his father's side came over to the house and she was trying to hug him, and he was like, he was moved, kind of like what you were talking about your grandson. And she was like, "Well, don't do me like that. You're going to hurt Granny's feelings." I was like, "Don't do that to him." I'm like, you're not going to guilt trip him into violating his boundaries. He doesn't want to hug. It's not his obligation to do with his body what he doesn't want to do just because you are asking him. I'm not teaching that, because it'll go beyond you. And we don't think about the extensions or the entailments of those lessons that we're teaching. We teach our children so young to ignore what they want, to ignore what they prefer, or to just not even think about what they prefer. The point is to move in a way that makes everybody around you comfortable. I'm not moving, I'm standing still. You can figure out how to go around me if that's what you need to do, but it's not my job to make that comfortable for you. And it's the same thing with these religious beliefs. You believe this. That doesn't mean I have to figure out how to, hopscotch around your belief so I don't step on a belief, especially when that shit is weak as hell to begin with. I'm not doing that.
Exactly. I think all three of us needed that talk. I think we talk to people so much on a daily basis that we don't ever really just get to talk about our own journey.
I know it.
I think we all needed that.
Definitely.
Yeah. Lala, did that help? Did that help you? La, you good?
I thought I was talking. I'm sorry. I said it did. It did. Thank y'all. I really needed it. I really needed it.
You're welcome.
And
You're
thanks to
welcome.
y'all
That's
in
why
the
I love
chat.
this community.
Yes. Yes. The only
Did we
place I
get
can
what Fee
fully...
said in theology
I don't know. I don't need...
about the
Did anybody
glasses?
copy that? Yeah. Did anybody copy it down?
I don't know. I was hoping somebody wrote it in the channel. She said, "Your what you see about me is your problem because your glasses are dirty." Is that, did I say it right?
Thinker, I don't know what I come up here and run my mouth. I literally so serious.
We just gonna have to go back and look at it.
I'm sorry. I literally
Oh,
don't even remember.
Indigo wrote it down. Indigo wrote it down, and she got her nerd badge. What?
Indigo.
Indigo wrote it down.
Welcome, Indigo.
Yeah, I love it. All right, y'all. So we are at the end of the show. I'm gonna bring up our favorite auntie. We got about 4 minutes left. Bring up our favorite auntie and remind y'all that tonight is Freeform Friday. It's 3 on 3. Or if you have like an off-topic question, you can pop up and ask that question. Keep it about the topics, right? Like, it's about the God, the belief system, things like that. Don't come on stage and ask the host personal questions. We are not obligated to answer your curiosity about our personal lives. If you are from YouTube and you want to hop over, join the stage with the 3 on 3, 3 believers against 3 non-believers, and you are discussing the topics that are on stage. That starts at 11 p.m. tonight. Hey, Miss Charlene.
Good morning, my loves. How's everyone
Miss
doing?
Charlene. I'm
Hey, Miss
Hey,
good.
Charlene.
baby. Hey, sweetie. You know what? I love y'all. I want y'all
Love you
to
too.
know that I love y'all so much. I woke up this morning and was listening to you all, how speaking with Indigo, and the way you all circled the wagons around her and just was there for her and listened to her and help her, and then you turn around and you touched on each other and loved on each other. I love this community so much, you just don't understand. It is so needed, and I'm so glad that we can come in here and find what we need. You know what I'm saying? If it's just sitting here listening, if it's speaking with you all, because you all have so much wisdom to share. And I know this is taxing. You all are up all night. I'm up and down, but you all are up all night listening and giving yourselves to whomever. I want you to know it is appreciated. You hear me?
Thank you, Miss Charlene. We know you appreciate us, Auntie. That's why we bring you up on stage. We can hear your sweet voice.
I just love
I
it.
think this is. Let me address something right quick, Miss Charlene.
Okay.
G Love. It doesn't. Your question doesn't make sense. Like, where do you see your God's name on this stage? I would like to know where your God's name is on this stage. You're worried about a capital letter. Like, what are you talking about? Like, y'all worry about the dumbest shit.
Is she saying it should start with a capital G?
Yeah, like she's saying God is the name.
Good grief.
God is your God's name. That's what you want to have contention about. Well, show me your God. Come show me your God and tell him to tell me the rule without using a human, G Love. Tell him to come and hop in a box and come tell me the rule about capitalizing the title God without using you or any other human.
And
Can you do that?
And why does she keep repeating that same argument about humans being able to set rules and regulations? Why can't God? When that has not been one of the topics that we've discussed all day, all night long.
Because she doesn't listen. Like, literally, like, we just had that whole conversation about how our family members who are believers try to mentally cause, mental strain and anxiety on us. And her response was, I just want to know, if your name is in capital, why can't God's name be in capital? She doesn't listen. She's a bot. Is he okay? Okay. What's wrong? He finna go? Okay. Yeah, Genny love you. I love you, baby. Bye, okay? You be good. You gonna take him to the doctor? Okay. He got a cold, a bad one.
Oh.
Okay.
I hope it feels better. I hate
I
when
hope it
babies have
feels better.
colds.
Don't it hurt your feelings
Man, yeah.
when they're sick?
Yes, I hate it. When he brought him in here, I was trying to feed him and he just like laid on my chest. I'm like, no, he need to go to the doctor.
Oh.
Poor baby.
Yeah. We send them kisses
But,
and hugs and love.
kissy kissy. But yeah, like she's not paying attention. Like, she's acting like the bot that we talked about.
Yeah, and I mean, if let's just go with her analogy. So God can set rules and regulations. Let's just say that he can. Shouldn't they be better than men's? Why would men have to improve upon the regulations of God? Because one of the things that he outlawed was shrimp. He didn't say anything about slavery. So if the rules and regulations that we set are more humane than your gods, which one is better?
I want to know how she can decipher between when a God set a rule and when a man set a rule. That's what I want to know. How are you deciphering when your God sets a rule versus when a human sets a rule?
Exactly.
From my experience, from my understanding, they come out the same damn mouth. I would like for you to answer that. And then you can come back on stage. Like, if you can answer that question, G Love, you can come up. I will stay on this a little longer. You can come up on stage. How is your God given laws and rules without using a human mouth or a human hand to write that shit down? Can you come answer that for me? Is she still here?
I haven't seen any comments recently.
JM from
She's been
YouTube
saying
said
stuff.
that's like saying. JM from YouTube said that's like saying, how can science exist without a human hand making the science? Yet the laws of physics still exist without the human even being involved.
Oh my goodness. Science is an explanatory process, not a creative process. It is a system that is used to understand the world around us. Humans didn't make science. Why do they do this?
I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes the responses they give make my brain hurt. Is she in here?
Let me check. She's
I thought
awfully
I saw
quiet.
her.
Yeah, I saw her a little bit
Yeah.
ago.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Can you come up, G Love, and answer that question for me, since you want to know about the rules and your God's name being capitalized because our names have a capital letter? Can you come up and explain to me how your God is communicating these rules without a human?
And if you do, can you make sure that your mic is not in your throat? Because that was real. That was real loud the last time.
I'm done. Oh my God.
I'm just saying. I have earbuds. That was it was disrupting.
I love this stuff. And you can say some
Oh my
things.
God. He is crazy.
She can say some things.
I don't see her in the list.
Okay,
Does she
she's
say
not gonna.
anything?
Nope, she's gone.
Yeah.
She's gone. She's not gonna attack that information. She rather. She's not programmed to. She has no data for that, so she's not gonna come up here with that. But that's a real question I have. That's why it's on the board. It's a very real, authentic question. We talked about it a little bit, Sticks, but not like in depth. You accused me of scripting my words and hang up on me while I was still on. No, you got taken off stage because you acted like a freaking child. You refused to answer when we told you that you said you needed to know when to speak. Ain't nobody finna beg you to talk. You acted like a child and you was taken down like a child. And you still in here acting like a child. What the fuck she mean? She tried calling back and nobody picked up.
He
Who did you
tried, I
call?
guess,
Jesus' main
requesting.
line?
I think she meant requesting. She tried to request.
Let me find out. We on a three-way call and we just finding out what is happening.
Like what?
It's not a call-in show.
Exactly. Maya didn't take you down. Maya don't have the power to take you down. Lala took you down because you were acting like a child.
Sure did.
She's not gonna come up here and answer that. Hopefully, we get some good
What
discussions
did you
about it
dial?
tonight at Freeform Friday. Huh?
I was laughing to myself about what number did you dial?
Like, and then what does she mean by saying she tried to call back? Like, is she saying she was in the box again? I don't remember seeing her in the box again. Did you, Lala? Was she in the box
No,
again?
I didn't see her.
Yeah. Yeah. So why is she lying like that? Not 1-800-thinker. All right, y'all.
Can I share something
Y'all,
with y'all
okay.
before we leave, Thinker?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I have been wrecking my brain trying to figure out why I'm here and where I fit in this group. Because I sit here and I listen to the wisdom and I listen to how you all can string words together so eloquently, and I said, I can't do that. Why am I here? I feel like sometimes I'm just a leech, just draining. But then it came to me, my purpose of being here is to lift you all up, to encourage you all, to let you know that what you're doing is not in vain and that you are loved. And that may not seem like a lot, but it's what I contribute, and I do it with a whole heart. And I hope y'all know that I can't do a whole lot, but I can surely love on y'all and let you know you're loved and you're needed and appreciated. And I'm here to lift you whenever I can, and I will fight your battle if necessary. You know that. I'm not gonna let nobody abuse you. If I can get on this, if I can get on it, I'm gonna let them know. No, 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 I'm not gonna do that to my ladies. So may not seem
Thank you,
like a
Auntie.
lot, but that's what I feel like I'm here for, and I hope you all can. I just hope I do that for you all. That's all.
You do. Every time you come up, you're encouraged as Auntie, and I appreciate you.
I agree
Yes,
100%.
definitely.
And I also think that there's value. I think one of the most beautiful things about this community is its diversity. Everybody does not have to bring the same talent. Like that's even, in the Bible about the talents that different people bring. Everybody doesn't have to bring the same talent or the same skill set, but it's the collective combination of everything, of all of us, that I think makes this community so beautiful. And you don't, the way, to me, and I can't speak for anybody else, but I kind of feel like I do, but for me, when you come up and you share your thoughts and you share, your experiences in where you are in your journey, that's confirmation for me. It's almost like I see where I'm going to be once I get to your age. I see where I'll be able to speak to people that are my peers. So it's absolutely valuable. It takes all kinds of people to do the work that we're doing. It takes all kinds of strengths, and one does not have to look like the other for both of them to be beneficial. You absolutely bring a lot to this community, and I appreciate it.
You really do.
Well, thank
We
y'all so
appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And what you do isn't small. You have no idea how much you touched my heart, and I'm quite sure others. So yeah, we appreciate you. But G Love, be quiet.
And
You
Miss
control
Charmaine.
the piano and the boss and set your rules.
Say what
But
now?
if she
Oh
said
my
you control
gosh.
the piano and the boss and set your rules, but if God try and set them for you, it's an issue.
She keep
That
missing
I'm
that
telling you,
point.
she's defected.
She has to
She's
be.
defective. Like
G-Love,
I don't get this one.
right, G Love, literally, no execution of the rules in this life will lead to eternal torment. That's the piece that you're missing. Nobody's saying your God can't set rules. Let your God set rules. That's fine. He can set all the rules that he wants, but they need to be fair. And infinite torture for finite crimes is not fair. And you don't see a human on this earth that can do that. So your analogy falls short. That's what we've been trying to tell you this whole morning.
And why you cannot prove to me that your God set rules. You can't prove to me that your God is any different than a human.
Like her God's
That's why you won't come on stage.
Yeah, her God's rules are human rules. Like you're making this distinction, but there is no difference.
That's sad. Oh, Dr. Bowen, are you here? Dr. Bowen, if you are listening, please comment because your friend Steve is back. And if I will stay on stage, I will stay quiet for you and Steve to have a conversation. I know Steve thinks that he's going to get cussed out by me if he comes on stage. I will vow that no matter what Steve says, Dr. Bowen, I will stay quiet for you and Steve to have a conversation.
I don't remember Steve. Thinker, who was he?
He was in the comments talking shit, but when Dr. Bowen came on stage, he ran.
Oh, okay.
And then he came back as soon as Dr. Bowen dropped. So I blocked him, and then Dr. Bowen came right back. So we unblocked him so him and Dr. Bowen can have a conversation, but he was gone again. So if Dr. Bowen is here, Dr. Bowen he's probably busy now. He hasn't commented. He's not listening. But yeah, we'll get them on stage one day, and I'll sit back and I'll be quiet. I won't say nothing. I just want to see that conversation happen.
Steve is hiding in the cuts right now. I did not run.
No, I blocked you after you ran. Yeah. You ran when Dr. Bowen got on stage, right? Dr. Bowen invited you up, right? And you ran. And then when he dropped, you came back, and then I blocked you. And then I asked Lala to unblock you when Dr. Bowen came back. That's why you are unblocked. And you'll stay unblocked until Dr. Bowen comes back. And if you run again, I'm going to block you and you're going to stay blocked. Ain't no way in hell you're going to be able to come in here and talk shit in the comments and not come on stage when invited. So if you're too afraid to come on stage and talk the shit, you won't be talking the shit in my comments. Whatever. All right. So since I'll see y'all tonight. I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of the day. If you've been up all night, go get some rest. Drink some water, of course, and well, where are y'all going? Who live right now?
I don't know. That's what I was looking for. I don't see anybody.
Really? Rhea, are you going live today? Today's Thursday. It might be Rhea.
Now G-Love's saying...
Is Rhea still in here?
I saw Rhea a minute ago. Thinker G-Love's saying we disrespected her and accused her.
Oh, I don't care what G-Love's saying.
Disrespecting, accused her of what?
I don't know. We definitely accuse you of not staying on topic. I'll raise my hand for that.
No, wait a minute.
But it wasn't an accusation though. We just called her out on it.
We disrespected her while she was still on hold. On hold. No, I'm confused.
Wait, she said on hold?
Lala clicked over.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, she's playing the victim. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all tonight. Hopefully we have a good Freeform Friday. Don't be scared to join the stage. Come up here. And y'all, I'm looking forward to some good conversations. Love y'all.
Love y'all too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.